Fantastic BMX racing. Yes, the Midlands, all down there. Come on, Midlands. Make some noise, where are you? That's good. Where's the South? Where's the South? Yeah. Come on, a bit louder. The South! There we go. The quiet ones over there, the Scots. Where are they? Hello, Scotland. How are we doing? There we go. Small in number, big in voice, always. East Anglia over there. Hello. Good stuff. Where's the Southwest? Yeah, all good. I think I might have missed one. The North. Where's the North? Yeah, they're down there as well. Fantastic. We've got a North rider to do the Riders Oath this year, who I will introduce in a moment. But it's good to hear you're all in fine voice anyway. The last race of our domestic season. I might cry. But there's plenty to do over winter, racing under the roof at Manchester. If you haven't spent enough time driving up and down the M1, the M6, the M5, you can come to Manchester over winter and do racing under the roof. And if you don't want to go that far north, or in the case of the Scots, that far south, Birmingham's Winter Series as well, which is always mega. So if you've got an opportunity to do one of Birmingham BMX Club's Winter Series, that's absolutely top draw racing. You will enjoy yourselves. And can I just say, Derby BMX Club have done an absolutely fantastic job again of prepping the venue for us. All the hard work and graft of the club. It doesn't go unnoticed, guys. Thank you so much. We do appreciate you. But, yeah. And don't forget, over in our Traders Village, everybody's over there. You can get your official Brits 2024 T-shirts from Dave at B73. He's done the merch. And if they haven't got your size, you can order one and Dave will deliver it to you. Not personally, he'll put it in the post, but it will arrive with you. So if you want a Brits T-shirt and they haven't got your size, Dave can sort you out with one. If you need parts and accessories, they're all over there. Crucial, DC, Pure Bicycles, Green Machine. There's others as well. I won't miss them all out. I'll get everybody a mention over the weekend. So we'll be nice to everybody. Plenty of food and drink to be had. There's a bar. Although I do know some BMX mums have already started. Karen, Sarah, I'm looking at you. So yeah, just enjoy your British champs, folks. Have a really good time. Excuse me, Joel. Would you be so kind as to sweep that puddle on the first straight? We'd be very grateful. Thank you very much. Yeah, just tell them to let me know. We are going to go with the Riders Oath very shortly. We're just waiting for the official nod from somebody in blue.
More nervous on it, waiting on a bit on a
All our media folk are here. BMX Race Hub. Now, BMX Race Hub have done a limited edition range of t-shirts along with B73. So if you want a BMX Race Hub t-shirt, you can get one over at B73. They are limited in number. There's 3 of each size, and the first one was bought yesterday by me. So if you see me walking around tomorrow with a t-shirt on, it will be a BMX Race Hub one, and you can get them from B73, and a portion of all the proceeds goes to keep the live stream running. So you are directly helping BMX Race Hub keep bringing you the live feeds, which is very important to us. So your nan, your auntie, your uncle, your postman, your next door neighbour's dog, they can all watch the racing on BMX Race Hub on YouTube, live from the first gate drop to the last gate drop. So BMX Race Hub, you really need to push that one on the social media channels. Share it with your friends on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapface, whatever it is, I don't know. I'm not down with the kids these days, as I'm reliably informed by my children. Right, Braintree BMX have got a birthday boy in the house, Albie Dodd, who's turning 9. We will try and squeeze it into racing as well, but seeing as it's been mentioned to me, I thought I'd do it right now. So Albie Dodd from Braintree BMX, happy birthday, young sir. Turning 9 years old. We will drop that in as well. If you do want birthday shout-outs, just drop me a DM at BMX Commentator on Instagram. I will try my best to get through them all. If I miss one, it's not deliberate. So birthday shout-outs at BMX Commentator on Instagram. Just drop me a DM and I will try and squeeze that in somewhere. Apparently it's Des McCrum's birthday again. He has about 4 a year. He's just turned 50. So Des McCrum, he looks good for 50. Looks shocking for 25, but he looks good for 50. We love Des McCrum. We do. All the Scottish Massive. They're all good fun. They look after us when we go up there. Oh, bang on cue. Raining again. Just as racing's about to start. Marvellous. Apparently he's going to brighten up later on. Well, take a seat, Emmy. We might be here for a while. Do you know what I mean? What's that? Hat badges as well for BMX Race, so you can get hat badges. I didn't know hats wore badges, but apparently they do. But yeah, if you buy a bit of BMX Race Hub merchandise, genuinely, it does help the live feed keep running. Helps with the costs, for which we are very grateful for all donations. And if you want a BMX Race Hub t-shirt or hat badge, go over to B73. That wasp needs to go away. Ugh. I have no idea, Dylan.
Swig of water before you start.
Dylan's social media. I feel like I'm on Crime Watch. From the North region this time, Zach Worthington turning 11 next week. Have a happy birthday, Zach. Enjoy yourself, mate. We will do that one again when he's out on track. If we can remember to fit it in, we will. But Zach Worthington from the North region, he's 11 next week. Happy birthday, Zach.
Breaking up. Should we go down there?
Look at that, your mum's arms were aching, so your dad's taken over.
What's it like? You going in the toilet?
I don't know what's going on.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire.
2024. We are getting very, very close to race time. Riders are up on the gate, but we're just going to hold them for 1 minute as we do the traditional rider's oath. Every year, different rider, and this year I am pleased to welcome world number 3, European number 2, Hard Knocks Bike Racing's own Emmy Seaward to read the rider's oath. Over to you, Emmy.
I pledge on behalf of all riders at this 2024 BMX British Championship that we will take part in the meeting with honour and integrity and in the spirit of good sportsmanship. We will uphold the principle of involvement, truth and honesty, and will endeavour to conduct ourselves in the manner befitting such an occasion, with respect for the rules, the officials and all other participants. We will dedicate ourselves to ensuring that this meeting will be remembered as one of fun, enjoyment and comradeship within the family of BMX and stand as an example to others who will follow in the future.
Fantastic. Give Emmy a big round of applause. So, the 2024 BMX British Championships, or British BMX Championships, whichever way around you want it. We are ready to go. First rack of riders up on the gates. Karen and Kev need to sit down now after that. They've been stood there for so long, their arms are aching and everything. Yeah, belting.
We're going to do that shout out later for them.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub, day 1 of the British BMX Championships here in Derby. The racing's live, here we go. We've got 2 days of this, looking forward to it.
BMX Championships heading down the hill. The 9 to 12-year-old cruiser open. Oliver Arnold, James Joseph Roy Pipe, Sam Dolan out of Brunty, Killian Hanna, Ollie Nelson, Harry Swales and Max Livingston all heading towards me. Looks like it's Oliver Arnold out of the southwest leading it through in that green kit at the moment. The 2.3 of James Joseph Roy Pipe in there in 2. That looks like Killian Hanna out of Bournemouth's in there in 3. Sam Dolan in 4. So as they go in and out of the turn, looks like Arnold's going to pick up the win. Arnold from Pipe, from the rider from the southwest on the 12.5, that's going to be Harry Swales. Moto 2, Hunter Mallion in this one. The 7.4 leading it through is Freddie Parkinson. Changed his name, Federico. That's his Spanish cousin. Out in front. Southwest in there in 2. That's going to be Lucas Stoneman. Charlie Labras in there in about 5 or 6 at the minute. Looks like the rider from the south chasing him down the 1.5 of Hunter Mallion. And we have Billy Childsman, Zabby Fox Cooper and Lucas Stoneman in there. Next up, Harley Bowler leads out Moto number 3. Oliver Merrin in there as well. Adam Arnold, Jacob Squires, Toby Duff, Asheen King. All chasing down Harley, Team Creation Cycles and the Midlands. Heading down towards the line. He's going to take the win. The South are going to go 2, 3 and 4. With Jacob Squires in there in 5. Race 4, Charlie Cotton, Jack Swales, Benedict Marco, Jamie Turbland, Sharon Hickman, Bram Heaver and Frankie McKenna. This is Moto 4, more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Turblanche doing it for East Anglia. He's there in about 3rd spot at the moment. Rider out in front, I think he's from the south. Got a feeling that he's Bram Heaver. We will soon find out as they come towards us, the 2.5. Oh, it's Benedict Marco. Charlie Cotton just getting a bit wobbly going around that turn. Aaron Hickman trying to make some moves. The 4.4, that belongs to Frankie McKenna. But it's the South bringing it down to the line. That will be Marco as Moto 5 comes past us. Logan Young in this one. But it's the 4.4 and 11.4 leading it out. James Cotty Cottrell, Eric McSwitty going 1 and 2. The South 3 and 4. That'll be Liam Byrne in there as well. We've got George Labras going through. But the North going 1 and 2 in Moto number 5, Moto 6, 1.5 and a 1.6 going through. That's going to be Robin Matter and Alonso, Cooper McCrum. Oops, riders getting together in that second turn. Southwest rider in there in 3, that's going to be Addison Milburn. Got Dylan Brown in the mix as well, Ethan Cathcart Cunnison and Alfie Andrews. Race 7, 6.4 out in front. That will be Jack Walford. Newton Hindley in there in 2, doing it for the South. The East Anglia duo is Theo Cam and Aidan Giles. And we've also got Santiago Matano in there as well, Ted Young and Jake Georgeson. Race 8, Owen Miller, Logan Wilson, Liam Wilson, Tate Kitson in this one. Tate out in front, that is Jay McKenna in there in 2, where is Alfie Sin. In there in about 4th spot at the minute, right where he needs to be. Needs to keep it going though, all the way to the line. Here comes Isaac Caulfields. Just taking it away from Alfie. Is he going to hang on for the 5? I think he is. Next up, moving up an age category, 15-16 cruisers, Bradley Davison, Oakley Hooper, Thomas Doran, Lewis Barnes. Lewis has just finished his GCSEs. Got the results he wanted, so congratulations Lewis. Thomas Miller, JTL Simpson Davis and Aidan True. Race 10, more 15-16s, Louis Kai Mapp out in front in this one. Absolutely flying, faster than his dad. I'm sure Chris will appreciate that. Jacob Barfield, William Doherty, Maxwell Swain, Louis Pinder, Jensen Ledgerwood Bart, Ethan Byrne and James Curtis. But Louis Kai Mapp on a mission, taking it to the line with Louis Pinder right there behind him, and the 2.2 of Jensen Ledgerwood Bar. Race 11, Tia, Trevina, Jones, Roberts, Woodcock, Pentonville, Chapman in there in 2, Charlie Davis as well. The 6.5, that belongs to someone. 5.5 is Stanley Woodcock. I'm hoping people are not in the wrong races already. As race 12 comes towards us, the 0-1 is Gabe Simpson. Got John O'Harradine in there in 3, probably still doing it for all the ladies out there. Theo Robbins, Matthew Russell, Vincent Coburn going through as well, Elliot Alberts, Sean Brown and Jack Labras. Sean coming through in 2. Race 13, Lewis.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers on a track. Ryan Jones in this one, scrapping it out for a top 4 spot as they come in and out of that second corner. That's going to be last year's British champ Dan Popel leading this one out though for the Southwest as he goes in and out of that final turn. East Anglia in there in 2 and 3 at the moment as they bring it down the final straight. Who's that in the 2 spot? That looked like the 10.3 of Jack Hudson picking it up with the 1.3 inside the top 3. That was Matthew Barker out of Braintree. Rider down in turn number 1. That was Thomas Stratton, I think. Back up to his feet, riding away. That looks like we've got Adrian Rumsey in that 2 spots. Chasing down your race leader out of the Southwest, bringing it down the final straight. That is the 6.2 Jared Shear. He's going to pick up that Moto win. Look at that battle down the final straight. The 3.1 Adrian Rumsey looking like he's going to hang on to that 2 spots as he brought it across the line. Third racker, 30 to 39-year-olds on track aboard their cruisers. That's going to be East Anglia heading towards turn number 1. That is John Lillingston, Moto 1365 race team. In and out of that first corner, he has got the Southwest right there with him, chasing him down as they come on through. That is a 2.2 plate of Nathan Abbott, doing it for Bath BMX Club. The 3.4 in the mix as well. That is Christopher Evans out of DC Cycles. Evsy bringing it on through then on the back of his shirt, heading into the final turn. Here comes the Midlands diving up the inside. That looked like it could have been Dale Scott, I think it was, on the 5.1, throwing it under in that final turn and picking up a podium finish as they brought it across the line at 1.5 and a 7.5 on track in the next moto. That is Agris Alatans and Darren Utley. Them 2 guys are going 1 and 2 at the moment. EA represented in 3 and 4 as they go in and out of that final turn. Stuart Laurie, one of them riders in the mix. He's in there in that 4th spot of the minute, chasing down the 8.3. That is Darren Thompson rounding out the top 3 spots. 3.1 on track. The Midlands bringing it on round. Ben Martinez absolutely flying, headed into that final turn. The South in there as well. Matthew Eaton inside the top 3. Looking like he's chasing down the 3.5 of Mario Burno as they bring it down to the stripe. Burno, Eaton 2 and 3. Who's that going to take the 4? That was the 1.4 of Andy Groves. Next up, 40 to 44-year-old cruisers, 4.4 on the plate. The King of Rimmers, Kingsley Mears, leads this one out by an absolute country mile. I think that was Daniel Wyatt in there in that 2 spot, doing it for the Southwest, going in and out of that final turn. But Mears out front, doing it for the North, running away with that moto. He's going to pick that one up across the line. The North out on track in the next moto as well. That is the 3.4 plate. Richard Stevenson out of Barnsbury Race number 19 on track, the South. East Anglia, the Midlands and the South again, all in this moto, but they are led away by the North. That is, of course, Stevenson heading down the final straight. Who's that in the 2 spot? The 7.5 of Matt Swales. Gosport NRT with a 5.3 and 3. That was a Rob Harris. Going to be Matt Barnard out on track, doing it for the Midlands. Leading out race number 20.
On the gate there, yeah. They won't fall up with it. Another Instagram post, not even yeah, no worries, no problem.
Completely missed that race, I do apologise. But that's got to be Fraser Watson out on track. Let's have a look for the moto. We are on to race number 21 on track. That is Watson out of Scotland. We're in Scotland over by the finish line. I'm sure they'll perk up later on. There'll be plenty of noise coming from that last straight as we head towards the business end of the day, as Zoltan Bude comes flying past in turn number 2. The South going 1 and 2. Bude, Marco in that order. Who's the East Anglian rider? Looking up the inside. Didn't dive underneath though. That might have been Lee Matthews. With DJ Toogood, Simon Toogood in that one as well. I think he took a top 4 finish. As we look at race number 23, 45 to 49-year-old cruisers, 7.5 and the 9.5. That looks like Damien Mead in that 2 spot, chasing down Ricardo Santos as they head through that 3rd straight. The North are all scrapping it out for a top 3 spot. There's 4 of them grouped together as they go in and out of that final turn. Sat in 3, 4, 5 and 6 as they head down the final straight. Who's going to get that top 3 finish?
All right.
My foot slipped. I don't know what occurred there. Just nearly fell over myself, but we'll move on. Stephen Hassel leading out the next moto.
It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long old day.
Race number 24. These are your 50 to 54-year-old cruiser guys heading down the final straight. Hassel leading it away from the 1.4. That was Darren Reedy out of GT Factory. Race number 25 on track. Brett Knight leads this one out for the Midlands on the 6.1 plate. He's got the 4.3 in there with him. Out of East Anglia, bringing it on round in turn at number 2. That was Jamie McFarlane out of PW Phantoms, rounding out them top 2 spots with the Southwest going through in 3 and 4. That was the 2.2 and the 3.2. Looking at like that was Duncan Coburn and Matt Maynard. 8.1 on track. Daz O'Brien leads this one out. Turnbar Tuesday, Jules Allen in there in that 2 spot, doing it for East Anglia. And Braintree BMX Club. Timmy Turnbar, right, okay, so Timmy Turnbar's in the 2 spot, giving us a bit of style down that last straight. He's going to go through in that 2 spot with Tim Drew in 3. Race number 27 out on track. Who's leading out? The European champion Alan Hill going 1 and 2 with the 9.3 plate of Kevin Sykes. The 4.4's in there as well. That is Stephen Notman out of the northeast and the north, heading towards that final turn. East Anglia in there again. That's going to be Joe Bunyan out of Braintree in and out of that final turn. That's going to be a top 4. Hilly's going to pick up the moto win. Sykes in there behind him. 55 plus cruisers on track. Got to be Big Mick Goff, last year's British champ, leading it into turn number 2. Got the 2.6 of Raymond Reed in there in that 2 spot, representing Scotland, being chased down by Brent Featherstone as they head into the final turn. Who's that in there in 4? The rider out of the south, bringing it on round. That could be Keith Brown, I think, inside the top 4 spots. Yes, it is Brown chasing Featherstone down the final straight. Featherstone with a late push himself, looking like he might have nicked the 2 spot from Reed on the line. Race number 29 on track. The 1.1 of Steve Osborne in the mix inside the top 4, chasing down Bernie Shale, who's in there in that 3 spot, who's in 2, looking like that could be Jai Kemp heading towards that final corner. Yes, it is, in and out they go. Down the final straight, sorry, that's Billy Stupple in there in 2, the 1.2 going to take that moto win. That was Jai Kemp out front. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser on track. the South going at 1, 2 and 4 at the moment as they bring it through that third straight. That looks like Anya Matt and Alonso leading this one through. Who's heading there with the 3.5 plate? That is Isla Radcliffe, Identified Branch UK. The 1.3 inside the top 3. Carmel Allison, Missy Large out of the Midlands in there in 4, but she's under a bit of pressure from Isla Young as they head towards the final turn. In and out they go. It's all about South out front at the moment. Anya Matt and Alonso going to go 1 and 2 with Isla Radcliffe as they bring it across the line.
Right, Moto 31, Cody Harmony now. Got Shirley Taylor-Day in this one as well. And Erin J. Jackson out of the north. Mum's already having a good time with her partner in crime. You'll see him wandering round. Oh, I can see him from here, having a right old party. Hello, we're having a good time. Who else we got in there? Annalise Campbell-Carpenter and Alexis McCartney as we move on to Moto 32. We will be doing a shout out for a fundraiser for Chesterfield BMX Club a little bit later on. We spend £5, get some nice stickers and help the club to renovate their track. So we'll do that in a bit. As we move on to 30 plus cruising, Michelle Stupple, I think it is out there in 1. That looks like Anita Wong going through in 2. Got a feeling that's Annie Chisiwa in there in 3. Got Claire Albert, Sarah J. Nichols in the mix as well. So all these ladies absolutely flying. Race 33, Lee Pendleton in there in 2, doing it for Midlands and Allen's Factory Supercross, but most importantly for the North. 1.2 back a goal. Kirsty Freer in there as well, always smiling as she goes round turn number 2. Rowan Beckett, Emily Islets and Josephine Burston all chasing Becca Gold down to the line, so it's going to go Becca, Lee Pendleton 1 and 2, Emily Islets I think in 3. Race 34, Leah Pearson, Joe Wheel, and oh hang on, is that where we're up to? I think it is, yeah, Anita's in there. Sav Carver going through in that 3 spot. And the 8.1 just passing me is Tracy Sharp, followed by the 5.1 of Joe Wheel. Leah Pearson in there as well. Good to see Leah back on track. Look at this battle as they get towards the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? Leah, just I think, from Anita and Sav. Race 36, 17 to 29, female cruiser. Molly Nice, Jamie Elwood, Hannah Drew, Sammy Prince, Olivia Firth. Oh, hang on. 1 too far, sorry. Race 35, Ruth Ford, Lisa Tarlin, Suzanne Jenkins. In there for the North, Teresa Chalice, Karen Evans and Kim Batsford. So it's going to be Kim in 1. Teresa going across the line now as well on that 1.3. Ruth Ford in there too. Now we're on Moto number 36. These are the 17 to 29 female cruisers. Right, Thomas Webb to admin, please. Thomas Webb to admin with your bike, please. Thomas Webb.
You don't know the region, do you?
Right, so Chiziwa taking it to the line. Olivia Firth rounding out the top 5. Right, got to ride it down on that second straight, so just be careful, guys. Riley Jones from Cardiff BMX Club, turning 8 this week. Happy birthday, mate. We will try and squeeze that into the motos for you as well, but Riley Jones from Cardiff BMX Club, happy birthday. As we look at moto number 38, heading around the turn, Alex Brooks in there in 1, the 6.5 and the 12.1. Zach Green, Arne Esselmont, those guys are 2 and 3 at the minute. Brooks from the north, leading it to the stripe under a bit of pressure as they come to the line. Esselmont couldn't quite get him. Yeah. Arne Esselmont, can you make your way up to the commentary tower, please? Arne Esselmont, please make your way to the commentary tower. Thank you. All right, we are just looking after our fallen rider on straight number 2. Didn't catch who it was.
No, you're all right. I've reported for everyone. Yeah, that's all right. No problem. 2.3. Who was 2.3? 2.3, maybe go over a Perch. Abby Pike.
All right, we are just looking after Abby Pike. Give her a big round of applause. We hope she's okay.
Give us a shout out for the Deep South Series dates published there, so next week.
Yeah, okay.
Right, days for the Deep South Winter Series. Days for the Deep South Winter Series out in the next week. Keep your eyes peeled on social media. Moto 39. On its way down the hill, 17 to 29 Cruiser, Cadman Carpenter, Stack, Sparrow, Perry Ogden, Shankland, O'Brien and Blythe. In and out of that turn, that looks like Ryan Stack out in front. Rocky O'Brien going through in 2, being chased down by Freddie Cadman Carpenter in there in 3, but he's battling away with the rider out of East Anglia on the 14.3. Yep, Freddie Cadman Carpenter, Connor Blythe in there in 4. That looks like Shankland, Ricky Shankland out of Gosport inside the top 5, but it's going to be Stacky taking it to the line with Rocky O'Brien. Race 40, Callum Daly, Jack Mowatts, Joshua Case, Luca Manzi, Joseph Longo in Putland and Joshua Orr. Been a while since I've mentioned Josh Orr on national commentary. Good to see him back. Putland out in front though, Mowatts in there in 4. That's going to be Joe Long out of Braintree on that 4.3 going through as well. As Luca Manzi from DC Cycles makes a move down that final straight. Race 41, Connor Hedges, Lewis Fletcher, Connor Hudson, Ross Sharp, Dylan Seaman, Luke and Davis Hayes and Matt McHugh. Ross Sharp out in front. Connor Hedges trying to get around him. In there in that 3rd spot. Bit weird seeing Connor in a North jersey. He was a guest on the BMX Commentator podcast, if you want to go back and listen to that. All about strength and conditioning in BMX as he battles with Matt McHugh to the line. Race 42, 4.1, that is Jake Green just passing us. Out there in front, Tyler Chadwick, Kyle Hill, Theo Pope, Kean Brown, Lloyd Freeman and Bradley George. But it is Jake Green on his home track, taking the win from the 2 riders from the south, and the East Anglia rider in 4 was Kyle Hill. Moto 43.
More 17, 29-year-old and cruiser action into that second turn. Ned Penny out of the southwest leads this one out. Who's heading there with him? Looking like we have got the 2.3 maybe of Joseph Stebbings. I think it is Stebbings. As they come out of that final turn, he's putting pressure on Penny as they head down to the line. Sorry, that is Charlie Roy in that 2 spot. He's under pressure himself, but he's going to hang on to that 2 spots. 8-year-olds on track, race number 44. Bodie Holiday, Leo Brits, Abby Goldsworthy, Jensen Mee, Regan Jones, Oakley Hill, Caleb Tewald and Elliot Mullins. It is Regan Jones's birthday on Tuesday, all the way from Cardiff. He's in the mix at the moment, just battling it out as they bring it on round, but out front into that final turn, the Midlands leading this one away. The 1.1 of Oakley Hill is under pressure though as they head down the final straight. Here comes a 2.3 of Leo Bridge chasing to the line. Hill, Bridge, Tewald, 1, 2 and 3. Race number 45, the South dominating this one at the moment. That looks like it's going to be Joel Pritchard on the inside. He's leading this one out. Emerson Tucker in there in that 2 spot, throws in a high-low in that second corner. Can he make it sting? Oscar Sanders is in there in 3, chasing down the southwest rider in 2. Tucker though with another high-low on Pritchard on the exit of that 3rd corner. Pritchard's going to hang on. Tucker for 2. Sanders is going to take 3. The 11.5 in there in 4. That was Harley Laker. The North leading out race number 46 in the 8-year-olds. This age group is absolutely stacked. The 2.4 leading it out at the moment. That was looking like Seth Robinson. Yes, it was Robinson leading this one out. He's going 1 and 2. With his North teammate heading down the final straight. That looks like it could be the 4.4. One rider down in the final turn. Lewis Rothwell putting pressure on as they come down to the line. Didn't quite make it stick. Going to have to settle for that 2 spot. And your race winner was Seth Robinson. Race number 47, the 1.3 leads this one out. That is Ethan the Great White in and out of that second corner. Charlie Blackburn in there behind him, chasing him on through. That looks like we've got the Southwest in there as well. That is Alistair North on the 3.2 play, doing it out of decoy. Be careful how you go in that last turn, lads. Just watch out for the crash from the previous race. It's going to be Ethan the Great White taking it across the line with Charlie Blakeburn in that 2 spots. We're just going to double check that the fallen riders are up and okay. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, as they ride away. Marie McMinnon was one of the fallen riders. And I think that was Charlie James Young that also went down in the final turn. Put your hands together, Southwest, he's up and walking away.
I was. Yeah, there's a present for you here, mate.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Not from me, it was left up here for me to give to you. Oh. It's official merch.
Oh, yeah.
That must be for the launches.
Yeah, I think
Cheers, mate. Just handed out our first piece of official 2-in-1 out merch to the very deserving RS1. So whoever 2-in-1 out is, I don't know. Please don't ask me if I know. I don't know yet. I'm doing what I can to find out though. Whoever you are, you can come and tell me. I can keep a secret. It's okay. But they left us a package when we got up to commentary this morning with a load of t-shirts to give away. One of them is for the long jump, which will be decided, the biggest send, off of the last roller, to be decided after the quarters tomorrow. A couple of riders going down on the first straight, let's hope that they're okay. One of them was the 4.1. It's race 49 on track 1.2, leading this one out. That is Elliot Hatch, with Teddy Hayes in there behind him, doing it for the North. The fallen riders, one of them was Alfie Thorne, he's back up to his feet, finishing his lap. So is a South rider that went down as well, but it's going to be Elliot Hatch picking up that Moto win. Put your hands together for Alfie as he finishes his lap, ladies and gents. The other fallen rider was the 13.5. Hands together for Ethan Lewis Enright. As we look to the first turn, we're race number 50 is the 8-year-olds on track. That looks like it could be East Anglia leading this one out. The South are in there as well. That looks like Scotland inside the top 3, but leading it through, it is the 13.3 of Jake Avis. He's absolutely flying into turn number 2, the 2.5 in there with him. That looks like it could be Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles. Under pressure there from Miller McAlpine. That looks like it is Joseph O'Brien on the 3.4 inside the top 4. In and out of that final turn though, Jake Avis running away with this one. He's going to take it from start to finish, doing it for East Anglia right the way down to the line. Marco fends off the attack from McAlpine and he's going to hang on to that 2 spots. Race 51, got to be the 11.1 of Anton Perevny leading this one through. Look at the Southwest going well in 2 and 3, the 8.2 and the 2.2. What a move that was from Callum Wood. Executed it perfectly, he's worked his way through then, so he now picks up the 2 spot from the 8.2 of Noah Northcott, who's out of decoy. So with a couple of riders out of decoy in there in 2 and 3 at the moment. Who's in there in 4, looking like that could be the 8.5, I think that was. Sorry, the 6.4 of Nathan Franklin out of the northeast, rounding out your top 4 spots. 1.4 on track, Alexander Gilbert in the 8-year-olds in and out of turn number 2, being chased down as they exit that corner. It is Sturmanis out of Hackney on the 3.5, looking for a way round Gilbert in that final turn. Throws in a high-low, can he make it stick? Drag race down the final straight, looking like Gilbert's hanging on to it at the moment. I think he's going to take it down to the line. Sturmanis in there for 2. Got to be the 15.1 of Charlie Dowson leading out race number 53 into that second corner. The 19.4 of Jack Kitchen in there in that 2 spot riding his EV1 frame, doing it for the North, heading for that final turn. That looks like we could have the Southwest rider. Got to be Jack Belton in the mix. He's in there in 3 at the minute, heading down the final straight. That is Carlin Gordon. Sorry, the 5.4 of Jacob Dent going to round out the top 4 spots, but your race winner was a Charlie Dowsing. Look at that for a battle into turn number 2, the 7.1 hanging on to it at the moment. That is Charlie Sheriff on his home track, battling it out with Chester Grocock out of the north. So the 18.4 and the 7.1 as they head into that final turn. Sheriff hanging on to it. Here comes Grocock as he exits the corner, looking for a late charge. Sheriff, Grocock down to the line. Who's going to get it? Looks like Grocock gets it slightly wrong, and Sheriff takes the Moto win. Cracking stuff in the 9-year-old boys. as we move on to race number 55.
Right, moving on, race number 55 on track. Let's have a quick look. We've got birthday boy Albie Dodd in this one, out of East Anglia. He's turning 9, so happy birthday, mate. Have a good day. Anna Marklew, Ethan Shaw, Joseph Jewis, Oscar Ryder Bates, Casper Collins, Bradshaw, and Roman and James Wright. The 9.3 just heading up to the line, and that is birthday boy Albie Dodds. Next up, race 56, Parker Hughes, Oliver Salmon, George Kelman in there out of the south. Jesse Rose, Oliver Zoo, Hendrix Hines, Lucas Taroa, and Jack Cotree. Is that Cotree? I think it is, out of Royston. I'll go with that, Cotree. That'll be close enough. Race 57. More 9-year-old boys. Ollie Bird, Arthur Donaldson, Tobias Groves in this one. Russell Ballantyne, Anna Hawker, 2.2 in the 17.4. Donaldson, Anna Groves going 1 and 2. Hugo Ballantyne in that 5th position right now. Could really do with the top 4. Making moves now, trying his best. As he heads toward the stripe, look at the Barlow in front. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh, it was the rider from the southwest just, and that was Arthur Donaldson. Aston John Lee out of Scotland on the 3.6. He's in that 2nd position. Chasing down Rex Ford, Bobby McKenna in this one too. Miles Court, Otto Watmore Randall, Zachary Jones, Oakley Lewis Field, and Benjamin Tanza. Moto number 58. Rex Ford taking it to the line. One rider's dropped it on that final straight. Didn't catch who it was. Got a feeling it was Aston John Lee. Let's hope he's okay. As Moto 59 heads towards us, Theodore Dantas in this one. Doing it for East Anglia. Pushing hard as the rider from Derby, Seth Kacharik. I think he knows this track fairly well. He's going to take that win. Jackson Chapman Davis going through as well. For the North, and the 1.6 was Elliot Worley. Race 60, Thomas Giles, Oscar Schrader, Jack Griggs, Jack Haynes, Seb Staines, Lucas Fowle, and Stanley Moore. In Moto 60, more 9-year-olds, 72 riders, I think, in this one or thereabouts. So these guys will be going to 8. Jack Haynes doing it for the LCC crew. He very kindly made me pancakes this morning. Thank you, guys. 5.1. That is Seb Staines. Lucas Fowle on the 12.5. He's in there in that top 5 position. As Stanley Moore from East Anglia goes past me as well. But it's Jack Griggs from the north. From north, lads. Taking that win. Midlands riders in there for 2 and 3. Thomas Giles it was as well, out of the northeast. I think I mixed those 2 guys up, sorry. Moto 61. Zachary Farrington Bell in there in about 5. The East Anglia rider leading it through. That is Edward Cordery. Scotland in there in 2. That'll be Jamie Robertson with Woody Lane, I think, going through in 3. 13.4. Leading out the Moto, that is Connor the Hitman Hemphill. Would have been powered by pizza had it not been so dire in the hotel restaurant last night. But he's out there in front looking good. Murray Watson going through in 2, and the 3.1, that is a Ronnie the Landshark on his new bike. Looking very swish. Race 63. Ewan Souter took a bit of a tumble. Let's hope he's all right. There's Josiah Burge, Ernie Cotton De Cesaris, Ollie Warner, Arlo Steinmetz, Sonny Laywood, Xander Cartledge, Harvey Simpson, and Clayton Southart come towards me. Arlo's out there in 1. That's going to be Sonny Laywood in there in 2 up. Warner losing his pedals. Nearly getting swallowed up by the pack behind. Clayton Southart's in there as well, doing it for East Anglia. Inside the top 5, but it looks like it's going to be a Southwest 1-2, and the North riders trying to work their way in. Xander Cartledge. Race 64, Tawalde, Anderson, Dowling, Newmarsh, Powell, Burgart, Harvey, Grandans and Squires. Lucas is in there in 3, Ted Harvey in 4, Neil Grandans in 5. as they go in and out of the final turn. It is the rider from the south out in front, the 11.5 I think it was of Jacob Anderson. Race 65, Oscar Hall, Freddie Walsh, Hugo Dayton when he's not at the trails, ripping it up. Bradley Grimm, Stanley Duffy, Colwyn Jones, Vinnie Joe Butts and Joey Tompkins on the 0-1, last year's British champion. Oscar Hall out of Manchester on that 9.4, but it's Tompkins and Dayton going 1 and 2 with the 19.2 Vinnie Joe Butt going through in 3. Philly Monroe leading out Moto 66. Claydon going through in that second spot. Arthur Claydon out of the southwest. Freddie Ray Orland on the 11.1. He's in there in 3. And the rider going through in 4. I think that was the 13.1 of Joseph McAvoy. Race 67, Lewis.
10-year-olds on track, and they are led away by the world number 8 Benny Jackson, doing it for the north, heading through that third straight into the final corner. Seb Hewitt's in there in that 2 spot, who's picking up the top 3. That is Carlin Gordon out of the northeast on the 1.4. So it is going to be the north 1 and 3. Hewitt's going to split them up in that 2 spot, riding out of the Midlands. Race 68 hits the track. More 10-year-olds charging towards turn number 1. East Anglia on the inside and outside, looking like the rider on the inside is going to get a great start. Frederick State out of MK. Couple of riders hit the deck. 4 actually on the first straight. Looks like State's run away with this one though, as he exits that first corner. That looks like the Southwest on the inside as well, but riding across the face of the straight. Miles Skinner worked his way into that 2 spot. In and out they go, State and Skinner out front, the 22.2 in there as well. That is Samuel Snell out of BRE Racing and Decoy doing it for the Southwest. Albert Turner in there in 4, doing it for the Midlands, the 7.1, one of the fallen riders. Wilfred Soul back up to his feet. The EA rider, I think that might have been Callum Mooney, finishing his lap, as is Laith Sailing. Then 4 riders are going to complete their lap as they crashed on the first straight. Race number 69, 10-year-olds in and out of that first turn, looking like Teddy Jones on the 8.1, leading this one out. That is the Southwest in there behind him, chasing him through this second straight. Who's East Anglian inside the top 3 as well. That is the 7.3 plate of Josh Venter out of Peterborough with the 1.2, hanging on to it at the moment. That is Isaac Moore doing it for Exeter Eagles, but Jones running away with it into that final corner. In and out he goes, riding for the Midlands. Gonna take this Moto win. Isaac Moore in there for 2 and the 7.3 in 3. That's going to be Josh Venter. As we look at the Southwest leading away, race number 70, that is a 15.2. Oliver Richards and a Green Machine, the 5.4 in there behind him. That is Samuel Smith out of the mid-lanks. The North working their way across inside the top 3 as well, in and out of that final turn. Looking like that could be the 8.4, Alfredo Marcella. Yes, it is, picking up that top 3 finish with a 6.2 in the reform. That was Alfie Powell. 13.4 on track. That is Isaac the Sender Smith doing it for Rab Racing and the North, being chased out by Oliver Taylor out of MK on the 12.3. The South working their way through as well into a top 3 spot as they head down the final straight, but it is going to be Smith taking this one right the way down to the line. That's going to be the 9.5 inside the top 3. That was Niall Elkindi picking it up for the South. The 4.5 leads out race number 72. That was Ronnie Payne going 1 and 2 with a 1.1. Got to be Harley Bowler in that 2 spot. Yes, it is. Looking like we have got another couple of Midlands riders in this one. One of them is Percy Large in the mix, looking for a way round. That is Freddie Toogood inside the top 4 on his home track here at Derby, riding for the Midlands. So Bowler's made his move. He's going to take the race win. Payne in there for 2. That looked like it was a 3.4 in there in 3. That was Charlie Cotton with Freddie Toogood in 4.
Race 73. Sorry, mate. It's all right. Race 73. Harrison Batsford, Zach Hamill, Jeff Thompson, Asheen King, Max Bojang, James Bibby Dawson Scott, and the young Mr. Itai Jamira. Dad and Mum are hard at work, dishing out the treats in our trader village with the food wagon. Go and see all our traders. Spend a few bob, keep the BMX economy rolling. We are very grateful for that, and thank you very much. As we move on to race 74. Albert Saliadzans in there in 1. Zach Parsons in 2. That looks like Noah Ford going through in 3. That's going to be Theo Davis in there in 4. Oh, look at that, eh?
Sorry, there's no beer in it.
That's all right. We've got a koozie that's been sent up by the Kebab House Racing team. Thank you, guys. That's jolly good of you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Absolutely. Let's have a quick look. Where are we up to? Henry Ballantyne's in this one, in there in about 6 at the moment, but it's the South Rider leading it through. That will be the 10.5 of Harry Swales. Yeah, we've got kebab racing koozies in case he just wants a kebab, full stop. Race 76, Louis Cheffy, Leon Waite in this one. Thomas Allen, Sam Ritchie, Sam Knight, Jack Laughlin, Jacob Aston, Jake Babington, all going through. Jacob Aston in there in 4, doing it for the North. He's been pushing hard. Look at the battle between the Southwest riders. Going through, Leon Waite in there in 3. Race 77, Galitis, Sands, Somerville, Maynard, Rook, Phillips, Corley and Rowlands. Leo Rowlands out in 1. I've got a feeling that's Joe Rook in there in 2. Trying to pick out the rider from the South in there in 3. That's going to be the 1.5 of Adrian Galitis. With Lucas Gomez Sands going through in 4. Race 78. Moses Dennis Essel in this one. In there in about 5. We've got the 2 Southwest guys. That's going to be Jensen Dunn. Lucas Belton going 2 and 3. Chasing the rider out of the Midlands. On that 20.1, that is Zach Everly. Race 79, more 11-year-old Simon Stefanov's in this. 3.1 of Finley Murphy. Zach Worthington in there in his flashy new Stay Strong camo race pants. Rinsed his dad for 80 quid to get a pair. Well played, Zach. Good job, mate. Well done. Anyway, so dad's 80 quid lighter and 8.4 crossing the line. That was, who was that? Not sure. Right, sorry, just lost where I was up to for a split second. Right, let's try again. 5.2, Riley Butts. There we go, race 81. Jordan Adishbade in there, George Jackson, Joshua Lewis, Malachi Shields, Elliot Strawford, Mark Torzadillo and Alex Boughton. Alex out of the South on that 13.5. And the 21.3 going through was George Jackson. Race 82. Ilian Jones, Freddie Bolton, Sam Dolan. Sam's already done his cruiser lap. He's now on the 20-inch. 13.3 making moves. That was Freddie Bolton. Yusuf Alams Fordham going through out of Bradford. And the North, Sullivan Collis, Bodie Markley and Jacob Cashmore. So as they go to the line, the 1.2 taking the win. And that was Sullivan Collis. Race 83. Hunter Mallion, lap 2 of the day for him. Joe Douglas, Max Vass, Joshua Ballard, the original Tom Palmer. Sorry, the new Tom Palmer, not the original one, the new one. He's in there in 3. Jacob Scrivener, Darwin Shepherd, Thomas Honeywell. Looks like the 3.5 of Max Vass is going to take it. I think Palmer just picked up a top 3. Race 84, Lubia Hoff in this one. Gilmore Green going through. My mate Jude the Dude inside the top 4, battling with Andreas Lubia. Lawrence Bojang, Lucas Stoneman. Alfie Ford in there as well, and Willis Waddington. But it's going to be the South going 1 and 2. Southwest in 3, East Anglia in 4, the North in 5. Race 85, Lewis.
12-year-olds on track, the European number 3, BMXHub.com, Harry Donald absolutely charging away with this moto into that final turn. That looks like the South's James Miller in there in that 2 spot, but he's under a bit of pressure from Dylan Spence heading down the final straight. The Midlands going 1 and 3, the South going to split up the Midlands party in there in 2. Spence pushing to the line, didn't quite make it stick. The 10.1 leads out the next moto from the 18.1, that is Ethan Howell and Ethan Rogers out front in 1 and 2. The Midlands well represented in this one. Ethan Howell's just picked up his new EV1 frame for next season. He's been absolutely on fire all season long. Going to pick up this moto win. Howell, Rogers in that order. The 3.3 in there in 3. That was Stanley Farmer out of Retro Racing. 12-year-olds race number 87 on track. That is a 13.1 of Roland Els leading this one through. The 2.2 of Oliver Arnold in there in 2. Here comes the 7.3 of Max Cooper. He's being chased down by Fergus Salter, doing it for the Centurions, Massive, and the Scotland crew over on that final straight. He's going to pick himself up a top 4 finish as they head down towards the stripe. Moving on to the race number 88, the Pocket Rockets are on track, ladies and gents. The 6 and unders are a go. That looks like the Midlands leading this one out. Got to be Shelby Yates, the YouTube sensation. 14.1 leading it from the 1.5. That is Jasper Eels, the 2.4 in there as well. As they come on round, that is Seth Goostrey. He's being chased down by the other. There's quarter-finals in the 6 and unders. Wow, that is big numbers in this age group. Then heading down the final straight, Yates. He's going to pick up this first moto win of the day in the 6 and unders class. Who's that in there in 3? That was the 2.4 of Seth Goostrey. Second rack of the 6 and unders on track. Then you are looking at the North leading this one through. That could very well be the 3.4. Yes, it is Henry Dodd leading it out from the 3.3 of Charlie State. Here come the 2 Midlands Massive crew. That is the 12.1 and the 1.1 of William Beck and Charlie Owen. Then 2 guys going through in 3 and 4. Who's in there in 5? Looking like we have got Thomas Taylor on the 11.4. He's being chased down by Rex Childs and Dennis Turner. Wicked to see Dennis on track. Been putting in the work during the season. He's in there in that final turn. What a move that was as well. Made his stick and throw in the high-low in that final corner. So Turner's going to go through in that 6th spot. Out on track then race number 90. Benji Ross Foster's in this one and I think he's in 2nd. Chasing down your race leader John Joe Blundell, Jackson Gregory, Stanley Lockwood, Alexander French, Roberts Catkins and Arthur Kinge all out on track. It is going to be Benji Ross Foster in there in the 2 spot, chasing down the 2.5 of Arthur Kinge, picking up that moto win. East Anglia on a track. Race 91, more 6 and unders, bring in the Thunder. In and out they go. Completely missed that play. That was the 2.3 of Sandis Arms. He's leading this one out for East Anglia. He's going 1 and 2. That's got to be the Norths. Lou and Jamira out of Crucial Racing, picking it up down the final straight. Who's in? Oh, Jamira gets it all wrong. How on earth he managed to stay upright? I have absolutely no idea. Harry Merrin going to round up the top 3 spots. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you. As we get a brute delivery. Got to sort out the bruise. It's got to be priority. Right out on track then. We are looking at what's going to be Oliver Bridle. Absolutely charging in that moto. Look at that for a race lead. He's already gone. The 2.2 in there in 2. That is Harry Powell. The 5.1 pushing on through for the Midlands, bringing it on round. Ruben Newton with the 12.4. Getting a nose in. That was Louis Austin in there in a 5. 1.3 leading out the next moto. That is Teddy Baker. Bringing it on round. Barker, sorry, from the 5.4 in there in 2. Isaac Tomlinson. He's being chased down though by the rider out of the south. I think that was Samuel Ortiz. Arrive out of Peckham BMX. He's looking up the inside of the rider from the north. Didn't quite make it stick. So it is going to be the east, the north and the south. 1, 2, 3. The southwest in there in 4. That is the 3.2 play. Bringing it on round. Charlie Thorne going to round out them top 4 spots. As we look at the 6 and under ladies out on track, 1.4 leading it out. Hattie McGoldrick, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, and the North on an absolute charge in this moto. The 3.4 of Alice Laurie in there into the 5.2. In the 3, that is Madeline North. Gotta be Isabella Bowler on the 1.1 in there in 4. And who's the rider in 5? That is Noah Kerr out of Runnymede and the South. But it's all about Hattie McGoldrick at the moment. What a lap that was from Hattie. Gonna pick up that moto win. And TM is very happy with that one.
It's all them pies we keep feeding her.
Northern Fuel. Right, race number 95. That looks like the 1.5 leading this one through. Esme Anderson going 1 and 2 with a 2.5. That is Jagger Hines being chased down by Tia Worthington on the 5.4 plate. Looking like the rider out of the Midlands in there as well. That is Erin Doney bringing it on round into that final turn. And Ada Warner in the mix as well inside the top 5. But it's all about the 1 and 2.5 bringing it down to the line. Esme Anderson and Jagger Hines in that order. 7-year-olds on track. That looked like Teddy Gorman on the 3.3. He's being chased down by the Midlands rider. That is Archie Fisher on the 2.1. Heading into that final turn. Who is the Scottish rider Jude Shearer out of the Centurions on the 1.6. Where are you, Scotland? Shearer's going to pick up a top 3 finish as they bring it across the line. And I'm going to hand you over to Rich for race number 97.
All right, race 97 out in front from the East Anglia region, followed by the South, the 1.3 and the 2.5. Logan Aceto, Finley Thomas. These 2 young guys battling all through the national season. Rudy Pleasance Ford is in there as well. Pushing hard, Noah Bishop, Frankie Jones, Finley Kerr and Toby Brook. But it looks like it's going to be Aceto to the line. He's going to get it, followed by Thomas. Great laps from these 7-year-olds. Race 98, Underhill, Kempsford, Payne, Bowles, Lewisfield, Stimson and McGarvey Miles. That's Arlo Payne in there in that second spot, chasing down the rider from the south, whose number I didn't catch. I've got a feeling it was Atlas Lewisfield out there in front. Arlo's going to pick up the 2 Southwest in there in 4. That's going to be the 4.2 of Ollie Underhill. Race 99, Billy Cadwallader, Charlie Crossley, Jonah Taylor, Jack Hale, Riley Barnard, Harry Elworthy and Archie Walsgrove. 1, 2, 3 riders, I think, from East Anglia in this one, possibly even 4. But it is the Southwest leading it out. That's the 3.2 of Charlie Crossley. He's got the 6.3 of Jack Hale all over the back of him. The 4.1 and the 2.3, Archie Walsgrove, Jonah Taylor. That is your top 4. Riley Barnard on that 7.3. Pushing. Cadwallader going through as well. But it's going to be the 3.2 of Charlie Crossley taking the win from Jack Hale. Race 100, Blight, Hawker, Chappell, Taylor, Flying, Roman Birdfields, Joseph Claydon and Zach Kirby. The 01 of Joseph Claydon leading it out. Birdfield, I think, in there in 2. The 5.1 that belongs to Kyson Chappell out of Chesterfield. Make sure you get on that fundraiser for Chesterfield BMX Club. £5 in the pot gets you 7 stickers and the opportunity to help the club out. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Race number 1 at 01 at 7-year-old girls. On track, the 01 belongs to Mabel Pine. She's in there in 1. Abigail Henning in 2. Maggie Devine in 3. That looks like Susie Wyatt going through inside the top 4, being chased down by the rider from Nottingham. That's going to be Matilda Hewitt. Lainey Waddington's in there as well, doing it for the Panthers as the rain starts to fall. But it's going to be Pine, Henning, Divine will be your top 3. Race 102, Verity K in this one. Millie Moore, the 11.5 is Olaf Jewis. Midlands ladies are 2 and 3 at the minute. Luciana Pins and Barons in there. Anne Flick Brentall. Izzy Moore going through 2. Isabella Henrietta Hackney doing it for the South. And Lottie Arnold as well. But it's going to be the 2.1 and the 11.5. Olaf Jewis. Oh, 2 riders down. 7.2 and 11.2. Oh my word. Slid out in the corner. The wheels disappeared from underneath them. That was Ella Grant and Lauren Snell having a roll round on the deck. Ella's still picking herself up. We're looking after her as Beth Worley, Holly Bishop and others go past. Ella is up, which is nice to see. As the 1.4 crosses the line, that's going to be Maisie Dyson in moto number 104.
Turn the generator on.
He's all right, yeah.
Right, moving on to Moto 105, Evie Hume, Tallulah Widdowson, Phoebe Miller, Lola Perks, Pippa Rowland and Madison Stupple. Madison out of the south, she's in there in about 3 at the minute, but it's East Anglia leading it through. That's going to be Phoebe Miller out in front. Pippa Rowland doing it for the north, she's in there in 2. We see Pippa down at mid-lanks for Fast Friday. It's great to see her at the Brits. Madison Stupple in 3. That's going to be Lola Perks in 4, the 2.6. That is Evie Hume, and the 1.1 is Tallulah Widdowson. But it's going to be Phoebe Miller taking it to the line. Doing it for East Anglia. Moto 106, Rosie Geddes, Millie Wheeler, Molly Tomlinson, Ruby Evans, Robin Wyatt, River Henderson, Abby Graham and Florence Kay. River Henderson out in front. Doing it for the south, the 2.4 is Molly Tomlinson. She's in 2. Florence is going through in about 5 at the minute. Out of Brumwood Park and the north. Ruby Evans from Cornwall and the southwest. She's on that 6.2. But they are all chasing River Henderson to the line. Next up, race 107. The E4. That can only belong to Betty Wills. And the 7.4 of Florence Dyson's in there in 3, East Anglia. Just chasing down. That's going to be the W7 of Holly Bishop. So Wills and Bishop look at the battle as they go to the line. Wills is going to get it. Bishop into the North region in 3.
Hey Luke, what was I saying? Danny well wet? Never.
Race 108. Emma Dean, Freya Knight, Holly Webb, Arabella Denton. Una Svensson's in this one. Good to see Una on track. You usually see her at the Super Saturdays in Manchester. And the regional stuff, she's here for the Brits. As the south battle to the line with the north, the 1.5 and the 1.4. Holly Webb and Eliza Powell scrapping to the strike. 109 is your moto.
10-year-old girls, that is Maisie Egan leading this one through on the 6.4 plate. The 2.6 of Aria Rosalie is being chased on through this third straight. Oh, couple of riders hit the deck. One of them out of the Midlands, I think that was Ophelia Shepherd. Got entangled around Jessica Cox's bike. Let's hope that both ladies are all right. Aria Rosalie going to go through for that 2 spot, the 3.4 in the 3. That was Amelia Rowe. Mind how you go in turn number 2, ladies. The E7 leading this one out. Grace Hudak doing it for East Anglia. Going in 1 and 2 with Izzy Dolan out of the Brunsey Massive and the north, heading into that second final turn. Looking like the southwest is in there as well. That is Izzy Underhill inside the top 3, heading down the final straight. Erin Toogood going to round out the top 4 spots. But Grace Hudak going to be a race winner. Put your hands together for Ophelia Shepherd, ladies and gents. She's up and walking away.
It's on the class out the cabin over there.
Oh, amazing.
So let me see all the
There is also a TV on the side of the cabin, just underneath the Derby Tower, if you want to go and watch the live stream. If you want to have a relax for 5 minutes and go and watch the live stream over by the cabin, there's a TV facility over there for you to do so. Wicked stuff from Derby BMX Club. Not really for everyone. Oh, okay. If you're not Derby, don't bother. You won't get allowed in. They've got the Derby security police over there. They won't let you through unless you've got a wristband. As we take a look at race 111, Trixie Trace leading this one through. Heading down the final straight, going to 1 and 2. With the 7.4, that is Ellie Beat. As a race 112 heads towards turn number 2, that is a 1.1 of Pritchard on the inside, but the 2.5 not quite letting it go. That was Lauren Keller. Keller and Sarah Pritchard then battling it out for that one spot. Who's picking up the 3? Looking like that could be Lucy Stevenson on the 2.4. In and out of that final corner though, all about Keller. She's going to pick up this Moto win. Keller, Pritchard, Stevenson in that order with the 1.6 in there in 4. That was Holly Hume. Moving on to the 11-year-old girls, race 113, the E3 on the inside. Making it stick, Iris Hyder going at 1 and 2 with the rider out of the north. That was Grace Gerard out of Hard Knocks. In there in 3. Elizabeth Lola Poole in there in that 2 spots. Chasing down your race leader, that was Iris Hyder. As we move on to race 114, the 1.3 leading this one out, Freya Harries. Lady Cordin in there in that 2 spot, the South in at 3. That was Evie Dyson, I think, going on through. Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Millie Ross in there in the 3 spot, making her move. Going from 3 to 2 down the final straight. Harries, Ross, Cordin, 1, 2, 3, the 5.4 in 4. That was Evie Dyson.
Right, that's put Fawcett going down there. I'll carry on.
Race 115, McCarran, Kirby, Andrew Slater, Graham Headley and Bird. As they go in and out of that final turn, it will be Poppy May Kirby out in front, under pressure from the 2.1 of Mara McCarran as they get to the line. Oh, McCarran just nicked it. Moto number 116, Brooke Fawcett in there in that 4th spot. Brooke Fast Fawcett. Mum and Dad are now the proud owners of Enfuse. Energy bars, gels and all that malarkey. So if you need any of that, hit them up. They've sent us a few bits up. I am munching on a flapjack as we speak. The 13.3. That belonged to Allegra True.
Come on, Nora, keep it going.
Excited race dad up near the tower. No, don't fall off. Race 117. Sorry. Scotland are in there. That's Holly Diver. Where are we up to now? Race 118. I think this is the last one of round 1 of Motos. Amara 5, Tilly Crowley, Lily Erbry, Emma Kiss, Isabella Gerard from Hard Knocks on the north, Eleanor Martin, Nair O'Connell and Dakota Tucker. I saw Dakota at the Olympics in the crowd. Hangs out in all the best places. And that is round 1 of Motos done.
It took an hour. That's not bad, is it? Can't seem to get to it with him.
Although every year I look at
it took to get through.
Was this one Beverly Hills Cop? It was. See? I'm a font of useless information. Ask my wife. Right. Yeah.
When he's in the back of that lorry.
Yeah. Oh,
All the facts falling out.
yeah. Casey even knows which scene from the movie it is. That's how nerdy he is up here. See me. Anyway, Moto 119. We'll get back to it, shall we? 2.5. Which is not here, but never mind, we'll figure it out as we go along. Southwest leading through 4 South riders, and the North rider is Frankie McKenna. So by process of elimination, I would say that is Lucas Stoneman taking it to the line. 14, 4 and 3. That's going to be Billy Cheeseman, Bram Heaver and Oshin King going through. Race 120, Aaron Hickman, Charlie LeBras, Sam Dolan, James Joseph Roy Pipe, Jacob Squires, Charlie Cotton and Adam Arnold. Adam will be in there around about the top 3. That looks like Sam Dolan in there in 2. The 6.4, that is Charlie Cotton. 7.4, Freddie Parkinson leading out Moto number 121. Hunter Mallion, he's already done 2 laps. This is lap number 3 for him. Jack Swales in there as well. Ollie Nelson. So these guys going well. Hartley Bowler in there in 2. They are all chasing Freddie Parkinson to the line. As we move on to Moto number 122. The 7 of Oliver Arnold out in front. That'll be Benedict Marco from the south in there in 2. Jamie Turblanche rounding out the top 4. He's chasing down the rider from the north. That's going to be Xavi Fox Cooper, who's in there in that 3rd spot, riding that brightly coloured Supercross. Race 124. That is Isaac Caulfield. 123 even. Oren Hanna, Logan Widdowson, Dylan Brown, Ethan Cathcart Cunnison, George LeBras and Aidan Giles. The 4.1 of Logan Widdowson taking the win from Caulfield, and the 2.3 of Aidan Giles. The 11.4, the little Cotty out in front. He's not that little anymore. Can probably chin his dad now, he's that tall. So Cotty in there in that 1 spot, but battling away with the 11.5. The Tate Kitson, Logan Widdowson. Sorry, it wasn't Logan Young coming through in 3. Moto number 125, Jake McKenna out in front. Theo Cam in there in 2. Got Addison Milburn in there as well, doing it for the Southwest. Santiago Matano, Liam Byrne, Owen Miller and Alfie Andrews, but it's Jake McKenna crossing that line out in front. Right, where is Alfie Sim? In there in about 6th spot at the moment on that 5.4, chasing down Jacob Warren, who's out in front of him. Robin Mattern Alonso, the man in control at the moment. Newton Hindley in there as well. Oh, a little bit of a mistake going down that final straight. And the 4.4 of Eric McSwitty rounding out the top 5. Race 127, JTL Simpson Davis, Louis Pinder, Zach Chapman, Matthew Russell, Joe Penton Vogue, Bradley Davison, Jensen Ledgerwood Barr and Elliot Alberts. Race 128, the 0-1 of Gabe Simpson, being chased down by the 3.3 of Thomas Miller and the 1.5 of Zachary Tia. Joe Trevina in there as well. Doing it for Runnymede, he's representing the South region. As Gabe Simpson takes the win, Moto 129. Charlie Davis. We're playing Guess the Movie off the soundtrack, so I've got no idea which one this was in. So anyway, Southwest, East Anglia, 1, 2 and 3. As we move on and see Thomas Doran come towards us in race 130. Lewis Barnes in there in about 5. That's Jack LeBras in 4. Louis Kai-Map taking his first Moto win in Moto 1. He's going to look for a top 3 this time around. Louis going well, under pressure from LeBras as they get to the line. Oh, would like to say you got it. 131.
Hey? Was it?
30 to 39-year-old cruisers, Dan Popel leading this one out. Your British champ from last year, looking to retain his title later on today as we get towards the business end of the afternoon. Popel going to take that motor win. Agrids Aladzan's in there in 2. Ryan Jones inside the top 3. Jack Hudson on track, leading out race 132 from the 7.3. That is John Lillingston looking for a way through the 2.2 with Nathan Abbott in there in 3 as well. The 2.3 in the mix. That is Stuart Laurie out of MK Evolution. He's in there in 4, being chased down by Thomas Stretton on the 4.1, doing it for the Midlands, and that is the rider out of the north in there as well. Luke Hughes in about 6 as they bring it down the final straights. But Hudson out front with Lillingston. 7.5 on a track. That is Darren Utley doing it for the Jump Club. Going 1 and 2 with Christopher Evans on the 3.4, doing it for the north to south in there inside the top 3 as well. As they bring it down the final straight, that is the 4.5 plate of Charlie Lucas. Good to see Charlie back on track with the 1.3. In at 4, that was Matthew Barker out of Braintree, the 6.2 on track then. Leading into the second corner, Jared Shear leads this one through. Who's in there with him? Looking like Dale Scott out of Team Gnarly and the Midlands. He looked up the inside but didn't dive underneath. Scott then chasing down your race leader, heading through the final straight. Shear hanging on to it. He's going to pick up that moto win. The 8.3 in there in 3. That was Darren Thompson out of East Anglia. Matthew Eaton on a track, doing it for the south. And BRE Racing on the 23.5. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 5.3 of Rob Harris out of MK and East Anglia. Looking like the other rider out of the south in this moto. Out on track as well. That is Hans Matano. Heading in and out of the final corner though. Eaton going to go 1 and 3 with his south teammate. That is Montano. And splitting up the south party was the 5.3 of Rob Harris. Ben Martinez on track. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers on an absolute charge. He's wrapped this moto by the looks of things. Wants to get his second moto win of the day in and out of that final turn. Got Daniel Wyatt, Nick Lewis, Richard Grimm and Matt Swales all on track as well. It is the 5.2 of Daniel Wyatt in there in that 2 spots. The King of Rimmers on track, 4.4, Kingsley Mears. I spent a bit too much time on Facebook to know that's his nickname. Mears out front then, who's the rider out of the south? Mario Burno in there in that 2 spot. Look for a high-low on the exit of turn number 3. Drag racing down the final straight, didn't quite get it right, so Mears is going to take it. Burno for 2, who's that in there in 3? The 3.4 of Richard Stevenson. 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. DJ Two Goods in this one in about 4 at the moment, chasing down the 7.4 plate of Neil Harbour, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. But it is the south out front, 1 and 2. Norbert Marco, DC Cycles on an absolute charge. He's going to pick up this moto win by the looks of it. Who's that there with him? Ricardo Santos going to wrap up that 2 spot. Two Goods on a charge, working his way from 4 to 3. And that was Harbour dropping back to 4. The north going to 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Big Nige Smith chasing down your race leader. That looks like it could be Stuart Little out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Taking it down the final straights. Little, Smith 1 and 2, the 3.4 in there with them. That looked like it was Jamie Rose rounding out the podium spots. I love that Scottish jersey, by the way. It's very nice.
It is. I like that as well.
It is really, really well represented, them guys. Fraser Watson down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win. Stephen Hassel in there in that 2 spots. As the Scots go wild. Your British champ Matt Barnard in there in 3. Race 141 on track. The 0-1, Adam Boudet doing it for the south, heading into turn number 2. The 8.4 in there behind him. They are queuing up behind Dave Stokes.
Yeah. Honestly, it's all on the top stop for me today.
Oh, yeah. Dave Stokes in there in that 2 spots. The 9.4 was in there with him. That was James Renton out of the north as well. Them 2 guys going to go through in 2 and 3. As the 3.5 comes across the line, that was Abdullah El Kindi in there in 4. The European champion, Hilly on track. East Anglia leading this one out. He's going to 1 and 2. With Steve Fortune out of the Midlands, in and out of that final turn. Them 2 guys looking safe and clear. Duncan Coburn in this one as well, in there inside the top 4, chasing down the rider in 3. That was the 10.5 of Dominic Elliott.
Right, as we move on to the soundtrack from the Goonies, it is Stephen Hassel out in front. Julian Allen, Timmy Turnbar in there in that 3rd position. A film that Lewis has seen, I can't believe it, from the 80s. Hey? Was TV stuck on UK Gold or like Comedy Central? Is that the only reason you watched it? It was on Dave, right, okay. Anyway, back to the action. Richard Ellis in there in 2, chasing down Kev Sykes. That's Brett Knight in there. Tim Drew going through in 4. Ian Robbins in 5. And Mr. Piers Stanbury making his way around 2. But it's going to be Sykes taking it to the line. Whoop, whoop. As Moto 145 comes past us. That'll be Reedy out in front. Gary Carver in there in 2. Jamie McFarlane, I think, going through in 3. On that 4.3 plate, but it's going to be a North 1-2 with Reedy and Carver. Sounds like a detective duo, doesn't it, from the 80s? Solving all the mysteries, Reedy and Carver. What? Cagney and Lacey with the Wigan accents, that's what that is. Oh, this is the train robbery one, isn't it? What was that? Buster, there you go. I knew it had Phil Collins in. I know all the films with bald blokes in, I just get like, you know.
Started it and wrote the theme tune.
Wrote the theme tune, sang the theme tune. Oh, good lord. Anyway, Michael Goff leading out Moto number 147. Steve Osborne's in this one. In there in 2. I haven't seen Ozzy for such a long time. So nice to see him back on his bike. He's probably never been off it. I've just never seen him at Nationals, that's all. That's at the McRock. Raymond Reed going through in there in that 3rd spot. Darren Boughton in 4. Stephen Needham in the mix as well. As we move on to a 13 to 16-year-old female cruiser, Cody Harmer. In that 2nd spot, chasing down Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Carmel Allison in 3. Missy Large in 4. And Erin Jackson in 5.
A silly fact.
Go on.
The Great Train Robbery scene for Buster was filmed in Leicester on the old Great Central Railway.
All right, okay.
There you go. Useless fact of the day for you.
You know, some people can hear the conversation.
I'll tell you what. Casey has just informed us that the train robbery scene for this was filmed in Leicester.
Yeah.
They did it in between all the other robberies that were going on. Anyway, it's a Midlands joke. At least Lewis and Casey get it. Right, hang on. I've lost my way now. Right, Sarah J. Nichols crossing the line. See, that was another 80s icon just crossing the finish line there. Sarah J. Nichols. Hashtag Weetabix Worlds. That's the 01. Yeah. Very, very daytime radio DJ that was. Michelle Stupple. Another 80s link. Billy Stupple, BMXB. In there in 1. That'll be the rider from the north going through in 2. Sav Carver, Liam Mead and Ruth Ford, Cara Rushforth and Kirsty Freer, smiling as always. 3.3. I ain't being funny, Lewis. I am not going to mix them up, either. I am not going to mix them up. Anyway, Teresa Chalice, the lady with the razor sharp elbows, she's out in front, taking the win. As Becca Gold goes past him, Moto number 153. Kim Batsford in 2. Leah Pearson in 3. Lee Pendleton going through in 4. And Lindsay Evans getting involved from the Dragon Riders. Just outside the top 5 at the moment, but pushing hard. Okay. I could see the film, I just couldn't remember which one it was. Anyway, we'll keep going. Lily Shaziwa leading out Moto 154. Trinity Cam, Olivia Firth as well. Olivia in there in 2. Doing it for the north, and EMV graphics and signage for all your helmet wrapping needs. See Olivia. The south are 4 and 5, the 1.5 and the 4.5. Amy Willets and Hannah Hedges as we move on to race 155.
Hannah Drew, Taylor Lee Mohan going at 1 and 2 in race 155, in and out of that final corner. That looks like yet to get Hemstock out of the north, bringing through them top 3 spots as they head down towards the line. Drew's going to hang on to the Moto win with Mohan in 2. 29-year-old cruisers.
Right, okay, I'll just dip in. Listen up if you drive a Tesla. I was going to say get a real car, but no one. If you've lost a Tesla key cards, if you drive a Tesla, check that you have your key cards, because if you haven't got it, you're not getting in your car and you're not going home. So if you've lost a Tesla key card, take your Crocs off, stop drinking lattes, and come and get your key card from us.
Charlie Roy going to take that Moto win. Completely missed that race, I do apologise. Race 158 on track. The North going 1 and 2. Alex Brooks and Connor Hedges leading this one out at the moment. Who's in there with them? Looking like the 3.5, picking it up as they come on round. Connor Blythe being chased down by Rocky O'Brien, who's thrown in a high-low. In turn number 2, he's trying to find his way through, but it's all about Brooks out front at the moment. The North absolutely charging through in this Moto. It's going to be Brooks taking the Moto win. O'Brien gets his nose in for a 2 spot on the line. Hedges for 3. The Midlands and the Southwest on 1 and 2 in the next Moto. Jake Green on the inside on his home track, just moves wide. Stacky's in there with him, so it is Jake Green, Ryan Stack, Zach Green's in there in 3. So the Green brothers are looking good at the moment. Been on a charge towards the back end of the season, so Jake's going to pick up that Moto win. I'll watch what I say, Dina, it's alright. Stack's in there for 2 and Zach Green in 3. Race 1-5. Or is that 160? Race 160 on track. Josh Cates leads this one out. Ned Penny, he's one of the favourites later on for the one rider down in the final turn. I think that might have been Lewis Longley. Ned Penny getting involved in the long jump off the last jump. 2 in 1 out. I've got some prizes. I've got the prizes up at commentary, Ned, so we'll bear that in mind for tomorrow afternoon. So if you do want to get involved in the 2 in 1 out jumping competition, it's off of the last roller. They are judging, they are watching, so just bear that in mind during the weekend. It will be decided after quarterfinals tomorrow, and I'm sure they'll drop us a message, let us know who's won, and we'll give out the prizes.
I think the key card might be Natalie Thomas.
Right, okay. We think we've returned the key card to its rightful owner for the Tesla. Hope you feel bad now, Rich. Yeah, we've got a. Don't forget, we've still got quite a few bits up at Lost Property. Yeah, we've got a Ford key. So if you're missing your Ford key, there's a Ford key up here. Troy Lee Designs gloves. Don't forget about Chesterfield BMX Club either. They have been fundraising over the last few years, trying to improve their track. They're not too far off of their goal at the moment, so there are a few riders from the club doing the rounds today. If you want to buy a sticker pack off them, it's only a £5. Dip into your pocket, it's all for a good cause. It's all going, 100% of it is going to Chesterfield BMX Club and hoping to get their renovations done. If not, you can head over to the Chesterfield BMX Club gazebo in the Midlands area and they'll be happy to oblige with your purchase. That looks like Henry Sullivan picking up a Moto win. And Ted Peredny in there with him as we look to move on. That is a race 164 coming towards us into turn number 2, 2.1 of Seb Perry leading this one out. The 6.2 is in there with him. That is Josh Byrne, the 6.1 inside the top 3. That is Jensen Mees chasing down that rider in there just in front of him. Looking like we've got the North in the mix as well. That could be Infan Lloyd on the 12.4 plate in and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Perry on a charge. He's going to take this Moto win with the 6.2 of Josh Byrne in there behind him. Race 165 on track. That looks like Seth Robinson leading this one through for the Brunty Massive. He's got the 9.2 in there behind him, chasing him on round. Logan Collier looking like the other rider out of the Southwest is in there as well. That's got to be Sonny Youngs out of BRE Racing on the 14.2. So the Southwest going well in 2 and 3 at the moment. The South are in there in 4, chasing them down the final straight. Looking like that could be the 17.5 of Jude Valentino. Yes, it is Valentino. He's going to ride out them top 4 spots as we look at the 2 2.5 of Oscar Marco leading out race number 166. Caleb Tawald is in the mix as well. Inside that 2 spot as he head into the final turn. The North is in there inside the top 3. That is the 4.4 of Lewis Rothwell rounding out the top 3 spots, but the South going well inside the top 4. Again, that is going to be the 10.5 rounding out the top 4 spots. That was Oscar Lee. 3.6 on the plate. That means it's a Scotsman out front. Miller McAlpine being chased out by Hunter Chambers as he head through this third straight into the final turn. Hunter's been putting in the work ahead of this race and he's in there at the moment. One rider goes down in the next motor, but it is McAlpine. Chambers in that order. The 6.3 gonna round out them top 3 spots. That was Jack Barter. Race 168. Joel Pritchard on track. Have I got the right race? Yes, Joel is in the middle of the pack at the minute, through in a high low in turn number 2, trying to find his way around Joseph O'Brien out of the northeast, but it is all about the southwest at the moment. Got to be Elliot Hatch and Callum Wood. Yes, it is heading down that final straight, the 5.3 in there as well. That is Charlie Blakeburn under pressure from the 1.1. That was Oakley Hill rounding out them top 4 spots.
Moto 169 on track. Teddy Hayes, Alfie Thorne, Aines Arendt, Charlie Tuft, Finn Yerby, Lucas Rhodes, Philip Stamanis and Jack Thompson. So these are young men. Yerby in there in 2. And the North rider, I've got a feeling that is Teddy Hayes, judging by the fact he's got Burr on the back of his jersey, aka Teddy Burr, I think. That's what I was working it out as anyway. As those guys go through, Moto 170 goes past the 1.5 of Dominic Zapanos, 1.3. Ethan White in there as well. The 13.5 is Ethan at Lewis Enrights. Scottish rider in there in 3. If you're going to play Welcome to the Danger Zone, can you wait till the Grand Vets are on? Right, moving on. We have got race 171, Seth Kacharik should know his way around this track. Oakley Lewis Field, Jack Hayes, Charlie Sheriff, Jacob Russell, George Kellum, Casper Collins, Bradshaw and Jack Belton. Riders making their way off track. Charlie Tuft, who had a tumble, but the 2.1 leading it through is Seth Kacharik. Belton in there in 2, Oakley Lewis Field in 3. Jacobs pushing really hard. And the 13.1, that is Casper Collins Bradshaw, but it's Kacharik to the stripe. As Moto 172 comes towards me, 4.4 of Ollie Bird, doing it for the North. The 6.1 is Roman James White, the 3.3, that's Oscar Ryder Bays, rounding out the top 3. Lucas Taroa, who's also out of the North, he's in about 5th of the minute. There is an East Anglia posse chasing down that final straight, including the 4.3 of Kai Upton. 1.4, that will be Aidan Giles, followed by Hendrix Hines. This is Moto 173, we are still on with the 9-year-old boys. Jack Kitching, out of the North, in there as well. Just outside the top 5, but pushing for that spot. Is he going to get it? Yes, he does. Charlie Dowsing leading out Moto number 174. Hugo Ballantyne in there in 2. That's going to be William Arnold in 3. Jack Griggs rounding out the top 5 for the North region at the moment. But Dowsing miles out in front, checked out and gone. But that's a great finish for Hugo, picking up the 2. Moto 175. Elias Russ, Elliot Worley, Harry Duffield, Lucas Fowle, Seb Staines, Parker Hughes, Tobias Groves and Ethan Shaw. I have a feeling that is Ethan out in front. The 12.4 is Harry Duffield. He's just going through now in that 5th spot. The 5.1 of Seb Staines, crossing that line inside the top 3. One rider's had a tumble out of the North. I have a feeling that was Alistair Kane. Miles Court, George Spencer in this one, the 11.1. That is Miles Court's. But it is Decoy's George Spencer who's going to take the win. The 2.4 of Jesse Rose going through into, and it was Alistair Keane who took that tumble. The James Bond one that was filmed in Paris. View to a Kill, that's the one. Who doesn't love a bit of Duran Duran? Amazing. Right, Tom.
I do know really.
Who's that?
I do know.
Lewis, get out of this tower.
I do know, I promise. I do know who Duran Duran is.
I have no idea. Let's figure it out.
That looks like 104 to me.
18.4. 5.4. That's Leon Wade. Right, I think 178 is Moto. There's Jacob Dent, I think, has gone past me. Yeah, that's Jacob. Aston John Lee having a better lap this time around than last time. And Jackson Chapman Davis picking up the 3. Moto 179, Lewis.
We got there in the end. Right, the 10-year-olds are on track. That looks like Joe Rupp leading this one out. No, sorry, Rex Beasley. Got the name wrong. First Moto. Brilliant. Right, Rex Beasley down the final straight. Looking super quick. He's going to pick up this Moto win. Leading it out from the 19.2. That is Vinnie Joe Butt. And the 6.3 in 3, Clayton Southert. 2.1 on the plate. That is looking like Seb Hewitt going 1 and 2 with Edward Cordery as he exit that second corner. EA BMX in there in 3 as well. Looking like that could be the 9.3 of Ernie Cotter Desaris heading down the final straight. It is the 9.3 picking it up of Cesaris heading to the line. That's going to be your top 3 spots with the 5.2 rounding out the top 4. That was Harry Taylor out of Exeter. 12.1 on the plate. Isaac Jones is under a bit of pressure as he exit that second corner. That was Leo Bradley chasing him down. Here comes Bradley looking for a way round Jones in the final turn. Oh, they come together looking like the move came from Bradley. Their elbow bashing as he head down the final straight. Here comes the 7.5 looking for a piece of the action. That was Ollie Warner 3 abreast across the line, but your race winner ended up being Isaac Jones with a great finish down the final straight. World number 8 on track, Benny Jackson on the outside heading into that final corner. He wants to try and find a way around your race leader out of the south. Who is that going to be? Looking like it could be the 11.5 bringing it down to the line. That was Jacob Anderson. Benny Jackson 1 and 2. Here comes the 10.5 as they cross the line. That was Harvey Simpson with a late charge. I think he might have nicked a top 3 finish. Freddie Ray Orland on track, race 183, bringing it on round. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got a rider out of the south on the outside. That is the 2.5 of Lucas Berghardt, looking for a way around the 15.3. That is going to be Ollie Todd. Todd's hanging on to that 2 spot. He's got Berghardt looking for a way round. Who's the other EA rider in the mix? Looking like that could be Josh Venter on the 7.3. I think it is Callum Mooney in this one as well. He's in about 7 at the moment. Look at the battle for that top 2 finish heading down to the line. The 15.3 is going to hang on to it. That was Ollie Todd. Lucas Berghardt for 3. 15.4 on track. That is Finn Munro leading this one out for the Northern Allens Factory Supercross. Heading into that final turn. That is the Southwest in the mix as well. Very possibly Arlo Steinmetz. Yes, it is Arlo. He's going to pick up that 2 spot as they bring it down the final straight with the 8.3 in 3. That was at Frederick State. Race number 185 on track. The 1.1 leading it out. In and out of turn number 2. I think that is Preston Newmarsh Powell leading this one out. Who's in there with him? That is going to be Joey Tompkins, your British champ out of East Anglia, so the Midlands going 1, 3 and 4 at the moment. It is led away by the 1.1 of Preston Newmarsh Powell. Tompkins with a late charge, can't quite get close enough. The 3.1 in 3, that was Ronnie Wood. Teddy Jones on the 8.1 in 4. 14.4 leading out the next moto. That is Lucas Slinger. Here comes the I think that was Otto Parr, yes it was, a 6.5, making moves in turn at number 2, works his way up the inside of the North rider. That was looking at, like, I think Samuel Proctor on the 12.4, sorry no, it was a 7.4 of Thomas Henning. He's now worked his way back into that 2 spots across the line, so the North going 1 and 2. Connor Hemhill on track, leading this one out for the North, who's the rider working his way up the inside, looking like that is Joey McAvoy out of Divide Brand and the Midlands. He's now occupying that 2 spot, but he's being chased down the final straight. Who's that in there in 3, looking like that could be the 1.4 of Carlin Gordon, didn't quite get close enough. The 4.4 in 4, that was Ted Harvey. 5.6 on the plate, that is looking like Murray Watson, BMX Widow Photography, and the Scotland Massive. He's leading this one out. Hugo Dayton, by the looks of it, in there behind him. GY95 and the Midlands on the exit of turn number 3. Watson gonna pick it up down to the line. Dayton for 2. Who's gonna round out the top 3 spots? That looked like the 23.2 of Arthur Claydon. Race 189 on track, the 11-year-olds are a go, the 1.3 in there in that 2 spot. That is Zach Parsons with a perfect high-low in turn number 2. Parsons leads the race, then who's that in there behind him? Looking like it could be Jack Laughlin. And a decoy on the 5.2 plate, bringing it on round. The front 2 riders running away with this one. That's how they're going to wrap it up down the final straight. The 1.3, Zach Parsons going to take that Moto win. Race 190. 3.5 leads this one out. Zach Hamill going 1 and 2 with Finley Murphy, Alan Nuneaton on the 3.1 plates. The other Midlands rider, Kieran Brownson in this Moto, out of Team Gnarly in Doncaster. He's in there in 6, heading down the final straights. But it was Zach Hamill picking up that Moto win. That looks like it could be Leon Waite on the outside, heading into turn number 2, chasing down the 7.5. Out front of the race, Albert Alexands. It is Alexands out front. Who's that in there in the 2? It is looking like Leon Waite out of the Brunty Massive. So the North are going 2 and 3 at the moment. The Midlands in there in 4. Percy Large, look at that for a move in the final corner. Picks up 2 places. He's going to push his way to the line. I think that was a top 4 finish for Large across the stripe. 12.3 on the plate. Next on track, Oliver Taylor leads it out from the 10.4. That is Theo Davies out of the mid-lanks, going 2 and 3 with his North teammate. I think that was Jacob Aston out of the mid-lanks as well, in there inside the top 3. So the North and mid-lanks in 2 and 3 at the moment. Who's in 4? Got to be Freddie Toogood on his home track here at Derby BMX Club. He's going to pick up that top 4 finish, being pushed to the line by the 17.5. That was Moses and Dennis Essel. 9.5 on the plate. Niall Elkinder leads out race 193. Who's that in there with him? Charlie Cotton being chased down. Got to be Mason Barnard in the mix on the 19.1, heading into that final turn, doing it for the Midlands. Who's picking up the 3 spot at the moment? They're out of the south. That is going to be the 14.5, bringing it on down. Simon Stepanovs under pressure from the 21.5 of Max Livingston. 20.2 on track. Joe Rook got it right this time around. He's going to lead this one out. Who's in there with him? Lucas Belton on the 1.2. So the 2 Southwest guys out front at the moment, looking good. Being chased down though by the rider out of the South and the East Anglian. That is the 3.3, picking up the top 4 spot. Noah Ford chasing down at the 10.5 as they cross the line. Harry Swales hanging on to a top 3 finish. We're H195 on track. We are looking at the 4.5 plate of Ronnie Payne going 1 and 2 with the 2.3 of Noah Bagwell. Then 2 guys out front looking good. Who's that picking up a top 3 spot? Jet Thompson out of Gosport National Race Team. Look at the moves being made in the final turn though. One rider threw it under and I think he made it stick. Out front though, Payne going to take it to the line. Bagwell for 2. Who's going to get that final top 3 spot on the line? That was a 15.5 of Thompson. Race 196, European number 4 on track. James Bibby, Pro Start BMX. Looking good at the moment. Zach Worthington, I think, in the mix in this one. Looking for a way round in that final turn. But who's the rider in that 2 spot? Looking like it is the South rider. Adrian Garnett is under pressure. Here comes Isaac the Centre Smith. He's going to round out the top 3 spots. Who was that in 4? Looking like that could have been Zach Everly.
Right, Archie Crocker-White leading out Leo Rowlands and Itai Jumeirah from the north. So the southwest under pressure as they come into that final corner. Rowlands is making his move now. Good to see him back on it. He's got his work to cut out to catch. Crocker-White doesn't quite get it in the line. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot? I have a feeling it was the 11.1 of Harley Bowler. Race 198. The new Tom Palmer in there in that 2nd position. Being chased down by Charlie Bob Craig, who's in there in 3, but it is the Southwest out in front. The 1.2 of Sullivan Collis heading to that line. Race 199. Ethan Rogers, the 18.1, being tracked down by Dylan Spence from Team Bunny, so he's just up the road in Nottingham. East Anglia's Oliver Nelson going through as well. Lucas Stoneman, Yusuf Al-Fordham, Joe Douglas, Jordan Ajibade, and Henry Potts, who's in there in that 4th position. Race 200. 3.3, Stanley Farmer. The 7.5 in there in 2. Romance in the Storm, was that the movie? Oh God, I've no idea. Jewel of the Nile, I knew it was one of them. Random trivia facts. If I was to ever sing karaoke, this is the song I would sing. But I'm not doing it now. And everyone stood around the tracks going, thank the Lord. I don't do karaoke unless I'm drunk, and I haven't had a drink for 18 months. So the chances of me doing karaoke are nil. No, absolutely not. Right, where are we up to? 1.5. James Miller. Race 202, Joshua Furley in this one as well. The 5.4 of Sam Dolan. Rounding out the top 4, chasing down Andreas Lubier, who's in there in 3, doing it for East Anglia. The Scottish rider is Joshua Furley. William Howcroft out of the Dragons, doing it for the North. As we move on to race 203. 3.5 and the 2.2. That is Max Vass and Oliver Arnold going 1 and 2 at the moment. East Anglia have got the rider from Royston, that's Corey Stone. He's in there in 5. Chasing down that 10.5, and the 10.5 is Alex Boughton. Sun's out, guns out. Or if you're from Scotland, taps off. Right, moving on. Let's have a look. Is my mate Jude the Dude in this one? I think he is. He's in there in 5. But we've got an E3 and a 12.1. That'll be Harry Donalds and Jack Perkins going 1 and 2. Jude's in there in 5. Laying in there in 6. Southwest R2 and 3, that's going to be Thomas Honeywell and Riley Butts. Chasing down Harry Donald to the line. Anyone would think he had a young lady to impress. Right, tumbles. We have to say that very quietly.
Yeah. No.
Right, Jasper. Where are we up to? Race 206. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. One of them hit the deck. I think that was Wolf Svensson out of Manchester, who took the tumble. With a name like Wolf, he'll be back. Oops. 10.5. Alexander French out of Peckham. His grip is hanging off his handlebars. So Alexander French from the south. Dad needs to check those grips out. And if you need to buy a pair, you can always nip over to our trader village and get a pair of lock-ons. So young Mr. French, his grip is hanging off his handlebars. That needs a bit of attention. Oh, which Rocky movie was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6? I'll go with the first one. Right, 6 and under still at it. As we look up, 14.1, Shelby Yates, the YouTube sensation. He's probably got about 1 million subscribers now on YouTube. 16.5 in there as well. Who's that? That is Louis Stouter out of the south. Teddy Barker in there for East Anglia. He's there in that 3rd position. Being chased down by Louis Austin. Oh no, hang on, wrong rider. Wait a minute. Thomas Taylor out of the north. Race 208, more 6 and unders. Quarter-finals in the 6 and unders. Loic Harold Sandis Owens, I think that is. Isaac Rose, Charlie Phillips, Isaac Tomlinson, Benchy Ross Foster, Charlie State. Charlie in there as well, doing it for East Anglia. As we move on to Moto number 209. Got young Mr. Jamira in this one. 2.4 and the 3.4. That's going to be Seth Goostree and Henry Dodd. Henry out of Midlands, doing it for North. Charlie Thorne for the Southwest. On that 3.2, Harry Powell, Charlie Owen out of Birmingham on that 1.1. If you're not going to the Birmingham Winter Series, you should be, because it's a great event. Be sure to check it out. Races are October, November, January, February. I need to find a set of steps to run up and just go, oh, when I get to the top. Adrian, Rex Childs, Harry Taylor. We've got to just keep it going. We're only in the motos. Right. More 6 and they're like gremlins. You put water on them, they just expand, and there's more and more of them. 2.5 and the 3.5. Who's that? Arthur King and John Joe Blundell. The 4.3 that belongs to Kai Tompkins. Kai's out of Milton Keynes. Is that Joey's little brother? I've got a feeling it is. Kai Tompkins. Is that Joey's little brother? Probably. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. And we've got Luke Barron in there for the North. As we look out at the 2.5, Jagger Hines leading out Hattie McGoldrick. So going 1 and 2, Tia, no fear, Worthington in there in 3. That's going to be Ada Warner going through in for the battle. Is out from the slide out in that final corner. Jagger Hines just losing some momentum. Here comes Hattie McGoldrick. Look at the battle. She's looking for a way round. Is she going to get it? Not quite. Hattie's going to settle for the 2. She'll be fuming after that. Right, as we move on, more 6 and under younger ladies, the 1.5, Esme Anderson in there in 1, the 3.4, that belongs to Alice Laurie. Alice out Pendle Panthers, doing a grand job. Madeline North, Erin Doney, and Isabella Bowler. Erin out of Chesterfield. They are raising money by selling sticker packs. Please, please, please get yourself a sticker pack and help out Chesterfield BMX Club. I will be purchasing one. As we move on to race 214, Noah Bishop, Harry Elworthy, Alfie Blight, Arlo Payne, Conor Rowe, Rory Kempsford and Jack Hale. Jack doing it for Milton Keynes. He's going to be inside the top 5. But it looks like Arlo Payne taking it to the line, beat, followed by the 9.2, and that was Albie Blight's 215.
7-year-olds on track. That is the 3.3 of Teddy Gorman leading this one through. Looking like we've got a Sea of South Riders in 2 and 3, chasing Gorman down into that final turn. That could be a Rudy Pleasantsford. Yes, it is. And Atlas Lewisfield, then 2 guys occupying them 2nd and 3rd spots, heading down the final straight. Here comes the Scotsman, the 1.6 in there in 4. That was Jude Shearer out of Centurions. Race 216 out on track, the 0-1. Joseph Clayton leading this one out, the 2.1 in there behind him. Looking like that is Archie Fisher out of Redditch Premiers. Who's that picking up 3? Finley Kerr out of Runnymede and the South on the 5.5 plate. Heading into the final turn, the other rider out of the Southwest in there as well. That is Ollie Underhill on the 4.2 plate. So the Southwest going 1 and 4 at the moment. Here comes Underhill with a late charge, chasing down the 5.5 of Kerr. Not quite going to get close enough. Kerr hangs on to 3, and that was a Midlands in 2 with Archie Fisher. Race 217 out on track. Looking like East Anglia leading this one through. The 1.3 of Logan Aceto bringing it on round. Couple more East Anglian riders in this one as well. They are Charlie Crossley and Oakley Rider Bays. but it was a 2.5 in there in that 2-spot. Finley Thomas out of GT Factory being chased down by the 3.2 of Charlie Crossley inside of the top 3. Race 218, Rapid Roman Birdfield, where is he's leading this one through. Your regional champion on the 1.1 plate. He's on a charge at the moment. Who's out there with him? Looking like Jonah Taylor on the 2.3 plate, doing it for Ipswich. Here comes the Southwest, looking up the inside of the final turn. That's got to be Arlo Hatch. Looks underneath, didn't dive under though, so he's having to settle for 3 at the moment. Has he got enough speed down the final straight to catch Taylor? I don't think he's going to get close enough. Taylor's going to hang on. That looked like it was the 8.4 of Carter Hawker in the mix inside the top 4. Race 219, the 7-year-old little ladies out there battling it out. Who's that leading it through? Gotta be the Midlands. That is Izzy Moore on the 2.1 plate. Adam Nonita, she's having an absolute charger down that final straight. She's going to pick up this Moto winning race 219. Who's going to get the 2 spot? There's a drag race down to the line. The 1.4 and the 11.5. That one was tight. Orla Jewis and Abigail Henning both scrapping it out for that 2 spot. Dixon, Baron Pine, Henry Hewitt, Kay, Brentnell and Divine all out on track. The Southwest leading this one out. Mabel Pine, your British champ, bringing it on through at the moment. Who's in there with her? Looking like the North is picking it up as they bring it down the final straight. That's got to be Verity Kate on the 2.4. No, sorry, the 5.4 as they bring it down. Maggie Divine going to take that 2 spot as they cross the stripe. 7.2 on track in race 221, sorry. Ella Grant, Mixed Picks race team and the Southwest leading this one out. She's got the North in there behind her. That's going to be the 1.4 of Maisie Dyson closing down the gap. Has she got enough time and room left to pick up that 1 spot as they head down to the stripe? The 7.2 and the 1.4, that one was tight. The 1.5 of Megan Keller out of Gospel NLT taking the 3 spot. The 1.6 on track, Ellie Robertson doing it for the Coming On Centurions crew and the Scotland Massive. She's leading this one out in that wicked jersey that they've got for their region this year. Who's in there with her? Gotta be Clemson, Dixon, Stuppledon and Perks all out on track. It is the North going through in that 2 spot though as they bring it down to the line. The 7.4 of Isabella Dunn gonna wrap it up across the line with the 5.3 and then behind it that was Lola Perks. British champ out on track. That is Phoebe Milan, Moto 1365 race team. Looks like we lost the 6.4 plate of Tegan Dunn. She's back up to her feet though and cracking on with her race. She's at the back of the pack at the moment, chasing down the rider out of the Southwest, but it's all about Millar. Your British champ gonna pick up that Moto win. Lawrence still in there for 2. Who's going to get that top 3 finishes to bring it down the final straight? Looking like that is going to be the 4.5 of Tessa Johnson. Race 224 out on track. We are looking at Betty Wills and Holly Bishop, the European at number 4 in the world at number 7, going at it in them first 2 spots. That's how they're going to wrap it up. Wills, Bishop in that order. Who's going to get 3 on the line? And this one's going to be tight. The 1.4 with a late charge. That was Eliza Powell, looking like she might have nicked that podium spot on the stripe. Race 225 on track. The 1.5 on the inside. That is Holly Webb doing it for Team Air. In and out of that second corner. That's going to be the 7.4 of Florence Dyson chasing her down, heading into the final corner. Dyson on the outside, looking for a way round Webb as they exit the final turn. Webb, Dyson, who's going to get this Moto win? Dyson with a wicked last straight. She's going to go from 2 to 1 and shuffle Holly Webb back to 2. Race 226, the 9-year-old girls out on track. Wyatt, Kay, Cross, Bunting, Worley, Knight and Geddes. It is the 3.5 and leading this one through. Cora Cross being chased down by Rosie Geddes as they exit that second corner. The Southwest in the mix as well. That is Robin Wyatt on the 2.2 plate. The front 3 little ladies looking safely clear at the moment. The North is in the mix as well. Got to be Florence Kay on the 5.4 plate. So that's going to be your top 4 as it stands at 3.5. Taking that Moto win, that was Cora Cross.
227. Emma Tucker, she got a great start but ended up on the floor in straight number 1. She's up and okay riding away. Izzy Dolan in there in that second position, doing it for the North, but they are chasing down the rider out of Cumbernauld. Aria Rose Lee out in front. Izzy Dolan in there in 2. Looks like everybody else is up and okay. Big battle to the line for that second position. Race 228, Darcy Payton, Jessica Cox, Amelia Rowe, Trixie Trays, Bonnie Dudley, Freya Monforte, Isla Milne and Isla Rhodes. 17.2, Trixie Trays in front. That'll be Amelia Rowe in 2, Bonnie Dudley in 3. Darcy Payne out of the Dragon Riders, doing it for the North. She's inside the top 5. But it's going to be Trixie Trace bringing it to the line in Moto 228, 229. Lila Crouch, Jamie Puddock, Grace Hudak, Mia Kiss, Ellie B, Erin Toogood and Maisie Egan. Egan for the North in there is in 1, Ellie B in 3. The 7.3, that belongs to Mia Kiss. She's in there in 4, and the young lady in that second position is Grace Hudak. Out of East Anglia, chasing Maisie Egan down that final straight. Can't quite get close enough. Egan's going to get it. It's a 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 4 for the North and East Anglia. Race 230, Elsie Blight, Layla Hale, Hannah Mackey, Emily Barter, Lauren Keller, Maura McCarran and Megan Mooney. Layla Hale in that 6th position on that 10.3, doing it for East Anglia. It's going to be the Southwest and the South taking it to the line. That was Elsie Blight and Lauren Keller. Race 231, Elizabeth Graham, Winnie Andrews, Paige Cathcart Cunnison. The 5.5, that is Paige out in front. Olivia Webb out of the South in there in 3. Holly Hume in 4. Ivy James Young doing it for the Southwest, going through as well. So these are your 11-year-old girls. Who's going to take that 5th spot? That is going to be the 6.4 of Sadie McSwitty. Elizabeth Lola Poole leading out Moto 232.
Okay. Admin capital. Oh, this is going around in his undies, then, isn't it?
Right, if you've lost a small pair of black race pants, I don't know you've managed this one, you'd think you'd notice a small pair of black race pants. Maybe you've been carrying them or something and you've dropped them, or they've fallen out of a trolley. If you've lost some black small race pants to fit a younger rider, I don't know what age, they are in the admin cabin. I think you'd notice if your rider had no trousers on. Anyway, there we go. Right, moving on. That's Naya O'Connell. So this is Moto 234. Esme Ward, Poppy Bishop, Holly Diver, Georgia Surtees, Lily Yerbury, Amara Fife and Rosa Regler Mills. And it's going to be Bishop taking the win. And Naya's picked up a 4. Holly Diver in 3. And I'm sure Esme Ward was in there as well. As we move on to Moto 235. That will be Bella Gerard inside the top 4, doing it for the North, riding out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Dakota Tucker on the 7.2, doing it for the Southwest, but the young lady out front taking the win is Emily Eaton. Dakota picking up that 2nd spot, and the 3rd place going to the 7.5 of Nora Syrett. 2.3 and the 1.6, that's going to be Emma Kiss and Ruby Warren. Eleanor Martin in there on the 2.4, she's in there in that 3rd spot. Oh no, sorry, that's Brooke Forsey out of the North and Enfuse Products. Hit them up for all your sports nutrition needs.
Is that it?
So, yeah. Yeah.
You got one more, is that it?
No, I'll do the 7 motos, yeah. Well, that was the end of round 2. Right, I'm going to go for a tea now as well. Yeah, let's see if I can whistle up a couple. Completely sort the bottom of the start around that
one. Once again, don't forget about the Chesterfield BMX Club fundraiser. Them guys are trying to raise funds to renovate their track. They're not far off of their target. So they are selling sticker packs at £5 a pop. If you would like to get involved, help them out. Make sure you keep an eye out for one of the Chesterfield BMX Club riders that are coming round with the stickers, or head to their tent in the Midlands area. And also don't forget about our traders in Trader Village. We've got a new addition this weekend. Kebab House Race Team are over there. Go extra large, as it says on that banner over there. So if you want to go and get involved with all of your BMX needs, Pure Bikes, DC Cycles, Crucial, B73, Kebab House Race Team, all of them guys are over there. I think I might have missed a couple, so I do apologise if I have. We'll try and get them guys in later on. And of course, we are on the BMX Race Hub this weekend, live streaming over on YouTube. Please, if you are getting any family members to watch back home, or if they're abroad or anywhere nice at this time of year, then make sure that they follow the YouTube link. Do not send them to any sites where you have to pay or put in any credit card details, because you do not have to pay for our live stream. It is free, so head over to YouTube at the BMX Race Hub. Them guys are doing a cracking job this weekend as we look to the 2.2 plate leading out this moto. Lucas Stoneman, rider down in that second corner. Charlie Cotton, I think we've lost the tyre as well. Charlie's got a puncture into that second corner. Let's hope that he's all right. He's walking away. Put your hands together for Charlie, ladies and gents. Moto at number 239 on track. Adam Arnold just being shuffled back to that 2 spot. He is now chasing down Benedict Marco. He's on an absolute charge. Marco leads it into turn number 3. That's got to be Arnold in there behind him. Bram Heaver's in the mix as well. Where is he? He's in about 5 at the moment. Who's the rider picking up that 3 spot, bringing it down to the stripe? That is a 1.4 of Xavi Fox Cooper. Absolutely charging down that final straight with Xavi. Mini B's Nan. Alice Russell, 101 next.
101 next month.
Next month, 101 next month. But every single race that is live streamed on the BMX Race Hub, she's there watching. So thank you very much for supporting the BMX Race Hub, Alice. We really, really appreciate it. And your riders are doing a cracking job already this weekend. We are looking at race 240. Duff, LeBras, Parkinson, King, Swales, Hickman and Hannah all entering this second straight. That's got to be Freddie Parkinson, Pro Star BMX and the North, leading it into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? The 12.5 plate of Harry Swales. Here comes the 3.4 around the outside, trying to make his stick. Charlie LeBras just receiving an elbow in turn number 2. Ozin King then picking up that 3 spot as he head on round into that final turn. King hanging on to that top 3 spot, but it's all about Parkinson out front. Smooth as you like, going to pick up that moto win. Robin Matson Alonso, 13 and 14-year-old cruisers on track, as smooth as you like out front. He's got Eric McSwitty in tow behind him, chasing him towards that final corner. Isaac Caulfield's in the mix as well, in about 4 at the moment, looking for a way around the Southwest rider. That looks like it could be Addison Milburn out of decoy. Looks like Caulfield's made his move and made it stick. Milburn's going to drop back to 4, and that looks like the Scots coming through for a top 5 finish. That was Liam Wilson. 11.4, Little Cotty, not so little. He's got to be about as big as Mark now. He's leading out race number 242, doing it for Rab Racing and the North. Who's that in there with him? 2 riders hit the deck on the exit of turn number 3 as the Scottish Massive go through in that 2 spot. That was Cooper McCrum. Looking at super quick. We're just going to double check that them 2 fallen riders are okay. As Logan Widdowson leads out race at 243, doing it for the Midlands. Just mind how you go on the exit of turn 3, guys. Mind how you go on the exit of turn 3. Widdowson leads this one out. That looks like Newton Hindley, I think it is, in that 2 spots. Chasing him down to the line with the 3.5 in 3. That was Logan Young out of DC Cycles. Looks like both riders are up and walking away. One of them was a 4.5. Other rider was out of East Anglia. Put your hands together for them 2 fallen riders, ladies and gents. They're both walking away as we look to restart racing with race 244. Tate Kitson, Jack Walford, Alfie Sim, Ethan Cathcart, Cunnison, Liam Byrne, Ted Young and Dylan Brown. Dylan is, his dad's one of the volunteers here at Derby BMX Club, who's put in an absolute shift the last few months getting ready for this massive event, and they've done a cracking job. So we are looking at your race leader, Tate Kitson, 11.5 on the plate, doing it for the South. He's going 1 and 2 with the 6.4. That is Jack Walford doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. The 5.4 in there as well. That is Alfie Sim bringing it on round to the South, followed by 2 North riders heading into that final turn. Dylan Brown on a charge here on his own track. He's in 4 of them in it, but he's got a rider in there behind him. That is Liam Byrne on the 1.1, chasing down the 3.1, but Brown's going to hang on to that 4th spot and bring it across the line for the Midlands. JTL Simpson Davies out on track, doing it for the South. Going a 1 and 2 with Vincent Coburn out of Bath BMX Club on the 1.2. He's got a Southwest teammate in there with him. That is Joe Penton-Boak inside the top 4 spots. The Southwest party is split up by the 1.3 plate of John O'Haradine doing it for the ladies, and that looked like an entry to the long jump off of the last roller, courtesy of 2 in 1 out. We've got some goodies up here for you. Official merchandise. There's not many people that have got the official merch of 2 in 1 out. We've got a couple more to hand out yet. If any representatives from Crew 19 want to come up to the commentary tower, we've got a lovely little gift for you guys. So anyone from Crew 19, if you want to head over, and we'll get you your stuff. As we take a look at Zach Chapman making moves in that final, in that second corner, working his way through in race 247. He now leads the race, going 1 and 2 with the 10.2. That was Oakley Hooper in that second spot. Gabe Simpson on track. 15 to 16-year-old cruisers race 248. Leading this one out. Your British champ looking good at the moment. The 3.3 in there behind him. That is Thomas Millar. Looking like we have got Caden Roberts on the 11.2 doing it for the Southwest. Heading into that final corner. And another East Anglian rider in the mix as well. That's got to be Louis Kaimap doing it for BMXHype.com. Heading down to the stripe. He's going to pick up that top 4 finish. As we move on to the 30 to 39-year-olds aboard their big wheels. John Lillingston leading this one out. I will tell you who else is in the race, but I can't turn the page. There we go. John Lillingston, East Anglia. Looking super quick down that final straight. The 6.2 is in there with him. That was Jared Shear. Okay guys, listen up. We are going straight into 1/8 finals. After the motos, there will not be a pause between motos and the 1/8. Please keep an eye out on scores. We are going straight into the 1/8 finals as soon as the motos are finished. So as soon as your age group has finished their motos, almost instantly you will get your 1/8 finals up on scores, so please keep an eye out on that. The 3.5 just coming past me, leading out this moto. That was of course John Kinge at a hot shot and the South. He's having a move put on him in that final turn, didn't quite make it happen though. That was the rider out of East Anglia, I think Stuart Laurie out of MK Evolution. Yes, it was Stuart. He's just backed off and taken that 2 spot on the line with the 1.4 in 3. That was Chris Hayes. Race 252, the 2.2 of Nathan Abbott leads this one out from Agris Alexandre. That looks like Christopher Evans out of DC Cycles on the 3.4 inside the top 3, but out front looking good. Abbott, Alexandre in that order. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe, but Alexandre with a late charge. He's going to nick that 1 spot across the stripe. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers Lockwood, Groves, Grimm, Giles, Swales and Montano. It is the 1.4 of Andy Groves, Mongoose Factory, and the North leading this one out. That looks like Matt Swales out of Gosport in there in 2. Andy Lockwood on the 2.1 doing it for Nottingham Outlaws. He's inside the top 3, being chased out of that final turn as they enter the final straight. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like that could be the 11.5 of Hans Montano. The King of Rumours chasing down Ben Martinez in race number 254. It is Martinez, Mears in that order. The North in there in 3. That is Richard Stevenson. That's going to be your top 3 as they bring it down to the stripe with the East Anglian rider inside the top 4. That is Rob Harris under a bit of pressure as he brings it down to the line. Matthew Eaton on a track doing it for the South. He's going 1 and 2 with his South teammates. Mario Burno. So Eaton and Burno out front, looking good at the moment. Who's that in 3? That is the East Anglian rider.
I'm having a nightmare here.
On the 1.3. Dylan Dixon out of MK Evolution. Right, race 2, 5, 6, 45, 49-year-old cruisers. Your British champ leads this one out. That is Adam Boudet bringing it on round. He's got Zoltan Boudet in there behind him. Ricardo Santos in there in 3. So the south 1, 2, 3 at the moment. The north is in there as well, bringing it on through. Looking like that could be James Renton, I think it is, or Jamie Rose. It is Rose picking up that top 4 finishes to bring it down to the line with a 2.3 in there in 5. Sorry, that was Lee Pembroke. 2.57 on track. Norbert Marco, the 1.5, leading this one out from the 2.5 in 2. That is looking like Graham Stark out of Team A. And of course, Kebab House race team heading towards that final turn. Big Knife Smith looking like he wants to go round the outside of Anthony Lebras. Didn't quite make it happen, so Lebras hanging on to a top 3 spot. Big Knife Smith going to make his move though and go from 4 to 3. That's going to be Lebras in 4. Race 258, 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Franklin, Watson, Turner, Mead, Toogood, Elkindy, Todd and Jackson. It is Fraser Watson out of the Scottish Massive leading this one through. He's going 1 and 2 with Damien Mead. That looks like East Anglia in the mix as well. Bringing it on through, that is Andy Todd on the 12.3, but he's under pressure from GJ Toogood on his home track. Going to make his move and go from 4 to 3 and round out them podium spots across the line. Race 259, 45, 49-year-old cruisers. Last year's British champ. One of my favourite ever finish line photos. Matt Barnard leads this one out. Don't know if you remember that with the rub of the shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah, that was brilliant. That was absolutely fantastic. Chaos in the first turn in the final, and he took the win. And he's going to take that Moto win as well with the 11.3 of Andrew Hayes behind him. 1.5 on track. That's going to be Stephen Hassel, Mongoose Factory, the 1.3, and then behind him Richard Ellis. So the 2 regional champions of their respective regions, the South and East Anglians, heading into that final turn. In and out they go. Hassel, Ellis in that order. Tim Drew in there inside the top 3, doing it for the South. Bit weird seeing Tim in a South jersey. He's going to go through in that top 3 spot with the 4.4 in a 4. That was Stephen Notman.
Also 261, Alan Hill leading it out. The Kevin Bacon of BMX. That's Darren O'Brien in 2, Brett Knight in 3. Chris Howell in there as well, and Ian Wallace. Have I missed somebody? Yes, Matt Maynard in there as well, doing it for Cardiff and the Southwest. 262 is your next Moto on. Gary Carver out in front. That's Stephen Fortune going through in 2, the 10.5. Here's Dominic Elliott. He's in 3.
Basically, I got up here this morning. There's a big parcel.
Oh, tea ladies here. Hang on. Oh, fabulous, thank you. I'll just grab the other one for you. Smashing, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Is it you?
No, it's got to do with me.
Thanks in the BMX world.
I have 3 in 7 out.
Can you hold this for me?
Yeah.
And then just flip it over.
Okay.
Right.
Flip it.
Is it you?
No, definitely not me.
Are you sure?
Definitely not me, yeah. It's not me.
Is it you? I'm the one that found it. I was the first one in here. Is it you?
Right, Crew 19 have just come up to collect their 2-in-1 out merchandise. I run 3 in 7 out. It's named after my bank account. 3 quid comes in, 7 quid goes out. That's how it works.
Give us a plug for the Crew 19 long jump.
Yeah, and don't forget the Crew 19 long jump contest after racing tomorrow. Danny Taylor's told me he's going to win it. So we'll see. No problem. So all the 2-in-1 out merch I think has been given out.
One for tomorrow.
Just for the long jump winner, or the long jump from the last roller. Right, hang on a minute. Right, let's get back to where we need to be. Alexis McCartney chasing down the 2.2 of Cody Harmer. Annalise Cabin Carpenter in 3. That's going to be Isla Radcliffe, I think, in 4. So Yep, 5 ladies in this one, 13 to 16 female cruiser.
I don't know what film this was.
Oh, I've done it to 17 now, but we're moving away from the films.
All right, we've stopped with the film soundtracks now.
Desi's still guessing them though, he says.
Yeah. Right, let's have a quick look as Erin J. Jackson goes past me, doing it for the North. She's in 4. But we've got Anya Massa and Alonso, I think, out in front. Ali Young in 3. That'll be Missy Large in 2, Erin in 4, and Shaylee Taylor-Day in 5. Race 268, Kim Batsford, Josephine Burston, Karen Evans, Leah Pearson, Michelle Stupple, Claire Alberts. As they go in and out of that turn, that is going to be Michelle Stupple leading it through. Are we getting a football update? What is it?
2-1.
Brighton 2, Manchester United 1. There you go. The Prawn Sandwich Brigade will be fuming.
Lewis is fuming.
Including Lewis. As we move on, Saf Carver leading out Moto number 269. We've got Teresa Chalice in 3. Suzanne Jenkins making her way past me, chasing down Kirsty Freer down that 3rd straight. As they head towards the line, it's going to be Sav out in front, the 2.5. That'll be, who's that? 2.5, 3.5, Liam Meaden, I think. Wow, all going on in 30 plus ladies cruiser as they head towards us. Anita Wong, Queen of YouTube, being chased down by Lee Pendleton. East Anglia's Cara Rushforth in there in 3. Was that Sarah Jane Nichols-Gate?
That was a wicked game.
Shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
Boom, there you go. What are we up to? Lindsay Evans in 4. That'll be Tracy Sharp and Grace Turner and Lisa Tarling going through. As Sarah Jane Nichols passes us, but she's got Becca Gold to deal with, which is never an easy thing in the 30 plus female cruisers. So Becca and SJ going 1 and 2. That'll be Braintree's rider. Ruth Ford going through in 3. Mrs. Chiziwa in 4. Tracy Sharp in 5. And Joe Wheel in 6. 1729 female cruiser. Lily Chiziwa out in front, being chased down by Hannah Drew. And Sammy Prince in there as well. I've got a feeling Abby Pike might have pulled it over for the day. Let's hope she's all right. 3.5, that is Sammy Prince, and the 3.1, Lucia Thomas.
Molly Nice had an absolutely cracking first straight in that one, all the way from lane 7, and picked up the whole shot in that first corner. Who's had it there? Well, they've got to be Yetska Hemstock as they come in and out of that final turn. The East Anglian rider chased down by the 2 North. It is going to be Yetska in there for 2, and the 3 spot is Olivia Firth. 17-29-year-old cruisers now out on track. The 4.5 leads it through. That is Jack Wiggins being chased down into that final corner. Looks like the rider up the inside has made the move. That's got to be for Lewis Longley, I think, on the 2.5. So Longley leads it out. Here comes McHugh splitting up the South Party. He's going to nick that 2 spot on the line. Ross Sharp, Ryan Stack. Good to see these lads racing. Yes, don't forget, guys, the 8s straight after Motos. We are going straight into 8s racing after the Motos. Make sure you keep an eye out on scores, please. Thank you. As your world number 6, Ryan Stacks out of the southwest, going to take that Moto win. Charlie Roy with a late charge, picking up that 2 spot. Alex Brooks on track, leading this one out. Your national champion looking good, heading into turn number 2. He's got Ned Penny in there behind him. Rocky O'Brien having an absolute blinding day so far. He's in there in 3, scrapping it out with Penny heading for that final turn. But it's all about the North and Brooks at the moment. He's going to wrap up this Moto win. I think that's 3 from 3 for him today. No surprise there. Brooks, Penny, 1 and 2. O'Brien for that top 3 finish. Freddie Cadman Carpenter is on track aboard his cruiser. He leads out this Moto in race number 277. That's Zach Green in there in 3. He is chasing down Josh Coates, who's in there in 2 at the moment. So it is Carpenter. Cates out front looking good. Here comes Green with a late charge. Has he got enough left in the tank? Not quite going to get close enough. Race 278 now out on track. Connor Hedges up the inside in this one. He's going to make that one stick in turn number 2. That's shuffled to 10.3 back. That's how in Portland now in that 2 spot. Chasing Hedges down. That looks like the South in there as well. Gotta be Lloyd Freeman on the 7.5. Yes, it is. So your front 3 riders running away with this one at the moment. Portland, Hedges. Portland's made his move. He's going to go back into that 1 spot as Jake Green leads out the next moto in the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Who's that in there with him? Got to be the 1.5. I think that might have been Fletcher right round the outside making that one stick. So he's gone from 2 to 1 after his crash in his last moto. Got to make this one count. Down the final straight, Fletcher, Green in that order. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot? They're heading down to the stripe. That's going to be the 3.5 plate of Connor Blythe doing it for DC Cycles. 8-year-olds on track just as the rain starts to pick back up. This afternoon we are looking at race number 280. The Southwest are leading it through. Henry Sullivan, Crucial BMX. 3.2 in there in that 2 spot. That's Alistair North. He's being chased out by Miller McAlpine, doing it for the Scottish crew over there on the last straight. But it's all about your current British champion. He's not dropped a lap all season long. In the Nationals, he's dropped about 2, racing up an age group in the regionals, and he does not want to drop a lap this weekend. North's going to hang on to that 2 spot, making it a Southwest 1 and 2. Race 281, birthday boy Regan Jones is in this one out of Cardiff BMX Club. He turns 8 on Tuesday, so happy birthday to Regan. But out front we are looking at the East Anglian Ethan White leading it out.
Alright.
Yeah. Ethan the Great White on a charge down the final straight. No one's going to catch him. He's going to pick up that moto win. Race 282 on track. The 8-year-olds going at it. Looks like we have got Oscar Marco doing it for the South and DC Cycles. Marco leads it out. Here comes the 1.6 of Carter Kennedy doing it for the Centurions and the Scottish crew. The Southwest are going through in 3 and 4 at the moment. Who's picking it up? Got to be Collier and Byrne as they come on through. So it is Byrne hanging on to that 3 spot at the moment. Collier in there in 4. They're both under pressure from the rider out of the north. That looks like the 1.4 plate, bringing it down to the stripe. That was Teddy Hayes rounding out the top 5. I hope you've all bought your waterproofs. Caleb Tawald out on track doing it for the South, bringing it on round into that final turn. Who's in there with him? We've got Ethan Lewis and Wright, Caleb Tawald, Nathan Franklin, Reef Mellor, Joseph O'Brien, Jack Thompson and Jensen Jessup. Tawald's going to take the moto win. The 2 North riders going through in 2 and 3. 1 rider down on the first straight in race 284, but we are looking at Antek Perebny leading this one out for the Midlands. He's on a charge on the 1.1 plate.
Yeah, it is.
Perebny flying out front. Looking like he's going to wrap up this moto win right the way down to the stripe. Who's the rider out of the Southwest in there with him? Looking like Lucas Rhodes out of Cornwall on the 5.2. He's being chased down by the 14.5 of Oliver Ford, who's going to round out the top 3 spots. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for the 8.1. That was Joshua Hall. He's walking away.
We're at 285.
285, Charlie Blackburn, Jensen Me, Alexander Gilbert, Lewis Rothwell, Emerson Tucker, Hunter Chambers and Alfie Thorne out of the Midlands all in this one. I've got a feeling my little mate Emerson Tucker won't be that far away from the front. He's heading down that 3rd straight. In there in about 4th at the moment. All riders getting together. One guy goes off the side of the track and that was Alfie Thorne. Meanwhile out in front Lewis no, it's Alexander Gilbert. Lewis Rothwell in there in 3. East Anglia's rider in the middle of it all. That is Charlie Blackburn. As they go in and out of that final turn, Blackburn making his move now on Gilbert. Rothwell still hanging on for that 3. The Southwest rider in 4 is going to be Emerson Tucker. And as if by magic, Casey plays Wet, Wet, Wet. Not deliberate at all.
You're bruised there, by the way. Quite an extra room.
That's not going to track now, is it?
Hey, it'll still be wet inside.
That's the problem. Let's have a look, see if it's still warm. I didn't know the water was people have just come the last 10 minutes, yeah.
Party never stops in the Midlands tent. They're on it.
Too much energy for a Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely.
That's a lovely brew, that. Nothing wrong with that.
It's not their first rodeo, do you know what I mean? Right, we're on. 6 and unders, no 8-year-olds, sorry, lying. Finn Yerbury, Oscar Lee, Charlie James Young, Jake Davis, Ned Wills, Joel Pritchard, Albie Goldsworthy. What a great name that is. Albie Goldsworthy. Love that. Anyway, back to the action. Let's see who's going to get to us first. I've got a feeling it's going to be Mr. Avis. He tries harder. Jake Avis in 1, the 5.5 in 2. That's going to be Joel Pritchard. Ned Wills, where is he? In there in about 5th of the minute. Chasing down the rider out of the southwest. I think that's Finn Yerbury. But yeah, young Mr. Avis taking the win. Well done, sir. And the rider going through in 3. I think that is the 10.5 of Oscar Lee. Race 287, Callum Wood in this one. But it is the 1.5 of Dominic Zapanos, the fastest Romanian BMXer ever. He's in there in that lead position. George Lockwood, Oscar Sanders, Philip Stamanis in the Eddie Knight and Callum Woods. I think Callum's in there in 3. The 3.5, that is Philip Stamanis from Hackney taking that second position. Race 288, Elliot Mullins, Charlie Tuff, Seth Robinson, Dougie Butts, Seb Perry, Leo Brits and Elliot Hatch. And Elliot Mullins in there in that 4th spot. The 5th spot, the rider in 4 is Seth Robinson out of the Brunty Massive. Oh, you're dragging out all the bangers now, aren't you, Casey? Hey? Good Lord. Anyway, 17.4. That's Tobias Groves in there in 2. He's chasing down Charlie Dowsing. So Charlie out in front. Tobias going through in 2. Rider in 3 out of the south. That's going to be the 2.5 of Joseph Jewis. Race 290, Miles Court, Kai Upton, Seb Staines, Jack Belton out in front. Arthur Donaldson in there as well. Aidan Baptiste, Aneurin Marklew and Teddy Harradine. But it is the Southwest rider, Belton in 1. Got a feeling that's Donaldson in 2. And Seb Staines on his home track here in Derby, rounding out the top 5. Moto 291. That'll be Jesse Rose in that 2nd position, doing it for the North. Chasing down Ethan Shaw.
Waving what?
Out of the Midlands. And that Benny Jackson, no, it's Jack Kitchen, sorry, in that 3rd spot. being followed in by the 4.4 of Ollie Bird. Race 293, 1.5. 1.5. Not on my sheet, but never mind. Anyway, we'll have a look who else is in there. Jackson Chapman Davis. Is that right? Hang on a minute. 7.5. 7.5. Oh, it was Oliver Hawker. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong race. Never mind. Lucas Taroa going past us as well. Oh, here comes Simon running through the infield. This usually means there's a problem. Mission control. Or he's fixed it and he's just feeling energetic. One or the other. Oh, it's not worse than having a camera steamed up, is there? Terrible. Terrible. Where are we up to? I have no idea. I've got a feeling we were at, I think that was 293.
It was blowing that way.
2.1. Right, 294, there we go. Seth Kacharik, Oscar Schrader in this one. He's in there in about 4th spot. Chasing down the rider from the north. Got a feeling that is Samuel Miles Turner. Bobby McKenna in this as well. Midlands taking the win, the 4.5. Luca Tramontano. Race 295, George Spencer, Jack Griggs, Jack Cowtree, Roman James Wright, Harry Duffield, Oliver Smithers Roberts, Charlie Sheriff and Rex Ford. The 6.1 is Roman James Wright, just heading round that second turn. But the 12.3 taking it to the line is Rex Ford, being followed by the 3.2 of George Spencer, and right at the strike, the 7.1 just hanging on was Charlie Sheriff. 296, Jacob Dent, William Arnold, Thomas Giles, Killian Hanna, Elias Russ, Parker Hughes and Oakley Lewis Fields. Jacob Dent on a mission for the north, in there in 1. 2 even, chasing down Thomas Giles. Oakley in there in that 4th spot, coming under pressure from his South Region teammates. William Arnold in there in 3, but it's going to be Giles, Dent, Arnold. 1, 2, 3, Moto 296. 297 is your Moto on track.
10-year-old boys, Murray Watson, the Scottish massive, leads this one through. Who's in there within the 4.4 plate in that 2 spot? That is Ted Harvey, being chased down by the 12.1 of Isaac Jones. Here comes the Southwest massive, looking like Samuel Snell out of Biori Racing, heading into that final corner, but it's all about Watson out front, taking it to him, doing it for the Scottish crew, and we're going to go wild for him as he crosses the finish line out front. Watson picks up that Moto win. Powell, McAvoy, Robertson, Laurie Henning, Sailor, Tawald and Cotton Desares all out on track. Joey McAvoy flying out front. He's got Lucas Tawald in there behind. Oh, rider down. Alfie Powell hits the deck in turn number 2. Just slides out, couldn't quite keep it upright. Let's hope that he's alright, but McAvoy gonna take that Moto win. Who's in there for 2 and 3 to Wold with the 1.6? That was Jamie Robertson. Put your hands together for Alfie Powell, ladies and gents. He's up and walking away as we take a look at the 2 Midlands riders going 1 and 2 in race 299. That was Hugo Dayton, led away by Seb Hewitt heading into that final corner. So it is Dayton, Hewitt 1 and 2. The Southwest are going well in 3 and 4, and that is East Anglia in 5 and 6. Heading down that final straight, who's going to pick up that top 3 finish? That was the 16.2 coming on through. That was Oliver Richards inside the top 3. Southwest back out on track. Arlo Steinmetz has had a great start out of lane 8, and he's looking to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1, and I think he might have just found it. So Steinmetz leads it out. Then who's that in there with him? Otto Parr doing it for Team Minded and the South, bringing it on round to the Southwest going 1 and 3 at the moment. Who's the other Southwest rider? That is Freddie Walsh on the 7.2 plate. He's being chased down by the Scottish crew on the 3.6. There's a couple of Scottish riders in this one. Ewan Salter, he's in there inside the top 4 at the moment. He's a Scottish compatriot in there. He's going to be the 4.6 of Harris Robertson. In and out of that final turn though, Steinmetz having an absolutely great run in that one. He's going to take the Moto win with a 6.5 apart. In there behind him, Connor Hemhill leads out this next Moto for GT Factory and the North. The North are out front in this one at the moment. Hemhill, Jackson in that order. That looks like it could be Venter. Josh Venter on the 7.3 inside the top 3 spots as he head in and out of that final corner. It's all about Hemhill though on a charge, going to take that Moto win with Benny Jackson entering the 2-in-1 out jumping competition off of that last roller. Midlands BMX going 1 and 4 at the moment. That looks like the 8.1 of Teddy Jones leading this one out. Who's in there behind in the 23.2 of Claydon. Look at the moves being made in that second corner. Rex Beasley stays strong. C&K in the Midlands has worked his way from 4 to 3. That looks like it could be Kyle and Gordon on the 1.4 chasing down Beasley as he head through the final straight. Jones, Beasley 1 and 3. Claydon's in there for 2. Gordon rounding out the top 4 spots. Allen's Factory Supercross, Finn Munro, and the North leading out the next Moto, looking like Lucas Berghardt in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down by the Midlands as they bring it on round. That looks like it could be Ronnie Wood on the 3.1. Yes, it is a Landshark. Ronnie Wood bringing through the top 3 spots, but he's got a late charge and nicked that 2 spot on the line from Burkhardt, who has to settle for that 2 to 3 spot. 11.1 on the plate. Freddie Ray Orland leads out race 304. He's got Freddie State in there behind him. 2 riders hit the deck in turn number 2. Let's hope that they're both okay. One of them looks like it was Frederick State. No, sorry. Alfredo Marcella, and the other fallen rider was Isaac Moore. Both riders up to their feet and going to finish their laps.
As we dive into the most underrated song of the 70s, Rubber Band Man by the Spinners. Awesome.
That's a little bit too before my time. I'm not familiar with that one. Sorry, gents. Richie's just decided whether or not it's before his time as well. The conclusion is no, it's not. It's not before your time.
It's not. Well, I was born in '74, so kind of it was.
It's near as damn it.
I was only like little.
I was only cool. Yeah, but up north, that equates to at least 20 years old, doesn't it?
Yeah. Had a paper round. Still in nappies.
I've not got a clue what Moto we're on. 11.5. That's Jacob Anderson doing it for the South. They were going 1 and 2 until the 1.3 of Edward Cordery. Threw it up the inside of Neil Grandans in that second turn. So it is now the South 1 and 3. And the race is led away by none other than Jacob Anderson, as smooth as you like down that final straight, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Edward Cordery. The North out on track. That is the 13.4 plate, bringing it on round. Isaac the Sender Smith going 1 and 2 with the 3.3 of Noah Ford, doing it for Braintree BMX Club. That looks like the North in there inside the top 3 as they bring it on round. Deacon Childs, I think that is in there in 4, doing it for the EA crew, heading down the final straight. Smith out front though, he's going to take this Moto win, going 1 and 3 with the 8.4 of Owen Lloyd. Race 308 into turn number 2. Ronnie Payne leads it out. That's going to be a tie. Jamira out of the North looking for a way round, heading towards that final turn. Jamira took the win here last year. He's got the 0-1 on the front of his bike. He wants to retain it later on today. Payne, Jamira down the final straight. Who's going to pick up the Moto win? Here comes Jamira with a late charge. That one was nice and close on the finish line. One for the transponders of terror. Race 309 heading into that second corner. The 3.5 is chasing down the 20.5 as they exit that second turn. That is looking like Rook leading this one out. Zach Hamill in there in that 2 spot, bringing it down that final straight. The front 2 guys looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Who's going to pick up that top 3 finish? Looking like that is a Midlands rider on the 15.1 plate. That was Ethan Ludlow. Race 310 on track. Harley Bowler leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with the 1.3 plate. Over Zach Parsons. Parsons with a perfect move in turn number 2. He timed that to perfection. Who's the other Zach in this one? That's going to be Zach Worthington heading into the final turn. He's in there in 3, doing it for the North. The North are going 3, 4 and 5. Bowler's not done yet. Looking for a way back at the 1.3. Heading down to the line. Bowler's going to nick it. Parsons for that 2 spots. Race 311, the 14.4. That's got to be Leo Rowlands. Good to see him back racing after his little incident back a few months ago at Birmingham. He's out front though, looking good for the North crew, heading into that final turn. Who's in there with him? That looks like it could be Zach Everly on the 20.1 place. So it is all about Rowlands and Everly out front. Here comes Percy Large with a late charge, looking for a way round Niall Elkindi. As they head to the line, Elkindi's going to hang on to that 3 spots. European number 4 on track, James Bibby looking super quick, heading towards that final corner. He's riding out of the North. The EA crew are in there as well. Noah Bagwell doing it for MK Evolution. He's got Leon Waite in there behind him inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4 and 5? The 2 Midlands guys going through at the moment. That's the 5.1 of Archie Phillips in there in 4, being chased down by the 10.1 of Kieran Brownson out of Team Nolly. 19.2 on track, Archie Kurokowai riding out of the southwest. Who's that in there in the 2 spot? Looking like we have got Harry Swales on the 10.5. There's 3 South riders battling it out for that top 2 spot at the moment. That looks like it is the 6.1 in there as well. Freddie Toogood, he's going to round out the top 5 spots. I'm not going to try and split up the South crew in the middle of the pack. Race 314. Lucas Laurie out on track, heading into that final turn. Samuel Richards looking like he wants to make his move. He's just been shuffled back to that 2 spot. Your race leader is the 12.3. That's got to be Oliver Taylor. Taylor's going to take it to the line. Richards for 2 with the 4.3 of Laurie in 3.
Right, 315 Moto on the track right now. 1.5 of Adrian Galitis leading it into the corner from Finley Murphy, and the 6.5 that belongs to Louis Cheffy. Charlie Cotton in there as well for the North inside that top 4. Don't forget, folks, we are going straight into the 8s after the Motos. Galitis is going to take it to the line. Cheffy going through as well. Who's going to get that 5th spot? The 8.2, and that belonged to Logan Waterhouse. Race 316, Max McNulty out in front in this one. We've got Jordan Najibade going through as well. That'll be Fergus Sauter in there in that 3rd position, doing it for Scotland. North have got Harry Shaw, Lion Jones, and who else we got in there? Willis Waddington out of Pendle Panthers. Big up to the Pendle Panthers, we love them. Down there on the little pump track in East Lancashire. So wish they could have a proper track, it would be mega. Right, Max Vass, Riley Butt, 1 and 2 I think. In Moto 317, Alfie Ford in there. Jacob Scrivener. 8s are starting to appear on scores, so if you're in 8s, check scores. If you're in the 8s, check scores, because they're starting to appear right now, so you can work out which 8th final you are in. And going back to what I was saying about Pendle Panthers, big shout out to Manny and Andy McGee down there and all the hard work they put in. I'm sure Manny's watching the live stream right now. Just giving you a big shout, mate, for all your hard work. Keep it up. As we move on to Moto number, I think it's 319. I'll figure it out in a minute as they come round. Yeah, 319 Gilmore Green in this one. James Miller. Looks like the Midlands are leading it out at the minute as they come towards the turn. That's going to be Ethan Rogers out in front. Rogers, Miller, the 14.2 and the 2.2 is Thomas Honeywell and Oliver Arnold. Charlie Bob Craig in there in about 6 and pushing hard. Freddie Bolton going through as well, and Elliot Strawford, but it is going to be Ethan Rogers on his home track, I think it is. Is that right, Lewis? Ethan's home track here. Rogers? Yeah, thought it was. 320 Yamamoto, Dylan Spence out in front. 8.5, Hunter Mallion going through into the 5.4. That'll be Sam Dolan inside the top 4.
I'm good. Thanks.
That was Moto 320, 321 now. Jack Perkins and Roland Ells going 1 and 2. That's Mark Tozzadillo in that 3rd position. Adam Arnold doing it for Braintree. Joshua Ballard as well. Lucas Storm and Daniel Williamson. And Bodie Markley in the mix. God, rubbish him. Anyway, never mind, we'll pick it all up later. Race 322, Harry Donalds out in front. Potsy in there in 3. I've got a feeling that's Henry Potts. Doing it for the North. Ethan Howell, Team Creation Cycles. I think he's in there in 2. Oh, look at the battle going on for that 4th spot. Is Henry going to get pipped to the line? No, he's not, but the 7.5 taking the 4 was Lawrence Bojang. Race 323, the new Tom Palmer out in front, battling away with young Mr. Steele. That'll be Harley. Jude Hoff in there as well. Oliver Nelson, Max Barg, I think that is. Nathan Bourne, Stanley Farmer and George Jackson. Race 324, the 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Roberts Catkins, Jack Bradley, Loic Harold, Ruben Newton, Henry Dodd, Kai Tompkins and Samuel Ortiz Uribe. And it is Henry out in front, doing it for Midlands BMX Club. Sam's in there in 2. Samuel Ortiz Uribe. The 4.3 coming past me. That is young Mr. Kai Tompkins doing a great job. Keep it going, Kai. But it's going to be Henry bringing it down to the line. Is he going to get past just as they get to the stripe? It's going to be a close finish. Oh, too close to call. Yeah, 2 riders going down in that first turn. Not sure who it was. We'll work it out by process of elimination. Sandys going past us. Harry's on his way past as well. Harry Merrin. Louis going through. Louis Austin. Wolf Svensson. So Stanley Lockwood. And I think Harry Taylor were the riders that went down. Oh, hang on. No, we've got 2 South riders in the mix. Harry Taylor's there, as is Harry Merrin. So Stanley Lockwood was definitely one of the fallers. Oh, Thomas Taylor took a tumble. He's up and all right. Well done, Thomas. Good lad. And well done, young Mr. Lockwood, Stanley. As we move on to race 326, Luke Barron, Dennis Turner, Dexter Stretton, John Joe Blundell, Shelby Yates, Charlie Phillips and Harry Powell. The first of the 8th final sheets have started to arrive. If you've got an 8th final, please go and look on scores. 8th final, look on scores. Work out where you need to be, when you need to be there. We are going straight into the 8 finals as soon as motos are done. Shelby Yates heading past me, young Mr. Powell in there in 2. John Joe Blundell in 3. That's going to be Luke Barron rounding out the top 4 for the North. And then we've got Charlie Phillips, Dennis Turner and Dexter Stretton all in there as well.
327 race. 1, 2, over there. Race 327 out on track. Louis Jamira in the middle of the pack, in there at about 3 at the minute. He's chasing down the 2.5 and the 1.5. That is Arthur Kinch and Jasper Eels heading on through that 3rd straight. Oh, one rider just slips his pedal. That was Eels, just about managed to stay upright. Jamira's in there in 3. The EA boys going well in 4 and 5. That's going to be Teddy Barker and Charlie State heading down the final straight. Barker just about hanging on to 4 as they bring it down to the stripe. He's going to round out the top 4 with State in 5. Race 328, 6 and unders bringing the thunder. The 2 and the 1.4 heading on through Seth Goostrey and Charlie Owen are leading out. The Midlands rider, that is Seth Goostrey and Benji Ross Foster 1 and 2. That's Charlie Owen in there in 3 as they bring it down the final straight. The North out front looking good. Then 2 guys going to wrap up this moto. Owen in there for that top 3 finish. The rider out of the South going to take 4. Looks like that is the 14.5 of Louis Stoter. Southwest on track, Charlie Thorne in this one, but it is Oliver Bridle leading this one through. Thorne's in there in 4. Bridle though, out front, this guy's on an absolute charge. I think he's only been riding a bike for something like 18 months. And look at how quick he's going down that final straight. Gonna pick up that Moto win with what looks like the 12.1 in there in that 2 spot. That is William Beckett out of Smiley's Flight Club. 6 and under girls on track. Hines, McGoldrick, Kerr, Bowler and Dunny heading on through. That looks like it is the 1.4 of Hattie McGoldrick chasing down the 2.5. Jagger Hines, Hattie McGoldrick are out front at the moment. The 2.1 in there in 3. That is Erin Dunny out of Chesterfield BMX Club. Isabella Bowler in there in 4. And Noah Kerr on the 4.5 is in there in 5. But it's all about Hines heading down this final straight. Here comes McGoldrick. Has she got enough left in the tank? Jagger Hines is going to hang on to it with Hattie McGoldrick in 2. Anderson, Laurie, North, Worthington and Warner all heading into the second turn. That is Esme Anderson out front, the 5.4 in there behind her. That is Tia Worthington being chased down by the 3.5 of Ada Warner, the Southwest in there in 4. That has got to be the 5.2 of Madeline North with Alice Laurie out of the Panthers in the 5 spot, but heading down the final straight, the 1.5, Esme Anderson on an absolute charge, gonna take that Moto win from start to finish. 7-year-olds on track low, gonna see Toby's on the inside, but he's got Rapid Roman high-lowing him in turn number 2. Can he make it stick? Here comes Rapid Roman round the outside, looking for a way into the final turn. Acito, Birdfield 1 and 2. That looks like Frankie Jones in the mix in there at about 4 as well. Chasing down the South Rider, headed towards the line. That's the 8.5 Ruawi Kempsford. Jones with a late charge, gonna nick the 3 spot from Kempsford.
Right, Moto 333. 3.5 for Alice Lewis Fields. In there in 1, that looks like the rider out of Cumbernauld, Jude Shearer, going through in that second spot. Carter Hawker out of Manchester in that 3rd position for the North region. The South are in there in 4. Finley Thomas won't be that far away either. I think he's just sat there waiting for an opportunity to get by. The Southwest in there as well. That would have been Charlie Crossley and Connor Rowe. There's Teddy Gorman and Arthur Claydon go past. Joseph Claydon either go past me. So these guys in the mix. Teddy Gorman, Noah Bishop, Billy Cadwallader in there as well. Plenty of East Anglia representation. Look at the battle as they come to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? The 0-1 picking it up. Joseph Claydon. Race 335. Arlo Hatch, Kyson Chappell, Riley Barnard, Archie Fisher, Arlo Payne, Albie Blight and Ruby Pleasance Fords. Rudy in there. But it's Arlo Payne leading it through. Arlo's in 1. Archie Fisher in there in 2. Riley in there in about 5th spot at the minute. Kyson Chappell on that 5.1 out of Chesterfield. Don't forget to buy some of their stickers. Put £5 in the pot to help the club out. That would be gratefully received. As they head towards the finish line. Race 336, Jack Hale, Albie Stimpson, Zach Kirby, Harry Elworthy, Toby Brook and Jack Taylor. 10.2, Toby Brook in 1, Jack Taylor in 2. That is Jack Hale going through in 3, Alfie Stimpson in 4, Mr. Elworthy in 5, and then Zach Kirby in there in 6. As they come to the line, it is going to be the Southwest rider taking the win. Toby Brook from Jack Taylor. Race 337. 7-year-old girls, Hewitt, Pine, Brentall, Jewis, Henning, Waddington, Arnold and Barron. That'll be all of Jewis out in front. Abigail Henning in there in that 3rd spot, chasing down Mabel Pine. Lottie Arnold's in there in 6. And Lainey Waddington in 8. But it's going to be Jewis taking it to the stride. Mabel Pine going through in 2. Henning in 3. Matilda Hewitt in 4. And Flick Brentall rounding out the top 5. Race 338. Moore, Henry, Wyatt, Divine, Groves, Moore, Kay and Dixon. Maggie Divine in 2. Verity Kay battling away for that 4th spot. That's Millie Moore in 5. So these riders absolutely on it, but it is the 2.1 of Izzy Moore who's going to take it to the stripe in Moto 338. Strong 2 for Maggie Divine, and the 2.2 of Susie Wyatt rounded out the top 3. Megan Keller, Tallulah Widdowson, Phoebe Miller, Maisie Dyson, Lily Mae Clemson, and Isabella Dunn. Isabella just losing her pedals going down that third straight. She's there in fourth at the moment. Looks like Phoebe Miller is the lady in control. She's there in front. Isabella Dunn's going to pick up that 2. No, sorry, Maisie Dyson in the 2. And the 1.1 going through is Tallulah Widdowson. Race 340, Ella Grant, Lola Perks, Grace LB, Tegan Dunn in there as well, Pippa Rowland and Layla Dixon. Pippa going well in the 2. Chasing down Grace LB. We've got Braintree riders, East Anglia riders, Perks and Dixon. They're in there in 3 and 4. Can Pippa Rowland steal it at the line for the north? Is she going to get it? Yes, she does. 3:41 heading towards us. Ella Robertson in there in 2, doing it for the Scottish Massive. Chasing down Lauren Snell. The 5.4 is Alice Barron in there in that 3rd position. Evie Hume, Tessa Johnson and Madison Stupple all in there as well, but it is going to be Lauren Snell taking the win from the rider out of Scotland on that 1.6. That's Ellie Robertson. 3:42, Betty Wills, Arabella Denton, Holly Webb, Abby Graham, Emma Dean, Cara Cross, Robin Wyatt and Ruby Evans. The 3.3 is Emma Dean. She's in there in that 6th spot. Chasing down the rider from the south, the 20.5. Who's just passing us is Abby Graham. E4 though, Betty Wills taking it to the line, followed by the 1.5 and the 3.5 of Holly Webb and Cara Cross. Race 343, Charlotte Ward, Holly Bishop, Florence Kay, Freya Knight, Millie Wheeler, Molly Tomlinson and Ailey Steinmetz. The 2.4 is Molly Tomlinson out of the north, being followed by Florence Kay out of the Brumwood Massive. So the north going 2 and 3, but they are really going to have to go some to catch the W7 of Holly Bishop. Race 334, Florence Dyson, Eliza Powell, Sinead Bunting, River Henderson, Rosie Geddes, Roxy Rowlands, Una Svensson and Beth Worley. 6.4, that is Roxy Rowlands doing it for the Brumwood team. Una Svensson out of Manchester, good to see her racing the Brits. The 2.5, that is River Henderson, coming under serious pressure at that finish line. Race 345, Lewis.
10-year-old girls out on track. Botany Dudley, Ellie beat 1 and 2. The 7.3 in there in that top 3 spot. That is Mia Kiss.
There's 2 pages left, isn't there? I've lost one. 3 pages left.
Yeah.
So out of that final turn then it is going to be Dudley leading it down the final straight, beat into the 7.3 of Mia Kiss in 3 with the 4.5 in there in 4. That was Amber Tucker. Next over race 346, Moon, Egan, Pritchard, Cox, Honeywell, Payne and Crouch all in and out of that second corner. It is Maisie Egan leading this one through the rider out of the south. In there in that 2 spot, bringing it on round. Looking like that could be Rachel Pritchard out of the Hawks heading down the final straight. It is going to be Egan taking it down to the stripe. That's how they're going to wrap up with the 6.5 of Pritchard. In there behind her, Trixie Trays on the 17.2 going 1 and 2 with the E7 in and out of that second corner. That is Trays and Hudak at the moment. Look at that for a scrap for that top 3 spot out between the North riders. Izzy Dolan was one of the riders trying to battle it out. The other one was Amelia Rowe heading in and out of that final turn then, and down the last straight I think Rowe has got on the advantage. She's going to pick up that top 3 finish with a late charge from the 2.6. Looking like Aria Rose Lee going to pick up that 4 spot on the line. Seren Pritchard, the 1.1 out of the Midlands, taking it to him in race number 348. Looking like we've got Millie Ross in this one. She's in the middle of the pack at the moment. Got a little bit of work to do. She wants to pick up a top 4 finish heading down the final straight. Who's going to get a top 3 finish? Heading down the final straight. Ross with a late charge, not quite going to get close enough. Looking like that was Poppy May Kirby hanging on to 3. Race 349, Bird, Mackie, Mooney, Gerard, Cunnison, Harris, Graham and Bunyan. It is Gerard leading it out from the 1.3 of Freya Harris, looking like Mega Mooney is going to wrap up that top 3 spots at the moment, doing it for East Anglia. So it is the North and EA 1, 2 and 3. In and out of that final turn they go. The South are in 4 and 5, chasing them down the final straight. Paige Cathcart Cunnison is hanging on to that top 4 finish. She's being pushed all the way by the 8.5. That is Caitlin Bird who's going to have to hang on to that 5. European number 3 on track, Iris Harder Pure Bikes in the South, going 1 and 2 with Elizabeth Lola Paul doing it for Sorted Race Gear. And the North, her North teammate is in there in 4. That's got to be Lucy Stevenson on the 2.4 plate, chasing down the 13.2. That's going to be Elsie Blight hanging on to a top 3 finish. Nearing the end of the Motos 1/8 finals in the pens, please, if you haven't already. The 2.5 of a Lauren Keller leading it away from the 2.1 of Mara McCarran as they exit that second corner. Lainey Cordin's in there as well on the 10.4, doing it for the North. She's rounding out the top 3 as they go in and out of that final corner. Olivia Webb doing it for Team A, and the South in there in 4, chasing down the front 3 riders, but it is all about Keller across the line. British champ on track, Emily Eaton leads this one through for the South. Look at that for a gap to the European number 2, Brooke Fast 4 Sits. The 4 Sits are the proud owners of MFU Sports. We've got some of their Surge Energy bars up here at commentary. Going to give them a try later. We'll give you our honest reviews. I'm sure they're lovely.
I've had one already.
That's why I'm so energised at this sort of time. Race 353, the penultimate moto of the day, ladies and gents. In and out of turn number 2, the 1.6 leads this out. Ruby Warren doing it for the Scottish crew. She's being chased down by a couple of riders out of the South. And then look at the 3 going at it for that top 4 spot. Looking like it's East Anglia going to hang on to it at the moment. That is Isla Watson heading down the final straight. Then it's all about Warren picking up that moto win. Last moto of the day, ladies and gents. The 12-year-old girls, the world number 6 leading this one through. Poppy Bishop, Halo Wheels Race Team. Poppy Woodland gets it all wrong in turn number 2, and now she's under a bit of pressure as they head towards the final corner. But it's all about Bishop leading it from the 7.2 of Tucker, heading down to the line. The 13.3 of Allegra True. That's going to be your top 3. Motos are done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are going to get straight into the 8th finals. Bear in mind, these are age groups with over 64 riders, so there's an awful lot of them. 24 of these races to get through. We are locked and loaded for the 1/8 finals, ladies and gents. Get yourself tracks out if you haven't already.
Alright, 8 finals are go. This is knockout racing, 4 going through, 4 going out. That's what knockout racing's all about. As they head down towards turn number 1, I've got a feeling that's Henry Sullivan out in front. Callum Wood's not that far behind, he's in there in 3 at the minute. Got a ride around the Midlands in there in 4, and that's going to be Alfie Thorne. So, it's all about that final qualifying spot to go through to the quarters. Sullivan, Pritchard, the 2.2, that is Callum Woods. Midlands rider going through, being chased down by Oscar Lee. So it's Oscar Lee and Alfie Thorne for that final spot in the quarters. Thorne's looking good, Lee's chasing him down. Thorne's going to take that final position, make his way through into the quarterfinals.
A final number 2, these year 8-year-olds. Jake Avis has had a cracking start. He's headed for turn number 1, wants to pick up the whole shot in this first of the knockout rounds. In he goes, he's going to lead this one out. Who's in there with him? Miller McAlpine on the 3.6 plate. Avis McAlpine out front at the moment. Lewis Rothwell is in the mix inside the top 4. He's in there in 3 at the moment. He's being chased down though by a rider out of the south. That's got to be the 11.5. Yes, it is Harley Laker doing it for the Hawks. He's got the 9.2 of Logan Collier in there behind him in 5, chasing him on down the front 4. Looking safe for the moment. Collier's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to catch Laker in and out of that final corner. It's all about Avis out front, McAlpine into Rothwell 3. Laker's going to round out the top 4 spots.
Hoodie back off again because I'm absolutely roasting. As we move on to 8th final, number 3, Marco Blackburn, North, Youngs, Rhodes, Bentley, Valentino and Tuft in this one. It is the 2.5 of Oscar Marco leading it in. Charlie Blakeburn in there in 2. 3.2 and the 14.2. So Sonny Youngs in 4, Edison Bentley in 5. Battle of the Southwest for that final spot in the quarterfinals. Oscar Marco looking good. Charlie Blackburn's going to get that too. 3.2 for the 3. That is Alistair North, and the 5.2 making it in is Lucas Rhodes. 8th final, number 4. White, Robinson, Hill, North, O'Brien, who's got that 4th spot right now. It looks like the 2.4 of Seth Robinson being chased down by Joseph O'Brien. It's a battle of the North for the final spot in those quarterfinals. Ethan White is the man in control. Seth Robinson hanging on. He's getting pressure coming down the final straight though. Battle for 2 going on. Robinson's going to make it in the 4.
Couple of things, guys. If you are heading up to the staging area for your racing, please make sure that you know what race you are in. There's a bucket load of riders turning up to the pre-staging area, don't know what race they're in. It's making it really chaotic over at pre-staging. Also, while we're at it, if you've hired a transponder today, as soon as you are out of racing, can you please hand in your hired transponder back to admin? That would be greatly appreciated by our volunteers. Thank you.
Right, Emerson Tucker picking up that 4th spot in 8th final, number 5. We're moving on to 8th final, number 6. Gilbert Tawalde, Hayes, Barton, Mason, Lockwood, James Young and Thompson all in this one. It is the young man from the south, Caleb Tawalde, leading it out. 7.4 is Teddy Hayes in that 4th spot. I've got a feeling George Lockwood's left himself a little bit but too much to do as they go towards that final straight. So Teddy Hayes in that 4th position going through. Tawalde's going to make his way in. Yes, he does. Hayes through in 4.
A final number 7, the 8-year-olds. That is Dominic Zapanos leading this one out from the 1.2 of Elliot Hatch heading into the 2nd corner. The 6.4 is in the mix as well. Nathan Franklin out of the north. The 8.5 of Jensen Jessup. He rounds out the top 4 spots at the moment. Jensen Me is in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Jessup into the final turn. Me's under a bit of pressure himself as he heads out of the final corner. It's going to be Zapanos, Hatch, Franklin, Jessup. 1, 2, 3, 4. Me with a late ditch to the line. Can he get close enough? I don't think he will.
Right, we're going straight to quarterfinals after the 8ths. We're going straight to quarterfinals after the 8ths. That's your Mr. Stamanis out in front. Who's got that 4th spot at the minute? Right around to the southwest. Midlands are in there in 2. That's going to be Seb Perry, Josh Byrne and Finn Yerbry in the mix as well as they head down towards the line. Who's the rider in 4th? It's the 6.2 of Josh Byrne. He's under a little bit of pressure though from the 10. That's going to be Yerbry. Byrne goes through in 4. Yerbry out in 5.
First knockout race for the 10-year-olds. That's a 13.4 of Connor Hemhill leading this one through the 3.1 of Ronnie Wood. The Land Shark in there behind him. The 14.4 is Lucas Slinger inside the top 3. Who's chasing him down? Looking like we've got Miles Skinner out of the East Anglian crew. He's inside the top 4 at the moment, under a bit of pressure as he exits the turn. Skinner looking like he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot and take it through in 4th. 8 final number 10 out on track. We are looking at rider from the south. That is the 11.5 of Jacob Anderson, leading it out from the 15.4 of Finn Monroe. Them two guys out front looking like we've got Arthur Claydon in there in 3. Who's the Scotsman inside the top 4? Jamie Robertson doing it for the Centurions. In and out of that final turn they go. Monroe, Anderson. Monroe's made his move to go from 2 to 1. Anderson in 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Claydon and Robertson in that order. 8 final number 11, these are your 10-year-olds going at it, looking like that could be Preston Newmarsh Proud doing it for the Midlands, your regional champion. He's leading it into the turn, the 1.5, and then behind him down is going to be Lucas Tewald, followed by the 8.3 of Freddie State heading through the 3rd straight. That looks like the Southwest Samuel Snell inside the qualifying spot in 4. In and out of that final corner, it is going to be the Midlands rider Preston Newmarsh Powell taking it down to the line. Lucas Tewald in the 2, the 8.3. State and Snell going through in 3 and 4.
Right, don't forget we are going quarter-final racing straight after the 8. Quarter-final racing straight after the 8. So be on your guard, keep your eye on scores. You're going to need to be on it today to be in the right race at the right time. Meanwhile, out on track, the Midlands are 1, 2, 3. Southwest are in there in 4. That's Ollie Warner chasing down Sonny Laywood, I think, into that final turn. The Midlands on fire in this one. Laywood now coming under pressure from Ollie Warner down the final straight. Who's going to get it over the line? The 3.2 takes it across. Sonny Laywood in there in 4.
8 final number 13 on track. Murray Watson is in there behind Teddy Jones and doing all he can to close that gap, but Jones is on fire at the moment, heading for turn number 2. Jones, Watson, the 12.1 of Isaac Jones in there in 3. Who's going to pick up the 4? The 2.5 of Lucas Burkhardt threw it under in the corner and made it stick, so he now occupies that top 4 spot just in front of Isaac Moore, who's looking to come back at him into the final straight. Burkhardt though has done enough by the looks of it to create enough of a gap between him and Moore. Burghardt's going to take that final qualifying spots.
Moving on, 8 final number 14, Steinmetz, McAvoy, Riches, Gordon, Grandens, Grant, Malkin and Duffy. 16.2 and 3.5, Oliver Riches and Neil Grandens. One's in 4th spot, one's in 5th. The South Rider on the outside looking in. Might have just left himself a little bit too much to do right now as they go towards the line. Kylan Gordon is the man in front. Grandens looking like he's going to miss out in that 5th position. Yes, he does.
Benny Jackson shows a clean set of wheels into turn number 1, and check out that for a lead in a knockout round. He is your world number 8 for a reason, but he's being chased down by the 11.1 of Freddie Ray Orland into that 2nd corner. The 15.3 of Ollie Todd in there in 3. The 6.5 of Otto Parr is under a bucket load of pressure from Clayton Southern as they head for the final turn. Who's going to hang on? Looking like we've got Parr in a qualifying spot. Southern isn't done yet. Southern, Parr down the final straight. The South and East Anglia going at it. Who's going to get it? Looking like Southern's going to take it on the line. Parr out in 5.
8 final number 16, your current British champion Joey Tompkins is the man in control. Cornery in there into the 7.3 of Josh Venter. The man in that 4th position at the minute is Ted Harvey, being chased down by Thomas Henning. So it's a battle of the North region for that final position in that quarter final. Meanwhile, Cornery in there in 2, chasing down Tompkins. Looks like the rider going through in that 4th spot will be the 4.4 over Ted Harvey. Thomas Henning out in 5.
The 11-year-old knockout rounds are on track, and James Bibby is leading the first one of 8. Who's in there with him looking like the Southwest rider? Gotta be Jack Laughlin on the 5.2. Gotta be Niall Elkindy in there in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot for the Midlands as he stands in and out of that final turn? Looking like the 2.1 is going to hang on to it. Kaya Phillips, he's going to take that final qualifying spot in behind Niall Elkindy in 3.
Right, 8 final number 18, Joe Rook of Southwest out in the lead at the minute. The 2.3 of Noah Backwell's in there in that 3rd spot. There's a big battle going on between 2.6 and 4.3. Finlay Shaw and Lucas Lorry for that final spot in the quarters. The Scotsman has got it at the minute. Finlay Shaw hanging on, but Lorry's going to chase him down the final straight. Shaw and Lorry, Rook's taking the win. Shaw's hanging on. Shaw for the 4th, Lorry for the 5.
East Anglia, the South, the Southwest, and then the North and the Midlands are all going at it for a top 4 spot, but it is led away by Oliver Taylor. Here comes the 1.2 of Lucas Belton around the outside of Harry Swales. He's worked his way to that 2 spot. Swales in there in 3. Who's picking up the top 4? Got to be the 10.4 of Theo Davies, heading into the final turn and back out again. Freddie Toogood is in 5 for the Midlands, chasing down Davies. Has he got enough left in the tank? Davies is going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, as we move on, Archie Crocker-White, I think, in this one is the man out front and in control. Zach Hamill, Leon Waits in there as well. Who's got that 4 spot? Where is Jacob Aston? He's in there in 5. Aston chasing down Waterhouse as they go towards the final corner. The North Rider trying to make his move, diving on the inside. Aston makes the move. He's there in 4. Waterhouse in 5. Crocker-White's going to take the win. Jacob Aston to the line for 4. Aston makes it through.
Leo Rowlands dominating down the first straight in 8th, final number 21. He's being chased down there by the 1.1 of Harley Bowler, who's having an absolute corker of a day in that 2 spot at the moment. The 7.5 of Albert Salatans in there in 3. Here comes the 17.4 of Zach Worthington, under a bit of pressure though from the 15.1 of Ethan Ludlow, heading for the final turn. Worthington hanging on to it. Ludlow isn't done yet. He's looked on the inside, but Worthington has covered well. Worthington then looking like he's going to take the final qualifying spot at the moment. Has Ludlow got enough speed down the final straight? Worthington's going to take that final qualifying spot.
Parsons, Jamira, Ford, Sheffy, Lloyd, Charles, Raythorne and Lillingston all in this one. Zach Parsons on that 1.3, but the young man out front, Itai Jamira checking out and gone. Louis Sheffy in 2. 1.3 being chased by the 8.4. So Zach Parsons under pressure from Owen Lloyd now as they go into the final corner. Parsons in 4. Lloyd in 5. Jamira's gone. Who's going to get the 2? It's going to be the rider out of the South. I think that's going to be Ratchmore going through. Wow, wow, wow.
8th, final number 23 on track, the penultimate of this rack of knockout rounds. It is Adrian Geiletis leading this one through for the South. He's under pressure though from the 13.4 of Isaac Lasenda Smith, the 17.2 in there as well. That's Samuel Richards, but there is a queue of South riders heading down that 3rd straight. Jet Thompson is hanging on to that final qualifying spot as it stands. Geiletis is under pressure from the sender. He's worked his way through with a perfect high-low move in the final turn. Smith, Geiletis, Richards, 1, 2, 3. Thompson's going to hang on to 4.
Last of the 8 finals before we go straight into quarters. Straight into quarterfinals. Check on scores. Make sure you know where to be and when to be there. 3.4 hanging on to it right now. Fierce Charlie Cotton. Charlie Cotton in that 4th spot. I've got a feeling that's Percy Large in there in 5. So the North and the Midlands battling in and out that final turn. Cotton's going to get swooped down the final straight. Is he going to be able to hold it? Charlie Cotton, Percy Large to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, I think Large nicked it. Wow, wow, wow. Quarter-final racing is happening almost immediately. Riders getting the pens for the quarter-finals, please. We are going to crack straight on. No messing around.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Your purchase goes to the Chesterfield BMX Club, who are looking to do a lot of major changes to their track. If you can't see them around the track at all, head over to the Chesterfield BMX Club gazebo over on the first straight in the Midlands area. They'll be happy to sell you some sticker packs.
Are we on?
We are quarter-final racing, ladies and gents. Alex Brooks out of lane 1, 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Brooks is going to hold shot into the turn. Who's in there with him looking like Freddie Cadman Carpenter has picked up that 2 spot as they come on round the south in the mix as well. Looking like that could be Lewis Fletcher on the 1.5 plate. Rocky O'Brien in there in 4. Lloyd Freeman is in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch the front 4 guys. In and out of that second corner and into the final one now. It is all about Brooks and the north out front. Carpenter, Fletcher, O'Brien, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe.
Quarter-final 2, 17 to 29-year-old cruisers, Putland, Sharp, Penny, Green, Moss, Wiggins, Daly and Thompson all in this one as they head towards the turn. In fact, I think I might have had a birthday shout out for Jake, I'm not sure. I'll double check in a bit. 12.1 in there in that 4th spot. That is going to be Zach Green on his home track in that 4th position. He's giving himself enough time and room to work it in. Owen Putland's going to go through. Putland, Sharp, Green and the 5.2 of Ned Penny.
Quarter-final number 3 all the way out of lane 8, and he's your world number 6, Ryan Stack, doing it for the Southwest, bringing it into turn number 2. Luke Davies-Hayes is on the inside of your British champ from last year. That is Charlie Roy. Roy, though, just about hanging on to it from Hayes, who's in there in 3. Who's the rider out of the south looking to take it through at the moment? Lewis Longley's in there in 5. He's chasing down the rider just in front. That is a 3.5. Connor Blythe is going to round out them qualifying spots.
Last quarter-final for 17 to 29. Jay Green on his home track. Joshua Case, Arne Esselmont in there. I think somebody went down as they came out of the turn. The 4.1 leading into
through though. That will be Jay Green who's got that 4th spot. Joshua Cates chasing down Connor Hedges. Somebody's weaving around and looking for a way through. I've got a feeling it might be Luca Manzi as they head towards the line. Who's going to go through? 6.5 in the 8.3. That was Art Esselman and Joshua Cates.
8-year-old quarterfinals are a go. Your British champ Henry Sullivan. Look at this kid fly into turn number 1. That's a cracking first straight from him. He's leading it out. Sullivan out front then. Who's in there with him looking like? We've got the East Anglian rider. That's Leo Brits on the 2.3 plate. Being chased down by 2 South riders. One of them is too old. The other one is Pritchard. Heading into the turn they are. The 8.2 in there in 5. That is Noah Northcott. Got a bit of work to do to catch Pritchard through this 3rd straight, but it's all about the Southwest. Henry Sullivan down the final straight looking to retain that 0-1 on the front of his bike. Sullivan, Brits, Tawald, Pritchard, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, and second Perevny was right in there in quarterfinal number 2 for the 8-year-olds. He's battling away with Callum Wood and getting in the mix as well. Looks like the rider out of the north. That's going to be the 1.4, which belongs to Alexander Gilbert. Gilbert chasing down Wood. Avis is in there in 3. Perevny leading it out. Who's the man in 5 on the outside looking in? It might be Alistair North. Seth Robinson's trying to get in there as well. Look at the drag race down the final straight for the 4. Alexander Gilbert's going to hang on. He's going to work his way in, chasing down the 2.2 of Callum Wood.
Ethan the Great White and Dominic Zapanos on 1 and 2 in quarterfinal number 7. That's going to be the 1.2 of Elliot Hatch in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 and 5? The 1.1 of Oakley Hill is being chased down by the 2.1 of Hunter Chambers, who's in there in 5. Hill, Chambers, the Midlands are in 4 and 5 as it stands, but it's all about Ethan the Great White, and he is repping EA heading to the line. White, Zapanos, Hatch, Hill, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, East Anglia's team manager. Listen up, East Anglia, we need your team manager to race admin, please. The East Anglia team manager. Can you make your way to race admin, please? Thank you. Right, I'm going to quick look. Let's have a look. Scumanis, I think it is, in there in that 3rd spot. East Anglia going through in 4. Midlands are out front as they head towards the line. It's going to be the 8.3, I think. 5.3. Missed it. Go on, carry on, Lewis.
Seth Kacharik leads out this quarter-final in the 9-year-old. Who's in there with him, picking it up. Looking at the 3.1 of Jack Haynes. They're being chased down by the 2.5 of Joseph Dewitt. Doing it for the South. Who's the Southwest rider in the mix? Got to be Jack Belton. Rounding out the top 4 spots. They're looking safe and clear from the rider in 5 at the moment. Heading down the final straight, Kacharik. He's going to pick up this win in the quarter-final. Haynes in 2, Dewitt 3, and it is Belton in 4.
Second quarter-final for the 9-year-olds. I'm back on track again now. Charlie Dowson, George Spencer, Jesse Rose is in there as well. Ollie Byrne and Charlie Sheriff. And it is Jesse Rose leading it through the 3.5, being chased by the 4.4. Oakley Lewis Field and Ollie Byrne battling away for that final qualifying spot. Byrne on the outside looking in, going high-low in the final turn, trying to wind up the drag race. Here he comes down the final straight, looking for a way round. Ollie Byrne to the line. Is he gonna get it? Oh, one for the transponders of truth.
Third quarter-final for the 9-year-old coming at you through the 2nd straight. That's going to be a British champion, Ethan Shaw, leading this one out. Tobias Groves was right there with him down the 1st straight, but just got it a little bit wrong, so he's dropped back to about 4. He's just worked his way around the outside of Baptiste, and he's now in 3. Here comes the North, and they are clawing places back. It is Shaw out front, Hines in there in 2, Groves is in 3. Who's going to pick up that final qualifying spot? Got to be Jack Kitching, doing it for the North aboard that EV1. He's going to take it across the line in 4.
Right, Jacob Dent's right in the middle of this one, and Jack Griggs as well. I've got a feeling Dent's out front. Griggs is in there in 4. The 12.3 of Rex Ford going through in 2, and it is the 5.4 of Jacob Dent coming under pressure from William Arnold. Dent, Arnold battling away for that final spot in the semis. Thomas Giles is the man out front. Rex Ford is chasing him down. Giles, Ford, Donaldson, Dent. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Clayton Southern has hit the deck in his quarter-final, and that leaves Connor Hemhill, Murray Watson, and of course Hugo Dayton going 1, 2 and 3 into turn number 2. The 23.2 of Arthur Clayton is in there in 4, but it's all about GT Factories. Connor Hemhill doing it for the North at the moment. In and out of that final corner, no one's going to get close enough to him in this quarter-final race. Heading down to the stripe, Hemhill, Watson, Dayton, 1, 2, 3, Claydon in 4.
Right, Finley Munro and Jacob Anderson took off together going down that straight. Munro's working his way in for a whole shot. Jacob Anderson in there in 2. That's going to be Joey Tompkins, I think, in there in 3. And we are looking for Joseph McAvoy, who's trying to get his way into that 4th spot right now. It is the 13.1. It is McAvoy under pressure though from the 8.3, and that belongs to Frederick State. State going through as they head into the final corner. McAvoy in 4. The pressure's not over yet. Munro out in front. Munro, Anderson, who's going to get the 4th spot on the line? The 11.1 goes out, and that was Freddie Ray Orland.
Quarter-final number 15, and the time is Benny Jackson the clock, because that was a wicked first straight from Jackson. Your world number 80 leads it from the 1.4 of Carla Gordon. Here come the 2.1 and the 16.1. Seb Hewitt and Rex Beasley out of the Midlands in qualified spots. So the North going 1 and 2, the Midlands 3 and 4. In and out of that final turn, Jackson on a charge. Can anyone catch him? No, they can't. He's going to take it to the line. Gordon, Hewitt in that order. Beasley rounds out the top 4.
Quarter-final number 16, I saw Ronnie Wood working his way into that first turn in 4th spot. He needs to push on a little bit harder just to make sure he goes through. He's got Lucas Tewolde to deal with as well. Out front it is Teddy Jones and Preston Newmarsh Powell. The Landshark in there in 5, being chased down by Lucas Burkhart, who's out of the south. He's in 5, Woods in 4. In and out of the final turn, the Midlands are going to go 1 and 2. South in 3. Is Wood going to hang on for the 4? I think he is. Ronnie Wood makes it in.
This 11-year-old category is swimming with the red shirts at the moment, and it is Zach Everly who was leading it out, but the former Midlands rider, your British champ from last year, Elijah Jamira, now with the North respectively, he's going to pick up the lead. Well, that's got to be Everly in there in 2, who's in 3. Looking like we have got Harley Bowler picking it up as he comes on round. So the Midlands 2 and 3 at the moment. Who's in there in 4? That is a 12.3 of Oliver Taylor taking that qualified spot.
Second quarter-final for the 11-year-olds. I saw Isaac the Sender Smith work his way into a second spot, battling away with Joe Rook as they go into that second turn. The 1.5 and the 1.3. Adrian Galitis and Zach Parsons 3 and 4 at the moment. Belton on the outside looking in. Lucas Belton from the southwest. Has he got anything for the rider from East Anglia as they go down towards the line? Smith's going to make it in. Rook's going to make it in. That final qualifying spot went to Zach Parsons.
James Bibby and Archie Croker White are out front at the moment. Zach Hamill is in the mix inside the top 3 on the 3.5. Play the 10.5. He's ahead of the rest of the pack. That is Harry Swales in 4, but he's got a couple of South riders in there behind him, looking to upset his day, unfortunately, but he's hanging on to it at the moment. Bibby down the final straight. White, he's not quite going to catch him, but he's going to take that 2 spots solidly across the line. Hamill, Swales 3 and 4.
Quarter-final number 20, Ronnie Payne, Leo Rowlands in this one, out front going 1 and 2 in a minute. The North have got another rider in there as well. That is the 15.4, I think, of Leon Way. He's got the 3.1 on his back wheel. That belongs to Finley Murphy. And trying to get involved as well is Jack Lafin from Decoy and the southwest. Lafin in 5, chasing down the 4. Rowlands is going to make it in the 4.5 of Ronnie Payne. 3.1 going through. That was Finley Murphy in that 4th position.
Max McNulty's just stuck it round the outside of everyone in turn number 1, and he's picked up that second spot in behind his Midlands teammate. That is Harry Donald, the European number 3. Donald McNulty out front. Who's in there inside the top 3? That's got to be Miller heading down the final straight. The front 3 are safe and clear. Who's going to pick up the final qualifying spot? That's going to be the 14.2. Thomas Honeywell out of the southwest.
Right, we've got a rider down in turn number 1, and it's one of the Midlands riders who's hit the deck. I've got a feeling it was Dylan Spence. His Brits is over. Roland Ells is in there in 2, fast in 3. That's going to be Harley Steele in there in 4. From 4 are out there and clear. All got mixed up in turn number 1. Dylan Spence, I honestly thought he was going to be one of the favourites for this one, and his British Championships has ended in the quarter-finals.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. Oh, it's fine, don't worry. Instinct. Yeah, it's alright.
Quarterfinal number 23 hits the track. You are looking at the EA rider headed for turn number 1. Looking like that could be Joe Douglas. I think he's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Douglas leads it out. He's powerhoused his way through that first straight. That looks like Ethan Howell. He's in there in that 2 spot doing it for the Midlands. So Douglas Howell, 2 of the powerhouses of this age group are out front. Tom Palmer's got it all to do. He's in about 6 at the moment. The 4.2 and the 7.5 are battling it out for that 4 spot. Look at the Southwest go though. Sully Collis has thrown it under in turn number 2. He's made his stick. Collis is in there in 4. Chasing down his Southwest teammate heading down the final straight. That's going to be Ralph Sowerby. It is going to be Sowerby. Collis hanging on to 3 and 4.
Right, as we move on to quarterfinal number Ethan Rogers, I think it is, and Jack Perkins. They're going 1 and 2 at the minute. Who's got that 4 spot? It's a rider out of East Anglia. Stanley Palmer on the 3.3, one with that far away. He's there in that 4 spot, chasing down the 2.5 and Mark Tosadilo. Farmer through in 4. The unlucky guy in 5 was Adam Arnold.
Rider down on the first straight in the 6 and on the quarterfinals. But you are looking at Oliver Bridle out of Exeter Eagles doing it for the Southwest. He's absolutely flying today through this second straight. Who's in there behind him? Looking like Benji Ross Foster, who's one of the riders occupying a top 4 spot. He's in there in 3 behind the 3.4. That is Henry Dodd bringing it into the second turn. The 6.5 is in there in 4. Sorry, that's Harry Taylor out of Bournemouth BMX and the South. He's chasing down the North riders heading for the final 10. It's all about Bridle out front. Ross Foster's in there as well. Dodd looking like he's safe and clear and taking it to the semi-finals. Who's going to wrap up that top 4 spot? It's going to be Harry Taylor taking it to the line.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 6 and unders. The YouTube superstar Shelby Yates is the man out front at the moment. Sandis Irons is in there. John Joe Blundell, Charlie State, Loic Harold, Charlie Ford, Wolf, Svinson and Jackson Gregory are the 8 riders on that track. But Shelby Yates checking out and gone right now. Sandis is in there in 2. The rider in 3 out of the South is John Joe Blundell in the 2.1 is Loic Harold. So Loic Harold from Telford and the Midlands in that 4th position, being chased down by the young man out of the Southwest. That's going to be Charlie Thorne. He's left himself too much to do. So it's going to go Midlands, East Anglia, South, and the rider going through in 4th, Loic Harold.
Quarterfinal number 27, the 3rd of the 6 and unders. He's on track. That looks like the South bringing it on round the 1.5 of Jasper Eels. Doing it for Gospel BMX. He's going 1 and 2 with the 1.3 of Teddy Parker. Heading into that second corner, the 2.2 of Harry Powell's had a move stuck on him from the 4.1 of Roberts Catkins. Catkins didn't quite make his stick, so he's dropped back to 4. But now he's under a bucket load of pressure heading into the final turn. Looking like the rider out of Bath. That is Jax Bradley's thrown it under in the turn. Who's going to hang on to it? Out front it is going to be Eels and Barker taking it to the line. The 4.1 of Catkins going to take the 3. The 2.2 of Harry Powell takes that top 4 finish.
Quarterfinal number 28 heading down towards us. Arthur King out of Gosport. Seth Goostrey's in there as well doing it for the North. The young man in 2, that is William Beckett. Let's have a look as they work their way in. The 1.1 going well at the 4.4. That is Lou and Jamira in 4. Charlie Owen in 3. Big mix up as they come along because the rider from the South, Alexander French, is trying to work his way in as well as they come in and out of the turn. Goostrey looking good for that 2.5 of Arthur King taking the win. Who's going to get that 4 spot on the line? How close is it going to be? It was the rider from the North.
We are back on the track with the quarterfinals heading towards turn number 1. That looks like it could be...
I'm not doing it, I'll finish it.
Go on, you carry on. Claydon heading down towards it. Who's going to get it down that final straight? 4th place under pressure. At the line, it's going to be the 6.4, I think. That belongs to... Was that Carter? Yeah. Woohoo!
Quarterfinal number 29, the 7-year-olds, 1 rider down in turn number 2. That was the 1.6 of Jude Shearer. Shearer went down in the turn, so it is a 1.3. Logan Aceto taking it to the line from Frankie Jones into the 2.1 in 3. That was Archie Fisher, followed by the rider out of the south. That was Rory Kempsford in 4.
2 more waters.
Penultimate quarter-final leaving the gate. Arlo Payne's in this one for the North. Roman Birdfield as well, so this one is stacked. Jack Hale, Jonah Taylor, Finley Kerr, Ollie Underhill, Connor Rowe and Alfred McGarvey Miles into turn number 1. Arlo Payne's in there in 2 right now, battling with Rapid Roman Birdfield out of the Midlands. Where is Jack Hale? He's in there in 3, and that looks like Finley Kerr out of Runnymede in the south, who's in there in 4 and making his move. He's worked his way up into that 3rd position. The big battle is on between the 2.3 and the 6.3, and that is going to belong to Jonah Taylor and Jack Hale. Battle of East Anglia as they come into the final corner. It's going to go Burnfield, Payne, 1 and 2. Finley Kerr's going to pick up the 3. Who's going to get the 4? It's going to be a tight battle to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh, I've got a feeling that was Jack Hale.
Okay, wonderful.
Final quarter-final on track. The 3.3 is leading this one through. That is Teddy Gorman out of MK. He's being chased down by Atlas Lewisfield from the south. The Midlands are going through as well in there inside the top 3. That's going to be Archie Walsgrove. He's under a bit of pressure. There was 2 riders from the southwest are in there behind him. One of them is Crossley and the other is Brook. In and out of that final turn they go. It is going to be Gorman, Field 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Walsgrove's going to take 3. It's going to be the 10.2 in there in 4. That was Toby Brook.
Yeah. Right, 4:20 for your semi-finals. You've got a 30-minute break. 4:20 p.m. for your semi-finals. That's a Holiday Inn card, IHG.
That's it then.
So if you've lost an IHG hotel card and you're staying at a Holiday Inn or a Marriott or something like that, I only know because I've got a points account with them. I'm saying Porsche, don't you know? And if you've lost an IHG hotel, a Marriott, a Holiday Inn, anything like that, and you've lost your key card, who's got it?
just been shuffled back to 4. He's now under loads of pressure as Xavi Tuber's worked his way into 3. Marco throws it under in the final turn, just about makes it stick. Who's going to get it down the final straight? Here comes James Joseph Roy Pipe. It's going to be Marco hanging on to that top 4.
Right, James Cottrell blew a pedal going down that first straight. He's in 6th place. He needs to be inside the top 4. Here he comes trying to work his way into 5. Cotty works his way up into 4 now, so he's in a qualifying position. Jack Walford in there and trying to get in as well. Newton Henley in the mix, but it looks like as we head down towards the line, it's going to be that 4.4. I think it is going through. Eric McSweety, little Cotty makes it in.
We've got a lost child, ladies and gents. We've got a young Anna over by the Portaloos. She's looking for her Grandad Dave. So Grandad Dave, if you could head over to the Portaloos, please. Thank you very much. 13, 14-year-old cruisers. That's got to be Simpson taking it down the final straight, bringing it to the stripe. Who's in there with him as they bring it down, looking like the 3.3 of Millar. Who's going to get the final qualifying spots?
Semi-final number 5, 15 and 16-year-olds, Gabe Simpson, Thomas Miller, Caden Roberts in there as well. It is the 8.4 going past us. That's Thomas Doran. Right, semi-6, sorry. JTL Simpson Davis in there as well, Zach Chapman. But it's going to be Doran going through Sean Brown. JTL Simpson Davis.
30, 39-year-old cruiser semi-finals on track. Dan Popel's in this one and he's leading it out, looking to take it to the final to retain that 0-1. It's going to 1 and 2 with the 10.3 of Jack Hudson, who's in there in that inside that top 3 spot. Got to be Jared Shear out of Bath BMX. EA going through in 2 and 4. At the moment that looks like Darren Thompson in and out of that final turn, hanging on to that final qualifying spot. Dale Scott's not quite going to get close enough in 5.
Right, semi-final number 8, Livingston, Elliott, Sands, Utley, Abbott, Laurie, Evans, Barker and Rumsey are all in this one. Where is Chris Evans? He's in the 5, he needs the 4. He's being tracked down by Matthew Barker, so Evans is going to have to make a move in that final turn. Nathan Abbott on the 2.2 in there in that 4th spot. 7.3 making it in. Who's getting 4th? It's going to be the 7.5 of Darren Utley.
Going back to semi-final number 4, then this was held back just slightly a few races. It is Logan Widdowson from the Midlands leading out this 13 to 14-year-old cruiser semi-final. McCrum in there in 2, that's Tate Kitson in 3. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? Looking like we have got Logan Young. They're battling it out in the final turn. It is going to be Widdowson, McCrum down the final straight. Kitson's hanging on to 3. Who's going to get 4? Young's going to hang on to it.
Right, there's been a crash on that first straight. I don't know who hit the deck. This is the 3.1 of Benjamin Martinez. Out in front, Dylan Dixon 1.4. That is Groves in that final qualifying spot. Not sure who hit the deck. As they head towards the line, it's going to be the 3.1 of Benjamin Martinez making it in. Groves is going to go through as well. Might have been Rich Stevenson who decks it on that first straight. Let's hope he's okay.
Yeah. I was reading it, I'm thinking, that's the same plate from a different age group.
Put your hands together for Richard Stevenson, ladies and gents. Second rack of the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers are a go. The king of Rimmers is flying towards turn number 1. Kingsley Mears, he's going to pick up the whole shot in this semi-final. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got the rider out of the southwest, out of the inside. That's going to be Daniel Wyatt picking up the 2 spot, but he's under pressure from the south. That is, of course, Matt Eaton heading into that second corner. The 7.5 is in a qualifying spot. That's Matt Swales. The front 4 have checked out from the rest of the pack. Looking like Rob Harris has got a bucket load of work to do. In there in 5, it's going to be Mears down the final straight. Wyatt in 2, Eaton 3, Swales in 4. That's how they're going to take it across the line.
45 to 49, Cruz to semi-final number 1. Fraser Watson, Zoltan Bude leading it out. Ricardo Santos is in there as well. Andrew Hayes and Graham Stark. And where is Neil Harbour? He's in there in 5. He needs the 4. He's got to chase down Andrew Hayes as they go towards that final corner. South are in there in 3. It's going to be Watson. Bude going 1 and 2. Hayes in 4. Battling with the 7.5 of Santos. Neil Harbour out in that dreaded 5th spot.
Matt Barnard made that first straight. He's in that semi-final, but he's being chased down by a bucket load of South Riders, and one of them is the 1.5 of Norbert Marco. He went up the inside of Adam Bude in turn number 2. So we've got the 0-1 and the 0-1X out front. That is going to be in and out of the final turn. Barnard, Bude, Marco, Mead, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line.
Right, 50 to 54. Cruisers headed in and out of turn number 1. Alan Hill out in front. Gary Carver's in there in 2. Timmy Turnbar's looking good in 3 at the moment as they head towards that second turn. The 6.1 of Brett Knight in there in 4, being chased out by Stephen Fortune. 10.5, that is Dominic Elliott in there in 6. And as they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Hill, Carver, Timmy Turnbar and Brett Knight making it in.
Steve Hassel went over the bars on the gate. He's back in action though. He wants to chase down the pack. Daz O'Brien, Kevin Bacon is out front. Who's in there with him? Got to be the 9.3 in that 2 spot. That's Kev Sykes, the 1.3 of Richard Ellis in there in 4. He's chasing down Darren Reedy, who's in there in 3. So it is the Midlands. East Anglia have got 2 riders in there, and the North is occupied inside that top 4. So it is Reedy down the final straight. He's going to take that top 3 finish. Ellis in 4, Sykes in 2, and that was O'Brien out front.
Right, Becca Goal, SJN, and Kim Batsford 1, 2 and 3 in the first of the 30-plus female cruiser semi-finals. Leah Pearson's in there in 4, but under pressure from Lee Pendleton as they come towards that second turn. In and out we go. Becca Goal, Sarah Jane Nichols checking out that little bit now from Kim Batsford. Leah Pearson looking good for that 4th spot, unless Lee Pendleton's got something for her down that final straight. Goal, Nichols, Batsford, Pearson 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Semi-final number 16 is on track. This year 30-plus women's cruiser Michelle Stupple, last year's British champ, leads it out from the 4.4 of South Carver into that second turn. 2 more riders out of the South are in the mix inside the top 4. That looks like it could be Anita 1 bringing it towards that final turn, and Leah Meaden then inside that top 4 qualifying spot, heading down the final straight. Stupple, Carver 1 and 2. 1's going to take that final qualifying spot along with Meaden in 3.
17 to 29 cruiser Alex Brooks into the turn with Ryan Stack right there behind him. Cabin Carpenter in 3. That looks like Lewis Fletcher, I think, in there, or is it Charlie Roy? Charlie Roy under pressure in the turn, gets pushed off the track. The elbows are flying. Who's going to take the 4th spot? Luke Davis Hayes pushing hard, couldn't quite take it from Lewis Fletcher.
Huge pile up in turn and 1 has swallowed on Ross Sharp and Connor Hedges in the 29-year-old cruisers. It is Portland and Green and Penny. 1, 2, 3. Arne Esselman is in there in that 4th spot, heading into the final turn. Zach Green's in 5. It's all getting shaken up out of the final turn. It is going to be Portland down the final straight. He's going to take it. Penny, Green, Esselman all taking it through as well. Absolute chaos in the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Put your hands together for Ross Sharp and Connor Hedges, ladies and gents.
Somebody else is still down on it. I think that was Josh Cates.
I think Josh Cates was the other fallen rider in that semi-final.
Yeah, let's hope he's all right. 17 to 29 cruiser. It's a tough class. And so when someone pulls the pin on a crazy grenade and lobs it into the first turn, anything can happen. Sharp and Hedges battling for who buys the beers later on. Well, looks like Ross is going to take it.
Put your hands together for Josh Cates, ladies and gents. He's onto his feet and walking away.
battle to go out.
I know he went really, he went literally just in a cadence as the words went as soon as the beat stopped speaking. Yeah. Just rubbish. I don't know if it made him score or I'm all for the horns, but I think they should be left to the finals. Yeah. But China released that.
First to the semi-finals for the 8-year-olds heading down the hill. Henry Sullivan on the inside, Caleb Twelve right in the middle. Oh, it's got very, very busy and somebody's already blown a pedal. But Sullivan is going to lead it into the turn. Where is Leo Brits? He's in there in about 5 at the moment. The South Riders are queuing up behind Henry Sullivan as they come out of turn number 1. So Big Hens is on it. On that 0-1. Wants to retain his British Championship number plate. Who's got the 2? It's the 3.5. That belongs to Sturmanis. Tawaldi in there as well. 2.5 getting involved. That is going to be Oscar Marco. But here comes the rider from East Anglia. He's in 5. He's looking for more. Into the turn. The elbows are flying. Somebody's blown a pedal. Look at the Midlands rider trying to get in. Who's going to get it at the line? It's going to be the rider from the Midlands, and that was Seb Perry.
Dominic Zapanos lost the pedal down the first straight, and he got caught up with Antek Perebny in all of the chaos, but it is Ethan the Great White leading it from Hadron Wood into that second turn. Who is the 1.4? That's got to be Gilbert inside the top 4 at the moment. Who's got the 5? Dominic Zapanos is on a charge. Can he close the gap? Has he got enough time and room left? Last straight action. White, Hatch, Wood, 1, 2, 3. Zapanos chasing to the stripe, not quite going to get close enough. Gilbert's going to hang on.
Wow, oh, the 9-year-olds as they head towards the turn, the 0-1 of Ethan Shaw. The question is who's got that 4 spot. There's a big battle going. Oh! George Spencer took the tight line, slid out in the corner. His British Championships is over. Meanwhile, Ethan Shaw and Charlie Dowson, they're going to go 1 and 2. Jesse Rose is going to make it in. Who's going to get that 4 spot at the line? It's going to be a 15.1, and that was Charlie Dowson.
Second rack of the 9-year-old semi-finals. He's heading towards turn number 2. That's going to be the 2.1 of Seth Kacharik leading it out, and they are queuing up behind him. The 12.3 is in there behind him. That's going to be Rex 4. Hendrix Hines is in there in 3. Who's in 4? That looks like it could be Thomas Giles. Yes, it is Giles. He's inside the top 4 and looking to take it to the British Champs final. Heading down the final straight. Giles is going to hang on. Hines in there for 3. Ford and Kacharik out front.
The drama continues in the 10-year-old semis as Connor Hemphill is on the outside looking in at the moment. He's really going to have to make his move stick if he wants to get in there. The 2.1 trying to get involved. Hemphill's up into 5 now. He's got another position to 5. Kylan Gordon in there as well. That looks like Benny Jackson out in front. Connor Hemphill drag racing down the final straight. Is he going to make it in? Jackson's in. Hemphill's coming. It's going to be close. Oh! Transponders of truth, do your thing.
It is the Midlands 1 and 2 in semi-final number 24. That's going to be Teddy Jones from Preston Newmarsh Powell into the turn to go. The 11.5 of Jacob Anderson has threaded the needle and come out in front of your British champ. That's Joey Tompkins shuffled back to 5. Who's the North Rider? Got to be Munro in the middle of the pack in 3. So it is going to be Powell, Jones, Munro, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to take that final qualifying spot? Your British champ is out. Anderson's in.
Oh my word. The sender, he's in 5, he needs a 4, he's going to have to battle hard against Harley Bowler if he wants to make it in. Bibby's out in front, Rowlands is in there as well. Isaac Smith is under pressure now, he's got 2 straights to get it done. In and out of that turn, Ronnie Payne's in there as well. It's going to go Bibby, Payne, Sender, is he going to make it in? Harley Bowler right there next to him. Oh, Isaac, not quite.
Semi-final number 26, these year 11-year-olds heading for turn number 2. That looks like it could be Joe Rook leading it out. He's going 1 and 2 with last year's British champion. That is Atai Jamira, who's picking up 3. That is Zach Everly doing it for the Midlands. The other rider out of the Southwest is in the mix as well. That's going to be Archie Croker wide. There's a battle out front though between Rook and Jamira. Then 2 guys are safely through to the final. Who's going to get 3 and 4? It is going to be Croker White and Everly.
The amount of heavy hitters in this 12-year-old semi-final is ridiculous. Max McNulty, Harry Donald, James Miller in there in 2. Donald, Miller, 18, 12 and 2. That's going to be Ethan Rogers
Rogers, Jack Perkins, the 2.1, Max McNulty on the outside looking in. Has he got anything left as they come down the straight? The red train is coming down towards the finish line. Donald Miller, who's going through in for the 12.1 of Jack Perkins. Ethan Rogers is in as well.
Rider down in turn number 1 in the second of the 12-year-old semi-finals. That's going to be Ethan Howell leading it out from Joe Douglas. So in that second turn, the 3.3 is in the mix as well. Inside the top 3, that's Stanley Farmer. He's being chased down by Roland Ells, who's looking to take it to a British Championships final. But Collis looked underneath, threw it under, didn't make it stick, and hit the deck. Ells stays upright and takes the final qualifying spots. Oliver Arnold's picked himself up, so has Sully Collis. Put your hands together for them, the Southwest.
Yeah. See my new suit. Got a new one? Yeah, got a new one. Union Jack tracksuit. White trainers. Fucking hell. 15 quid Amazon buy.
Brilliant.
Don't go near a naked flame though. I'll go up.
6 and unders bringing the Thunder in semi-final time. Oh, the Midlands have lost 2 riders. I've got a feeling that was a Harold and Catkins who've hit the deck as they go in towards that first turn. Oliver Bridle, the man out in front. We've got Jasper Eels, Charlie State, John Joe Blundell in there as well, and Teddy Parker. But it's the Southwest rider out in front. Bridle looking good. I've got a feeling that's John Joe in there in 2 on the 1.5. Going Jasper Eels. Eels in 2, 3.3. Charlie State in 2.2. That belongs to Harry Powell. Powell's under all kinds of pressure though as they come to the final corner. Is he going to hold it? It looks like he is right now. The 2.2. Harry Powell. They're not done yet. They're chasing him to the line. Powell makes it in 4. John Joe Blundell out in 5.
Semi-final 30s led out by Shelby Yates and the 2.5 of Arthur Kinge. Here come the North. They are going through in 3, 4, 5 and 6. Lewin Jamira is leading the North charge. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like it could be Seth Goostrey on the 2.4 plate. But he's got Benji Ross Foster in there in 5. Look at them swapping and changing positions. Yates, Kinge, then both safe and through. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Goostrey and Jamira are taking it through to the final.
7-year-old semi-final number 1. Where is Frankie Jones? I think he's in there in 4 at the minute. It looks like he might just be giving up a spot to who's that? I'm not quite sure who's in that spot with him, but he's just giving it up anyway. In and out of the turn we go. Teddy Gorman, Logan Aceto, 1 and 2. Pleasantsford in there for the 3. Who's going to get the 4? It's going to be close. Oh, Frankie Jones nicking it at the line.
Where is Rapid? Roman Burfield is in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment, looking to work his way round the outside and do it the difficult way. His teammate out of the Midlands, the 2.1 of Archie Fisher, is in a qualifying spot, but here comes Rapid Roman working his way through the inside. Who's your race leader then? In and out of that final turn they go, looking like Payne leads it out. Who's in there behind him? Bringing it down, looking like Clayton's in the mix inside the top 3. The 2.5 going through as well. That was Atlas Lewisfield. Rapid Romans in 4.
8-year-old girls semi-final number 1. Madison Stupple dropped it on the start hill. Her race is over. 4.4. That is Pippa Rowland. She's in that 3rd spot, and that looks like Layla Dixon in there in 4. So Pippa Rowland just trains on a pump track down in Pendle in East Lancashire. Manny's going to be going absolutely berserk watching the live feed at home. I think Pippa's going to make it in. Yes, she has. 1.3 in 4. That is Layla Dixon.
Semi-final number 34. The 8-year-olds are a go for their second semi-final, and the Southwest are charging towards turn number 1. Lauren Snell, Ella Grant, the 2 teammates from Mixed Picks Race Team. Look at that for a charge out of that first corner. Snell Grant, them two little ladies lead out. Oh, Ryder down on the second straight. I think that was 2-2 Widdowson. Let's hope that she's all right. It is going to be the 7.2 of Grant leading it from Snell. The 1.4 of Dyson's in there in 3. The 5.3 in 4. That is Lola Perks out of Braintree BMX Club. She's being chased down though by the North Rider. That is Alice Barron. Barron looking for a way into a top 4 spot, but down the final straight. Southwest go mad. We have got Grant and Snell out front. Dyson's going to round out the top 3. Lola Perks in 4. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for 2-2 Widdowson.
BMX got to a point where we're all buying the same sort of trainers. They've all gone
9-year-old girls semi-final number 1. Betty Wills is in this one. We've got Molly Tomlinson from Manchester as well. Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4 riders going down on that first straight. I think it was Tomlinson who exploded on the inside. Eliza Powell's gone as well. Oh my word.
Yeah. That's
Let's have a
what
look who's in. E4, Betty Wills, 1.5. Holly Webb, the only rider up right from the north, is... I think it's Una Svensson. As they go in and out of the turn, the top 4 are safe. Just trying to pick up that 4th place rider. See who it is as they cross the line. No idea.
Semi-final number 36. These are the 9-year-old girls heading for turn number 1 on the whole shot line. The W7 of Harley Bishop doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team, and the Team East Anglia is charging into the turn. Bishop leads it out. Florence Dyson's in there in that 2 spot doing it for the North, and the Bradford Bandits, that looks like the South, collecting together to pick up spots 3 and 4. River Henderson is on the bubble in there in 3. At the moment she's got the 3.5 of Cara Cross in there in 4. There's a bit of a separation between the top 4 and her 5, 6, 7 and 8 as you head into the final turn. Bishop running away with this one. She's checked out from the rest of the pack. Going to pick up this semi-final win. Bishop, Dyson, Henderson, Cross. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to take it.
Right, Trixie Trey's out in front doing it for the Southwest. Ellie Beatty's in there as well for the North region as they head towards the turn. Ellie B and the 2.4 of Izzy Dolan, so it's looking good for the North right now. 6.5 in there in that 5th spot. That belongs to Pritchard as they head in and out of the turn. Where is Amber Tucker as they get involved as they coming down the final straight? Trixie Trey's is going to take it. The North are going to get 2 riders in, including Ellie B. The 6.5 in 4 is Rachel Pritchard.
Maisie Egan leads out this semi-final from the European number 7. That is Grace Hudak riding out of East Anglia. The 3.4 in there as well. That is Amelia Rowe. Look at the moves being made in a turn. That's got to be Mia Kiss charging her way into a 3 spot into that final turn. Kiss then inside the top 3 heading down the final straight. Egan, Hudak, Kiss, 1, 2, 3. Rowe's going to round out the top 4 spots out of the North.
Right on to the 11-year-old girls. I think this is the E3 heading into the corner. Is Iris Hyder. Hyder in one lane. He calling in 2. Look at the queue for that 4th spot. And Grace Gerard's made a move now. She's gone from 6 to 5 to 4. Can she hold it into the final corner? The hard knocks by coaching rider. Oh, gets pushed high on the berm. Got a bit of momentum down the final straight. Can Gerard make it stick? Drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? Gerard gets it, I think.
Lauren Keller is on track doing it for GT and the South, but this semi-final is led through by Elizabeth Lola Paul. She's going 1 and 2 with the Midlands Mara McCarran as they head towards that final turn. The South have got 3 riders in the middle of the pack as well. One of them is Keller. She's leading the South, charging there in 3. Who's going to pick up that final qualifying spot down the final straight? That's going to be the 4.5. That was Millie Ross out of Team Mind of the South.
Two semi-finals left in the 12-year-old girls age group. Emily Eaton into the corner on that 0-1. Who's got that final qualifying spot? 2.6. That belongs to Holly Diver. She's got Anushka Jones chasing her down into the corner. No doubt who is out in front. Emily Eaton, Emma Kiss, Dakota Tucker. You're 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? Can the Scottish rider hold on? Yes, she can. Holly Diver.
East Anglia's W6 led this one out until the European number 2, all the way from the north, worked her way around the outside. That is Brooke Fast-Fawcett, headed through that first straight. She's being chased down by Poppy Bishop into the final turn. Who's got 3 and 4? Esme Ward is in there, working her way around the outside, going from 4 to 3. Ruby Warren's back to 4. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. Bishop's made her move. She's going to take the win. Ward's going to nick the 2 spot on the line. That was Fawcett in 3, Warren in 4. That's your semi-finals done and dusted.
5-10. 10 past 5.
We are going to go final racing at 10 past 5, ladies and gents. 10 past 5 this evening. Make sure you are beside the track or in the pens ready to go at 10 past 5, please. Thank you. Just a reminder for you, ladies and gents, in true Brits tradition, after racing there will of course be a presentation. So the age groups that have been racing today, so the age groups that have been on track today alone, them age groups will have their national and their Brits presentations at the end of racing. I'm not sure which way around they're going to be done. So if your age group has been on track today, so that's 12 and unders and all the cruisers, the national and Brits presentations are going to be done post-racing. And also to bear in mind, before we go final racing, there is a whole shot award for every single age group this weekend. So every single final that we have will have a whole shot prize. They will also be given out at the presentation, so please bear that in mind. I'm pretty sure that the whole shop loop on the transponders is working as well, so that will help us to figure out who gets the whole shot award. So please keep an eye out on that, and we will be doing that at the presentation as well during the Brits presentation.
Okay, next up is finals on day one. It's really warming up now. The track's bone dry after a few showers this morning. But now it's, absolutely running brilliantly. The racing ramped up during the semi-finals. Hope you enjoyed that. Next up, day one finals.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Sheets. Looks like we are just about ready to go. Final racing. Sorry.
wicked. Yeah, that's
Final number 1 lining up on the gate. These are your 12-year-old girls.
So he's flying us to Tenerife.
Lining up on the gate, then we have got riding out of Scotland, Holly Diver. Out of Scotland again, Ruby Warren. Out of the north, Brooke Fawcett. Out of the southwest, Dakota Tucker. Out of the south, Esme Ward. Out of East Anglia, Poppy Bishop. East Anglia again, Emma Kiss. And riding for the south, the current British champion, Amelie Eaton. Final number 1, the 12-year-old girls are a go. Looking like there's a great gate out of the inside. Got to be Kiss headed for turn number 1. Who's going to pick up the whole show award in this class? Here comes Eaton around the outside. Eaton leads it. Your current British champion is out front. Who's in there with her in that 2 spot as they come on round? Looking like we've got the 2.3 of Kiss, but look at that for a lead. Warren's in there in 3. That looks like Ward in 4. Bishop's in there in 5. Fawcett in 6. Tucker's in 7. And that looks like Diver in 8, but Amelie Eaton has been shot out of the cannon. She's leading this one out down the final straight, going to retain that 0-1 on the front of a bike. Amelie Eaton wraps this one up. Who's going to get the 2? Looks like it was Kiss for that 2 spot. Ward in 3. 12-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. Riding out of the Midlands, we've got Roland Els. Out of East Anglia, Stanley Farmer. East Anglia again, Joe Douglas. Riding out of the Midlands, Ethan Howell. The Midlands again, Jack Perkins. Out of the Midlands again, Ethan Rogers. Riding for the South, James Miller. And your European number 3, riding out of the Midlands, Harry Donald. 12-year-old boys hit the track for their final. Looking like Douglas got a great game, but Donald is the first front wheel to show, heading for turn number 1. The Midlands lead this one out. Harry Donald's out there in front. That's going to be Miller in there in 2. Who's in 3 and 4? There's a sea and red shirts in the mix. That's going to be Rogers and Howell. Els is in there in 5. Heading into turn number 2 though. It's all about BMXHub.com. It is looking good for Harry Donald at the moment. The European number 3 leads it out. Here comes Ethan Rogers looking for a way into a top 2 finish. Last straight action. Who's going to get it? Rogers makes his move. It's going to be Donald. Rogers. Here comes Howell for a Midlands 1, 2, 3. Miller misses out in 4.
Right, moving on, we have got the 11-year-old girls lined up. For the North, Grace Gerrard. For the Midlands, Seren Pritchard. For the North, Lainey Cordin. For the South, Millie Ross. For the South, Lauren Keller. For the Midlands, Mara McCarran. For the North, Elizabeth Lola Poole. And for the South, Iris Hyder. 11-year-old girls heading down the hill. This is for the 0-1, the British Championship. As they go towards turn number 1, Iris Hyder. Is she going to pick up the whole shot? Yes, she is. She's in there in 1. But look who's on her back wheel. Elizabeth Lola Poole from the North is going to give it absolutely everything she's got. Coming down the straight. They are elbow to elbow as they approach turn number 2. 2.5, Lauren Keller in there as well. 1.1 in 4, that belongs to Seren Pritchard, but it looks like Iris Hyder on that pure bicycle into the final turn. Here comes Elizabeth Lola Poole. She's going to chase her to the line. She's going to run out of time and room. Hyder takes the title. Elizabeth Lola Poole in there for 2. Lauren Keller rounding out the top 3. Next up, 11-year-old boys we have got for the Southwest, Archie Crocker Whites. For the Midlands, Harley Bowler and Zach Everly. For the North, Leo Rowlands. For For the north again, Itai Jamira. For the south, Ronnie Payne. For the southwest, Joe Rook. And for the north, James Bibby. The 11-year-old boys are go. James Bibby on the inside, battling with Archie Crocker White and Joe Rook into the turn. It's going to be tight, tight, tight. Bibby just about getting the whole shot, but look at them. They are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday afternoon, and there's somebody who wants to take that title away from him. Look at the moves as they come into the turn. Joe Rook stealing it away. Oh, James Bibby nearly slides out. Ronnie Payne in there in 4. Jamira in 5. But Joe Rook on that 20.2, doing it for the Southwest. He's going to bring it home. Joe Rook is your British champion. Wow, wow, wow. What a race.
We have got the 10-year-old girls lined up on the gates for the final. Out of the south, Rachel Pritchard. Out of the north, Ellie Beats. Out of the north again, Izzy Dolan and Amelia Rowe. Riding for East Anglia, Mia Kiss. Out of the southwest, Trixie Trace. Out of East Anglia, Grace Hudak. And riding out of the north, Maisie Egan. Ten-year-old girls hit the track for the final. Egan's been shot out of the cannon in lane number 1. She wants to pick up this 0-1 plate, but they're already right there behind her. That looks like East Anglia's Grace Hudak into the turn. Egan, Hudak, Trees. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they bring it back through this second straight. It's all about the north at the moment. Maisie Egan leading this one through. Here comes Grace Hudak though, and Trixie Trees. The 7.4's in there as well. That looks like Ellie Beat inside the top 4, being chased down by Mia Kiss on the 7.3, but it is out front, looking good for Maisie Egan, riding out of the north. She wants to add a 0-1 to a collection, heading down the final straight. Egan, Hudak, Trees, that's going to be a 1, 2, 3. 10-year-old boys are lining up on the gates, riding out of the north, Connor Hemhill. Out of the southwest, Arthur Claydon. Out of the south, Jacob Anderson. Riding for the Scottish Massive, Murray Watson. Out of the north, Finley Munro. 2 riders out of the Midlands, Teddy Jones and Preston Newmarsh Powell. And out of the north, your world number 8, Benny Jackson. The 10-year-old boys hit the track, looking like Hemhill's had an absolute charger of the gate. He's heading for turn number 1. Where's Benny Jackson? He's in the middle of the pack, heading into the corner. Who's that on the inside? Hemhill leads it out. Who's in there with him, bringing it on through? Looking like we've got Jacob Anderson in that 2 spot, bringing it on round. That is Preston Newmarsh Powell looking for a podium spot. As it stands, Benny Jackson's up to 4, but it's all about Connor Hemhill, GT Factory, Blackpool and the north, taking it to him. Benny Jackson's not done yet though, looking up the inside of the final turn, didn't make it stick. Hemhill is going to take the 0-1 down the final straight. Connor Hemhill's your new British champ. Jacob Anderson for 2, looking like it was Preston Newmarsh Powell just about hanging on to that podium spot.
Ooh, perfect lap, Connor Hemhill, well done. Right, moving on, the 9-year-old young ladies are lining up.
This is the girls, isn't it?
We have got, for the north, Una Svensson. For the south, Cara Cross. For Scotland, Rosie Geddes. For the south, River Henderson. For the south, Holly Webb. For the north, Florence Dyson. For East Anglia, Holly Bishop. And for the south, Betty Wills. The girls are go, the 9-year-olds hitting the track, and that looks like Betty Wills getting her nose out in front of the moment for the south. Holly Bishop is right there next to her as they head towards turn number 1. Moves being made on the inside as well. The north are trying to get involved, and that's going to be Ina Svensson. So as they go in and out of the turn, Bishop has made her move. She's stolen the lead away. Looks like River Henderson is in there in 2, and the 7.4 getting involved is Florence Dyson. Dyson's worked her way into that second spot. Holly Bishop looks like she's going to roll away with it as they go in and out of that final turn. Holly Bishop in the yellow and black of East Anglia. She's going to take the win. The W7 becomes the 0-1. Dyson for 2, Henderson for 3. Great lap from Holly Bishop. 9-year-old boys up next. For the Midlands, Charlie Dowsing. For the North, Jesse Rose. For the North, Thomas Giles. For the Southwest, Jack Belton. For the South, Hendrix Hines. For East Anglia, Rex Ford. For the Midlands, Seth Kacharik. And for the Midlands, the defending British champion, Ethan Shaw. Nine-year-old boys, 8 of the fastest kids you will ever see are charging down that first straight towards turn number 1. In and out of the first turn we go. It is the Midlands 1 and 2 rider. Oh, 1, 2 riders going down. An absolute slobber knocker of a crash in that first turn. As they go towards the corner, the all one of Ethan Shaw making it in there to 15.1. Charlie Dowsing in there in 2. Hendrix Hines in 3. In a minute, as they come out of the turn, it looks like Ethan Shaw's going to retain his title. Shaw takes it for the Midlands. They're going 1 and 2. Hendrix Hines in 3. Big shout to my boy Eric Grindle from USA BMX. I hope he caught that one.
We have got the 8-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their final. Riding out of East Anglia, we've got Lola Perks and Layla Dixon. Out of the north, Maisie Dyson. Out of the north again, Pippa Rowland. Riding out of the south, Megan Keller. Out of the southwest, 2 riders, Lawrence Snell and Ella Grant. And out of East Anglia, your current British champion, Phoebe Miller.
Right, into Panthers is north.
Yeah.
Final number 9 and the girls are go. Look at that for a gate out of lane number 1. Phoebe Miller looking to charge towards turn number 1. Whatever she had for breakfast this morning, it was covered in hot sauce. She's going to pick up that whole shot. Who's in there with her? That looks like a rider out of the southwest. Got to be Ella Grant and Lawrence now as they come on round. Both ladies are going through in 2 and 3. Look at the elbows that are bashing. That looks like Maisie Dyson just being shuffled back to 4. It is a 7.2 of Grant in there in 2. There's 11.2 of Lawrence Snell in 3. That is looking good for Maisie Dyson in 4 as you head into the final turn. But your British champion going to do it too on the bounce. Phoebe Miller from start to finish. No one can get close enough. She's going to take it for East Anglia. The southwest round up the 2 podium spots with Ella Grant and Lawrence Snell. 8-year-old boys are lining up on the gate for their 8th final. Out of the north, we've got Alexander Gilbert. Out of the Midlands, Seth Perry. Riding for the southwest, Callum Wood. Out of the southwest again, Elliot Hatch. Couple of riders out of the south, we've got Caleb Tewald and Philip Stumanis. Out of East Anglia, Ethan the Great Whites. And riding for the southwest, this kid has been unstoppable all season long. It is your current British champion. Give it up for Big Hands. go. The 8-year-olds are heading for turn number 1. Ethan the Great White's had a great game. He's in the middle of the track at the minute, but Big Hens has been shot out of the cannon. He wants to retain that 0-1 on the front of his bike. Ethan the Great White makes it work in turn number 1, and he's in there in that 2 spot being chased out by one of the riders out of the south. That's got to be Philip Stamonis heading for turn number 2. The southwest are going through in 4 and 5. One of them has got to be the 1.2 of Elliot Hatch. Yes, he is. He's in there in 4, being chased out by his teammate out of the southwest. That's Callum Wood in 5. But check him out. Henry Sullivan, known as Big Hens, he's going to take the 8-year-old final right the way from start to finish. Ethan the Great White for 2. Philip Stamonis in there for 3. Another lap, another win for Big Hens, ladies and gents.
Can you take the 7s and I'll take the 6s? Suits me. All right.
Final number 11. These are your 7-year-old girls lining up on the gates. Riding out of the Midlands, we've got Flick Bretnall. Out of the southwest, Susie Wyatt. Out of the Midlands again, Matilda Hewitt. Couple of riders from the north, Abigail Henning and Maggie Devine. Riding for the south, Ola Jewis. Out of the southwest, Mabel Pine. And riding out of the Midlands on the 2.1, Izzy Moore. Final 11 hits the track. The 7-year-old girls are a go. Moore's had a great gate on the inside, but who's that right there with her? Looking like Ola Jewis. He's headed for turn number 1. She wants to pick up the whole shot award for the 7-year-old girls final, and I think she's going to manage it. Yes, she does. So it is Jewis out front leading this one out. Who's in there with her? That has got to be the rider out of the north as they head on through. Maggie Devine riding for sorted race gear on the 5.4, but she's got a couple of riders in there behind her. Here comes Mabel Pine, your British champ, with Izzy Moores on the inside. Oh, she dived under. She gets swallowed up in a crash in turn number 2. She's straight back up to her feet with what looks like Devine. They're both up and finishing their lap, but out of the final turn, Jewish, she's going to run away with this one down the final straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot? It is going to be the 5.4 of Maggie Devine with Mabel Pine in 3. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. That was Abigail Henning and Izzy Moore, both finishing their laps. Right, we have got the 7-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their final. A couple of riders out of the Midlands. We've got Frankie Jones and Rapid Roman Birdfield. Out of the south, Rudy Pleasance Ford. Out of the southwest, Joseph Claydon. Out of the south, Atlas Lewis Field. Out of the north, Arlo Payne. Out of East Anglia, Logan Acito. And out of East Anglia again, he's been on fire all day long, Teddy Gorman. Twelve-year-old boy, 7-year-old boys hit the track for their final. In final number 12, it is going to be the rider out of the southwest headed for turn number 1. That looks like Joseph Claydon, your current British champion. He's looking to pick up the whole shot. He wants to make it 2 on the bounce. Claydon leads it out, looking like we have got Arlo Payne in there behind him on the 1.4, doing it for the north. Who's the rider out of the Midlands? Getting busy. That's the 1.1 of Rapid. Roman Birdfield is on the inside of the 3.3. That's Teddy Gorman working his way through, but it is out front with your current British champ, Claydon, running away with it. Has the rider out of the north got enough left for him? Arlo Payne doing all he can to close the gap. Gorman's hanging on to a podium spot down the final straight. It is going to be Claydon, 2 for 2. Here comes Teddy Gorman with a late charge. Gonna nick the 2 spot on the line.
Right, 2 big finals coming up. The first one is the 6 and under girls. We have got for the south, Ada Warner. For the southwest, Madeline North. For the Midlands, Erin Doney. For the north, Alice Laurie. For the north, Tia Worthington. For the north, Hattie McGoldrick. For the south, Jagger Hines. And for the south, Esme Anderson. Six and under girls are go heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first of the turn. Looks like Jagger Hines. He's getting a nose out in front. Hattie McGoldrick in there in two. Tia Worthington's had an absolute flyer as they go into that first corner. She's in there in four at the moment. But the South region are out front. The 2.5 out of Runnymede. That is Jagger Hines. Here comes Hattie McGoldrick. She's going to try every which way to get around. No, it's the 1. Is it 1.5? 1.5. Esme Anderson, sorry, Esme. Esme in one. Hattie in two. Jagger in there in three. Tia's going well in four. In and out the turn and down the straight. McGoldrick's got one more chance to make it happen. She's getting ever closer. Looks like she's just going to run out of time and room. Esme Anderson takes the title. Hattie McGoldrick for two. Jagger Hines in there in three. And Tia Worthington rounding out the top four. Next up, six and under boys. For the north, Lou and Jamira. For the north, Seth Goosetree. For the south, Arthur King. For the southwest, Harry Powell. For East Anglia, Charlie States. For the Midlands, Shelby Yates. For the south, Jasper Eels. And for the southwest, Oliver Bridle.
Been a long day.
Yeah.
Six and unders bringing the thunder as they go down that hill. All riders already getting tangled together. Looks like Oliver Bridle is the man out in front at the moment. Charlie stays in there as well as they head towards turn number one. The South riders are queuing up behind him. Jasper Eels, Arthur King, all getting involved. But it's the man from the southwest out in front of the minute. Bridle, one rider's gone down in the turn. And I've got a feeling that was Shelby Yates who hit the deck as they went out of that first corner. 9.2, Oliver Bridle, Jasper Eels in that second spot. Arthur King in there in three. Seth Goosetree from the north in four. Lou and Jamira in five. But it looks like the title is going to the southwest. Oliver Bridle, been absolutely unstoppable all year. Takes the win in the six and unders. Picks up that 0-1. Right, let's hear it for our little YouTube superstar, Shelby Yates. Bringing it around this second corner.
Just before we get into the cruiser finals, ladies and gents, can we please be cautious of the riders that are on the gate? There's been a couple of finals where there's been a few horns blown as riders are waiting for the beeps, so please be cautious of the riders on the gate. Thank you very much. We are looking at the 55 plus cruiser guys lined up and locked and loaded on the gate, ready to go. Out of the south, Keith Brown. Out of the south again, Bernie Shale. Out of the south, Billy Stupple. Out of the Midlands, Steve Osborne. Out of the Scottish Massive, Raymond Reed. Out of the north, Brent Featherstone. Out of the Midlands, Big Goff. And out of the southwest, for Pro Start, Jai Kemp. Final 15, the 55 plus cruiser bruisers are a go. Look at Raymond Reed go for turn number one. Here comes Big Mick Goff on the outside. Goff, he's going to lead it into the turn. Your current British champion wants to retain that 0-1. Who's in there behind him? Looking like it is going to be the 1.2 with Jai Kemp heading towards that second turn. Goff
Kemp out front. Brent Featherstone is better than the rest at the moment. He's in nearing 3. They are queuing up behind him though. That looks like Brown working its way around the outside of the McRock into 4. But it's all about Big Mick Goff out front at the moment, riding for the Midlands. He's under pressure from Giant Kemp, but he's not going to get close enough. Goff, Kemp, Featherstone, Brown. That's your top 4.
Right, moving on, 50 to 54, Cruiser. We have got Brett Knight for the Midlands. Racing under his alias, Timmy Turnbar. It is Julian Allen for East Anglia. For East Anglia again, Rich Ellis. For the North, Gary Carver. For the North, Darren Reedy. For East Anglia, Kevin Sykes. For the Midlands, Darren O'Brien. And for the East Anglia Massive, once again, Alan Hill. $50 to 54, Cruiser, Alan Hill on the inside, Reedy's in the middle, everybody's having a good go. Timmy Turnbar getting involved as well into that first turn. Hilly picking up the whole shot, but have a look who's chasing him down the straight. That looks like Darren Reedy, you can never count him out. Darren O'Brien in there in that 3 spot, Rich Ellis in 4, Timmy Turnbar in 5, Sykes is in there in 6. But as they go in and out of the turn, he's got more British titles than the royal family on a good day. It's Alan Hill taking the win. Thinks he's Joris Jordan with his last straights. Calm down, Hilly. We love him for it, really.
He did a little Joris Jordan.
The 45 to 49-year-old Cruisers are locked and loaded on the gates. Out of the south, we've got Ricardo Santos. Out of East Anglia, Andrew Hayes. 3 riders out of the south. We've got Damien Mead, Norbert Marco, and Adam Boudet. Riding out of the Midlands, Matt Barnard. Out of the south, Zoltan Boudet. And riding for the Scottish crew on the 1.6, Fraser Watson. $45 to 49, Cruisers hit the track. Norbert Marco's had a great game, but it is all about Fraser Watson on the inside. It's getting all busy into the turn, and there's a sea of blue shirts in the middle of the mix, but it is going to be Watson leading it out. Who's that in there behind him? Got to be Zoltan Boudet as they bring it on round. Watson, Boudet, Bonon, Marco, 1, 2, 3, 4 in and out of that second corner. That looks like Adam Boudet in the mix in there in 5, but heading into the final turn. Out of the Scotland crew, coming on Centurions, and is Watson leading it. Can Boudet get close enough? Watson, Boudet, Bonon, 1, 2, 3.
Right, moving on, we are on to the 40 to 44 Cruiser class. For the North, Andy Groves. For the South, Matt Swales. For the South, Mario Berno. For the South, Matthew Eaton. For the South West, Daniel Wyatt. For East Anglia, Dylan Dixon. For the Midlands, Benjamin Martinez. And for the North, King of the Rimmers, Kingsley Mears. $40 to 44, Cruiser, Ben Martinez, Kingsley Mears. This is going to be a right old scrap all the way around. Keep your eyes on the front two. Mears tries to make it happen in that first turn. Can't make it stick. Martinez out in front now from Bolivia to Birmingham. This guy's got it all in and out of turn number 2. Mears is dropping back just that little bit. Matthew Eaton in there in 3. That looks like Berno in 4. East Anglia are going through in 5. Groves is in there in 7. But there is no stopping Benjamin Martinez taking the title back to the Midlands. Boom.
30 to 39-year-old Cruisers are lined up on the gate ready for their final. Out of East Anglia, we've got Darren Thompson. Out of the south, Darren Ulley. Couple of riders out of the southwest. We've got Jared Shear and his clubmate Nathan Abbott. Out of the south, Agres Alazans. Out of East Anglia, Jack Hudson. Out of East Anglia again, John Lillingston. And out of the southwest, last year's British champion, Daniel Popel. Final 19, the 30-39 cruisers are a go. It's getting busy on the inside. Lillingston is taking no prisoners and he's looking to pick up the whole shot, but that's kept him busy and allowed your current British champ to come right round the outside. Popel, Lillingston, 1 and 2. The southwest going through inside that top 3 spot. That's going to be the 6.2 of Jared Shear. He's under pressure from Jack Hudson in and out of turn number 2, but it's all about the southwest out front. Of course, the 0-1. Daniel Popel taking it to him. He's going to retain that 0-1. Lillingston for 2. Who's going to round out their podium? Jack Hudson with a late charge to the line.
Moving on, 30 plus female cruiser. We have got for the south Leah Meaden. For the south, Anita Wong. For East Anglia, Leah Pearson. For the north, Savannah Carver. For the south, Kim Batsford. For the south, Sarah Jane Nichols. For the southwest, Rebecca Gold. And for the south, Michelle Stupple. Absolute silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. '30 plus female cruiser, Michelle Stopple, Sarah Jane Nichols, Becca Goals working her way across 2 different lines across the roller of doom into the turn. Stopple taking the whole shot. Becca Goals in there in 2. Sarah Jane Nichols isn't done yet. She's in there in 3. Batsford in 4. But it's getting close out the front because Becca Goal is all over the back of Michelle Stopple. It's going to be a battle royale as they go into that final turn. SJN is just there waiting for a mistake to be made, and then she can capitalise. Becca's trying to go underneath Michelle. Stupple's holding on to it. Michelle Stupple to the line. Michelle Stupple is your 30 plus female cruiser champion. Becca Goal in 2. SJN in 3.
Lining up on the gate, these are your 9 to 12 year old cruisers ready for their final. Out of the south, Benedict Marco. Out of the north, Zavi Fox Cooper. Out of the Midlands, Harley Bowler. Out of the southwest, Lucas Stoneman. Out of East Anglia, Adam Arnold. Out of the south, Hunter Mallion.
Southwest.
Out of the southwest, Oliver Arnold. And out of the north for Pro Star BMX, Freddie Parkinson.
It's all right.
Nine to 12-year-old cruisers hit the track. Parkinson has a great gate. He's got Marco there on his inside, and that looks like the European number 7. Arnold heading for turn number 1. He wants to pick up the whole shot, but it's all about the north. And Freddie Parkinson at the moment, he's picked himself up that whole shot award. Arnold's in there in 2. Where is Hunter van der Mallion? He's in the back of the pack at the moment. Got a bit of work to do. That looks like the East Anglian going through as well. That's got to be Adam Arnold inside the top 3. Who's in for it is the 1.4 of Xavi Fox Cooper. Got a bit of work to do, but it is all out front with Freddie Parkinson looking to take home another title down the final straight. Freddie Parkinson, he's going to take the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers British Championship. Oliver Arnold for 2, Adam Arnold in 3.
Next up, 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. For the south, we've got Logan Young. For the north, James Cottrell. For the south, Newton Hindley. For the south, Tate Kitson. For Scotland, Cooper McCrum. For the Midlands, Logan Widowson. For the south, Robin Matten Alonso. And for the north, Eric McSwitty.
This one's going to be an absolutely huge battle. Little Cotty nearly made the best of it in the semi-final. Just scraped his way in, but look at the whole shot he's pulling in the final here. Little Cotty not so little anymore. Out there in one. The South are all queuing up behind him. 2, 3 and 4. Robin Batter and Alonso getting involved. Tate Kinson's in there as well. As they go into that second turn, Batter and Alonso is chasing down James Cottrell towards the final turn. What is going to happen? Cotty's holding the line. A drag race down the final straight. James Cottrell from the north. Is he going to get it? He holds it for the win. Matt and Alonso in there in 2. McSweety got the 4. Wow.
15 to 16-year-old cruisers are up on the gate. Out of the south, Zachary Tia. Out of the southwest, Caden Roberts. Out of the north, Zach Chapman. Riding for the south, JT Simpson Davies. Out of East Anglia, Thomas Millar. Out of the Midlands, Sean Brown. And 2 riders out of the north, Thomas Duran. And your current British champion, Gabe Simpson. Fifteen, 16 cruisers hit the track. Duran gets a great gate, and it looks like he's just about shutting out Simpson. But they're headed for turn number 1, and the 2 Northerners are on the inside. East Anglia go wild. That's got to be Thomas Millar. Millar leads it out. Duran and Simpson queuing up behind him. Here comes Gabe Simpson. He's going to make his stick into turn number 2, and he manages it. What a second straight. That was incredible. Simpson leads it then. Duran into Millar in 3. Here comes JT Simpson Davies. He wants a piece of the podium pie. Simpson retains the 0-1. Duran for 2. Davies just about nicked the 3 on the stripe. Wow.
13 to 16-year-old female cruiser we have got lined up for the South, Isla Young. For East Anglia, Carmel Allison. For the Midlands, Missy Large. For Scotland, Alexis McCartney. For the South, Isla Radcliffe. For East Anglia, Annalise Cabin-Carpenter. For the Southwest, Cody Harmer. And for the South, Anya Matten Alonso. Yeah. 13 to 16-year-old cruisers. These are the young ladies, Annalise Cabin-Carpenter and Cody Harmer. I've watched these 2 girls battle at school games. They are now battling it out of the British Championships into the turn. Harmer taking the whole shot. The Southwest are out in front. Cabin-Carpenter in there in 2. Alexis McCartney is shopping for a position. She's in there in 3 at the minute. As they go towards the corner, Missy Large trying to get involved as well. As they go in and out of that turn. Moving their way through, it is Cody Harmer from Annalise Cabin-Carpenter. Annalise dives underneath. It's going to be an elbow-to-elbow race down the final straight. Who's going to get into the line? Cadman's got a nose in front. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter. Cody Harmer in the 2. Alexis McCartney for 3. And it wasn't over until they got to the line.
Yeah, you can do, yeah. I'll do it, yeah. Fine.
Right, 17 to 29, a female cruiser. We have got lined up for the South, Hannah Hedges. For the North, Olivia Firth. For the Midlands, Trinity Cam. For East Anglia, Molly Nice. For the South, Taylor Lee Moen. For the North, Yetska Hemstock. For the Midlands, Lily Chiziwa. And for the South, Hannah Drew.
Yeah, Alex, it comes across and stings you.
17 to 29-year-old female cruiser Lily Chiziwa in the red of the Midlands, heading down that first straight. She knows this track so well, leads it into the corner. Hannah Drew right there behind her in 2. Olivia Firth trying to get involved inside the top 5, but they head towards this second corner, and there is only one rider out front and in control. It is Lily Chiziwa. Drew under pressure from Moen. Olivia Firth inside the top 4. Yeska Hemstock in 5. Molly Nice in 6.
6. Trinity Cam in 7. Hannah Hedges in 8. But Lily Chaziwa in the red of the Midlands takes the British title. She is the 0-1. And the South win 2 and 3. Right, your final of the afternoon. The 17 to 29 cruiser. I'm going to hand you on to Lewis. This is going to be a banger.
It certainly is. Riding out over the South, we've got Lewis Fletcher. Out of the Midlands in his last ever race, Jake Green. Out of the South on Esselmont. Riding for the Southwest, Ned Penny. Out of East Anglia, Freddie Cadman Carpenter. Out of East Anglia again, Owen Portland. Out of the Southwest, your world number 6, Ryan Stack.
They got to do all the results.
And riding out of the North, he's quick, Alex Brooks. Here we go, the 17-29-year-old cruisers in the track. Brooks, he's had a great start on the inside. Here comes Stacky, right there next to him into the turn. Jake Green round the outside. Green leads it out. Stacks in near in 2. Who's picking up 3? That is Brooks heading on through. Freddie Cadman Carpenter has worked his way into 3. It's Green, Stack, Carpenter. Penny had a move put on him in that second turn. Brooks has picked up a top 4 spot. Last turn action. Green leads it. Last straight action. Jake Green. Oh! Freddie Cadman Carpenter with a last straight from heaven. Carpenter takes it. Wow, wow, wow. Absolute chaos in the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Absolute banger of a final. What a day of racing, ladies and gents. Do not forget about the presentation. It is the National and British Championships presentation.